Outside Fire Cloud Peak, 3 figures stood in the air. The person in front was wearing a blue long robe. His aura was powerful. He was already a celestial deity realm powerhouse. If Yi Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely Qian Yi. And the 2 people behind him, one was the Zhang Hanlin who had entered the sect not long, while the other was that disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to enter the Fire Cloud Peak to open up an abode. Wang Quan, pretty well done this time. From today onward, you're my Soaring Flower lineage's outer member. This medicinal pill is your reward. Qian Yi casually threw a medicinal pill over, his tone full of arrogance. However, Wang Quan did not mind at all. In fact, he was wildly ecstatic instead. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi. In the future, if Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi has any instruction that you want to give, Wang Quan offers his service. Feel free to speak up. Wang Quan will definitely brave any danger to perform my duty. Qian Yi nodded his head and said, You're certain that they entered Fire Cloud Peak? Wang Quan hurriedly said, Senior Apprentice Brother, rest assured. That day, I constantly kept watch on him and saw that the 2 of them indeed entered Fire Cloud Peak. Qian Yi said coolly, The spiritual energy on Fire Cloud Peak is sparse. Furthermore, there are quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. That punk has high regard for himself, going along with the current, wanting to come here to train. But if he encountered rank 5 fierce beasts, that's certain death. Come, let's go take a look. Qian Yi was very confident in his own strength. Even if he ran into rank 5 fierce beasts, he also had confidence in retreating unscathed. Right at this time, several more figures flew closer from afar. There were 3 groups of people among the arrivals. They seemed to have made an appointment, arriving at this desolate Fire Cloud Peak at the same time. Qian Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, You guys really know how to pick up a bargain. Beside Duan Qinghong, a youth in white said, Hey, Qian Yi, don't say that. It's your movement that was too fast. This person's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Qian Yi's, also a celestial deity realm powerhouse. These 2 people were of the Cloud's Word lineage. There were also 2 other groups of people. One batch was the Immortal Abode lineage's Jiang Shuiyan. The other batch was the Devil Elephant lineage. Who could it be if not Song Ting? Hey, you can't say that. Screwing a puny little Yi Yuan to death doesn't take much effort. Didn't you take his life by playing a small trick? Jiang Shuiyan said with a smile. Qian Yi pursed his lips and said disdainfully, When we were at the Shadow Moon Mountain Range, you insisted on doing something superfluous and stopping me. Now you're going to kill him. Jiang Shuiyan smiled and said, Times have changed. You were going to make a move against Bailey at that time. Qian Yi gave a cold snort and said, Enough crap. Since everybody is here, why not go to Fire Cloud Peak and take a look? I believe that, with the few of our strengths, making a round-trip exploration shouldn't be an issue. The moment these words came out, everyone all nodded. Several mighty celestial deity realm disciples taking action. Even if there were rank 5 fierce beasts, they could also deal with it. The party went down to the Fire Cloud Peak and started searching for Yi Yuan 2 people's traces. The traces that Yi Yuan left behind were very obvious. There were quite a few places on the mountain that had traces of fighting. They were not hard to find. Qian Yi and the rest did not spend much time and found the corpses of fierce beasts strewn all over the ground. When they saw the corpses of those 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, the expressions on their faces became solemn. This kid's combat power is too strong. Just a 6th Firmament Divine Lord, and he can actually kill 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Furthermore, it looks like the battle didn't last long, Qian Yi said with a solemn face. But Jiang Shuiyan said coolly, What's so strange about it? How do you think he got first place in the first round's assessment? Therefore, he must die. Everyone all nodded when they heard it. The appearance of such a genius would break the balance of the 3 major factions. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yi Yuan being assigned to Tianying Peak, the 3 major factions clearly contributed to it. Otherwise, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, even if he did not have a powerful faction behind him, it was also absolutely impossible to be assigned to Tianying Peak. The Cloud's Word Sect's celestial deity realm disciple, Yi Qingxiang, said with a smile that was not a smile, The spiritual energy ahead is getting richer and richer. Looks like the abode he chose lies not far ahead. But this kind of place is also very close to rank 5 fierce beasts territories already, right? Hearing Yi Qingxiang's words, everyone also revealed knowing smiles. Even if Yi Yuan had astonishing talent, encountering rank 5 fierce beasts were also certain death. Everyone followed Yi Yuan's footprints and gradually closed in on the place where the obstructed tillage spiritual eye was at. This Firecloud Peak is really a remote hinterland. The place with the thickest spiritual energy also can't compare to a level 3 abode. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Xianyi said with a disdainful look. The other people's faces also revealed expressions that deeply felt that way too. The abodes that they cultivated in, those were all very high-grade spiritual eyes. Toward the Firecloud Peak, this sort of place, they naturally looked down on it. Tianying Peak was originally the spiritual vein with the most impoverished spiritual energy, and Firecloud Peak was even a stray peak with very sparse spiritual energy within the radius of Tianying Peak. The spiritual energy here could be imagined. Roar! 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 All of a sudden, a series of beast roars echoed out. Countless powerful auras instantly rang from all directions. When the few people heard, their scalps immediately tingled. The aura of each fierce beast was extremely powerful. Among them, there were several which were clearly rank 5 fierce beasts. Not good. Why would so many fierce beasts suddenly appear? Quickly go. I can't stay in this place. Jiang Shuiyan's expression changed greatly as she said. However, her voice had yet to fade when 3 fierce beasts directly scurried out of the dense woods, surrounding the few people in the center. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear, Gold Rainbow Sky Fiend Deer, Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog. When Qianyi saw these 3 rank 5 fierce beasts, he was frightened out of his wits. Although these 3 fierce beasts were only initial stage rank 5, their strengths were definitely much stronger than them, these first firmament celestial deities. If it was only one, the few of them could still barely manage to deal with it. 3 appearing all at once. This was simply fatal. These 3 fierce beasts were naturally those 3 that Yi Yuan subdued. They were finally still unable to resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye and chose to submit. After all, Firecloud Peak's spiritual energy was still relatively speaking a little too impoverished. Reckless and blind things to actually dare interrupt Grandpa Bear's cultivation deserve to die. The Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog said, "Damn Black Bear, talk what nonsense with them? Just directly kill them." The Gold Rainbow Skyfiend Deer also said, "Kill? Grandpa Deer, I still have to cultivate." The 3 people did not take nonsense either, directly charging over towards Qianyi and the rest. In an instant, the few people were forced until they were in a fluster by 3 incomparably powerful fierce beasts. These few fellows already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Were not their match. Quickly run, Jiang Shuiyan yelled. How could the few people dare to linger, frantically wanting to break out of the encirclement? However, how could these 3 fierce beasts be easy to get along with? Wanting to run was not that easy too. For some time, Qianyi and the rest fell into a bitter fight. That Wang Quan was only a 9th firmament divine lord. Being hit by a slap from the desolate cloud ancient bear, he directly died until not even dregs remained. It was a pity that he joined the soaring flower lineage for less than a day and ended up perishing with his Tao disappearing. The group of people retreated as they fought, wanting to fly out of the boundary of Firecloud Peak. At that time, no matter how strong these 3 fierce beasts were, they also did not dare to chase after anymore. Several figures flew out of Firecloud Peak. Each and every one of them was in a hurry. Qianyi, Yi Qingxiang, Jiang Shuiyan, and the rest were all in tattered clothing currently, as if they were beggars. Song Ting, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest, their appearances were even more miserable. They were seriously injured and already on the verge of death. Under the 3 great fierce beasts' encirclement, this group of people narrowly broke out of the heavy encirclement. But the price paid was also extremely heavy. Qianyi's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "Really, damn it to hell. Rank 5 fierce beasts are all extremely proud. So how could they possibly join hands with each other?" How did Jiang Shuiyan still have any hint of the appearance of a fairy maiden at this time? She was like a crazy woman instead. Hearing Qianyi's words, she panted and said, These three fierce beasts must be Firecloud Peak's overlord-class existences. Why would they appear in the same area at the same time? Xianxia gave a cold snort and said, "Ignore that. Since even those three fierce beasts appeared in the same area, that punk is definitely dead until not even dregs remain already." The rest all nodded their heads in agreement when they heard that. Although very puzzled in their hearts, they did not want to come to this Firecloud Peak anymore. Either way, judging from the traces, Yi Yuan definitely entered that area. Then the outcome that awaited him could only be one. Confirming that Yi Yuan was already dead, they naturally did not have the mind to care about whatever oddity in this remote hinterlands anymore. Yi Qingxiang scolded angrily, "If this kid died, then he's died. To actually cause us to be injured like this truly deserve death." Jiang Shuiyan said coldly, "All right, enough crap. If that kid doesn't die, his threat would be immense to us three great factions. You guys hurry up and bring those two back. Otherwise, they would really die." Xianxia and Yi Qingxiang's faces changed, gave a cold snort, and flew over in the direction of Tianying Peak. After several years, an elegant and ethereal figure arrived at Tianying Peak, immediately attracting a series of sidelong glances. Isn't that the Bailey Qingyan of Canopy Peak? Why would she come to our Tianying Peak? Truly beautiful. What's even more damnable is that her talent is even extremely terrifying. I heard that she just entered the sect for a few years, and she already broke through to half-step celestial deity. Truly monstrous. Right now, the sect is already grooming her with all their power, planning on having her take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. These few years, Bailey Qingyan could be said to have no equal in the limelight in the Shadow Moon sect. Her talent utterly crushed her peers. Even some veteran genius disciples were also firmly suppressed by her. The requirements of participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was extremely stringent. Skeletal age could not exceed 2,000 years, and one must even be a celestial deity realm powerhouse. In the entire Shadow Moon sect, there were few who satisfied this condition. The likes of Jiang Shuiyan and Qianyi were all strong contenders for this Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave slots. It was just that their talent compared to Bailey Qingyan was still not enough to look at. Bailey Qingyan's startling performance during the entrance examination, coupled with the Immortal Abode lineage's powerful strength, the sect had large quantities of resources biased towards her currently. Having talent in addition to resources, Bailey Qingyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, with a trend of catching up from behind. In just a few years, Bailey Qingyan was already almost breaking through to the celestial deity realm. To ordinary disciples, although this step was not considered a heavenly chasm, it absolutely could not be achieved in such a short time. This junior apprentice brother. I wonder where Yi Yuan is at? Bailey Qingyan stopped a 9th Firmament Divine Lord disciple. That disciple immediately felt lightheaded, his chest instantly filled with happiness. Except, about this question he clearly did not know. Asking several people in a row, no one knew Yi Yuan this person. This made Bailey Qingyan puzzled. Impossible! With his talent, how can he possibly be unknown in Tianying Peak? Carrying this doubt, Bailey Qingyan found the abode assigning disciple again. This junior apprentice brother, I'm Canopy Peak's Bailey Qingyan. I want to check Yi Yuan's residence. The present Bailey Qingyan already gradually developed the aura of a sovereign. When talking to ordinary disciples, she was akin to a fairy maiden high above the clouds, making people not dare to look her in the eyes. But only toward Yi Yuan she could not quite let it go all along. Wang Quan already died, so the disciple here naturally as a different person. But even if Bailey Qingyan did not introduce herself, he also recognized her, and naturally would not refuse. He checked and saw Yi Yuan's name very soon. His expression could not help changing as he said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi was sent to Firecloud Peak, most likely." Bailey Qingyan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition, and she said anxiously, "Most likely what?" That disciple said, "Firecloud Peak isn't developed yet. There are fierce beasts everywhere, and also quite a few rank 5 existences. The disciples who went to open up an abode there have never returned alive before. About junior apprentice brother Yi, there have already been no news for several years. Most likely, he's already buried in Firecloud Peak." Bailey Qingyan's face changed and she said in a cold voice, "Nonsense. With Yi Yuan's strength, how can he possibly die at the hands of fierce beasts?" She knew what place Yi Yuan had gone before. How could he possibly have died? That disciple saw Bailey Qingyan fly off the handle and immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly, faltering and unable to speak. At the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Who in the world was this Yi Yuan, to actually be able to make the goddess so concerned? Seeing that disciple not speak, Bailey Qingyan bit her lips gently, turned around, and left Tianying Peak, going to find Xianxia. "Senior apprentice sister, was Yi Yuan's matters arranged by you?" Bailey Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she questioned. Xianxia knew that she could not hide for long and said smilingly, "It has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Chen Yi. If you want to take revenge, you can go find him." Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she said in shock, "Take revenge? Yi Yuan, he really died." Xianxia recounted the events on that day with a smile. Bailey Qingyan immediately turned ashen pale, a sorrowful emotion welling up in her heart. What's with me? I clearly hate him very much. But why? Do I have a feeling of wanting to cry?" When Xianxia saw this scene, she could not help heaving a sigh as she said, "That kid was too arrogant and insolent on the account of his ability. He didn't know how to restrain himself. He'd die sooner or later in the Shadow Moon sect. Now, isn't it great that he's dead? You can focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible, and then you can prepare for the Bamboo Groove martial conclave." Bailey Qingyan ignored her and left in low spirits. After several days, a Bailey Qingyan in white clothes appeared at the top of Firecloud Peak. The Bailey Qingyan without any makeup, clad in white, seemed like an otherworldly fairy maiden. In front of her, a zither was placed. "You frivolous scoundrel! My Bailey Qingyan's zither will only be played for the person I love. But you blackmailed with this and followed me into the Shadow Moon mountain range. I hate you. Now you and I are separated by death. The promise of that day can no longer be fulfilled. Today I'll play a melody on my zither. I hope that you can hear my zither sound in the underworld." 10 fingers moving lightly, the sounds of the zither lingered sweetly, spilling throughout the entire Firecloud Peak. 1,000-mile lonely grave, nowhere to speak dreary words. In the zither sound, tenderness and saddened pain exuded everywhere. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyan already had tears covering her face. "Turned out that my zither strings have already been stirred by you." Bailey Qingyan choked. There were no years inside the abode. Time flew, 200 years passed in a flash. On Firecloud Peak, it was still so desolate and barren. But on this day, there were several additional figures on the peak. One of them looked around in a panic and said fearfully, "I heard that this Firecloud Peak has quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. I hope we won't run into them." The person in the lead said, "Scared of what? Firecloud Peak is so big. There are only that few rank 5 fierce beasts. They will just happen to be encountered by us. As long as we pluck the crimson tailgrass, we'll be able to complete the sect's mission." Another person complained, "Really, damn it. Why did this crimson tailgrass have to grow on Firecloud Peak? Firecloud Peak is more dangerous compared to most of the other places in the Shadow Moon mountain range." Suddenly, the eyes of that person leading lit up and he said in great joy, "Crimson tail grass." Everyone looked. There was indeed a small tuft of spirit medicine not far away. The crimson-colored leaves trailed very long, like a tail. The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly dashed over. But right at this time, an aura that almost made them suffocate suddenly appeared. Then, an enormous bear appeared in front of them. Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear. R rank 5 Fierce Beast. Would be so coincidental, right? When that person in the lead saw the old bear, his face immediately turned deathly pale, his pair of legs quaking. He was a 9th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouse too, but in front of the old bear, his strength was completely not enough to look at. The Desolate Cloud Ancient Bear's eyes revealed a murderous gleam and said angrily, "A few damn bugs came to interrupt your grandpa bear's cultivation again. You guys really deserve to die." As he said, he swung a big slap over. Under this horrifying pressure, those few Shadow Moon sect disciples could not muster up any desire to resist at all, closing their eyes and waiting for death. Old bear, don't harm their lives. Suddenly, a voice came out of the dense woods. The old bear's expressions turned solemn, his aura immediately dissipating with the wind. Those few disciples let out a long sigh in relief, feeling joyful from surviving a disaster. Disciple Lin Fan thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. That disciple in the lead bowed down in the direction of the voice. The others also followed suit one after another. In Lin Fan's view, to be able to stop a rank 5 fierce beast with a word, that must be a deacon-level existence. Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of fierce beasts, how could it possibly listen obediently? The old bear said with a disgruntled look, "Ye brat, you finally came out of seclusion." In the dense woods, a youth in white slowly walked out. Who could it be if not Yu Yuan? When that group of disciples saw Yu Yuan, their eyeballs almost popped out. They even thought about which senior or expert he was. Messing around for half a day, he was actually the same as them, all Divine Lord Realm martial artists. Except, why would a rank 5 fierce beast be so obedient? Yi Yuan looked at the desolate cloud ancient bear and said with a smile, "Old bear, you don't need to show an appearance like you suffered bitterly and have a deep hatred. In these 200 years, your strength also increased considerably. So shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Yuan's seclusion took 200 years' time. The obstructed tillage spirit eye's abundant energy also made Yi Yuan's realm rise rapidly within the 200 years, breaking through to 9th firmament divine lord in one stroke. The 3 fierce beasts naturally also had a great increase in strength under such berserk spiritual energy. Presently, their strength was already comparable to a human 2nd firmament celestial deity. Seeing Yi Yuan mention it, the old bear smiled embarrassedly and said, "Heh, isn't it still all thanks to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good that you know." When those few disciples heard Yi Yuan and the desolate cloud ancient bear chatting, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be greater. When could a human chat so peacefully with fierce beasts? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 9th firmament divine lord. Hearing them talk, Yi Yuan seemed to live in this fire cloud peak. Wasn't it said that Fire Cloud Peak was still a barren land? People who opened up abodes all died here? Then, what was going on here? Yi Yuan glanced at the crimson tail grass not far away and said coolly, "You guys are here to look for the crimson tail grass?" Lin Fan drew a deep breath and said with clasped hands, "Yes, junior apprentice brother. Could this place be your abode?" Yi Yuan slowly nodded, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it, and responded with a question, "Which sub-peak are you all from?" Lin Fan did not dare to dawdle and answered, "The few of us are from Heavenly Heart Peak. Because we received the sex missions and need to use the Crimson Tail Grass, that's why we came to Fire Cloud Peak. We didn't expect to disturb junior apprentice brother's quiet cultivation." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that I exited seclusion today. Otherwise, Old Bear probably won't let you guys off." His words made everyone's hearts clench, secretly thinking that they got lucky. That slap of Old Bear smacking down earlier, none of them could escape. But what surprised them even more was that this rank 5 fierce beast was actually guarding Yi Yuan's door. Who in the world was this guy? Opening up an abode on Fire Cloud Peak, this young man should be Tianying Peak's disciple. But when did Tianying Peak produce such a monstrous existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, "Oh, right, I have a good brother called Han Yong, also at your Heavenly Heart Peak. Not seeing him for 200 years. I wonder how he's been doing recently." After the entrance examination back then, Yi Yuan, Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest were assigned to different subpeaks. Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest had their own lineages as backers. The subpeaks that they were assigned to naturally would not be too lousy as well. Heavenly Heart Peak was already considered average level among the 9 peaks. The resources were still rather abundant. Mentioning Han Yong, Lin Fan's face could not help changing. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. His expression turned cold. A terrifying aura crept out from his body. What's wrong with him? Feeling Yi Yuan's powerful aura, Lin Fan felt like he was almost suffocating. That was the aura of death. Only now did he know that similarly 9th firmament divine lords, but Yi Yuan was God knows how many times stronger than him. After Han Yong entered the sect, he improved very quickly and became an outer sect elite very fast. But, in the last 9 peaks competition, Han Yong ran into Heavenly Bud Peak's Zhong Hanlin. In the end, he was dealt a deadly blow by Zhong Hanlin on the stage. Now, he's already a cripple, being relegated as a miscellaneous affairs disciple. When Lin Feng said finish, he discovered that a layer of frost already hung on Yi Yuan's face, and his heart could not help pounding. He seemed to have seen a blazing fury on Yi Yuan's body. This was bristling with anger, right? You guys pick the crimson tail grass and leave, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Lin Fan was akin to being granted amnesty, being endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Only then did he bid farewell and left. After the few people left, Yi Yuan's face was cold as frost as he gritted his teeth and said, Chen Yi, Zhong Hanlin, you guys are really ballsy enough. Yi Yuan naturally understood in his heart. Han Yong was remembered by Zhong Hanlin, and hence he was being implicated by him. His feud with the soaring flower lineage grew deeper and deeper. Han Yong, this person, was very crude, but he was very straightforward and also very loyal. He was deserving of being a good brother. Old Bear, you guys help me watch over the abode well. I have some matters and need to go somewhere, Yi Yuan said to the Old Bear. Old Bear nodded and said, relax, with the three of us around, unless it's the Shadow Moon Sex Deacon powerhouses that come, otherwise no one can touch this place. Yi Yuan nodded his head, feet striding out, his figure disappearing from Fire Cloud Peak. Smack! Made you transport a few pieces of heavy gold stones, and you took your own sweet time. You didn't eat rice? I say, you good for nothing, what use do you have? Why don't you go and die? A seventh firmament divine lord supervisor held a whip in his hands, landing it viciously on a burly man. That lashing was deep until bone could be seen. Bang! He still did not vent his anger like this and followed up with a kick onto that burly man's body, directly kicking him flying. When the burly man landed on the ground, he immediately vomited out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A dozen over miscellaneous affairs disciples stood in front of that supervisor, each and every one incomparably respectful. No one dared to come forward. The supervisor was wearing the outfit of Heavenly Heart Peak's disciples. He was very eye-catching. Han Yong struggled to stand up, gaze looking at the supervisor coldly, clenching his jaws tightly. You, temper isn't small. Still dare to glare at me? I'll make you stare. Smack. Another whip lashed over. The flesh on Han Yong's face was taken out, looking gruesome and savage. That supervisor's technique was clearly extremely accomplished. The divine essence used was just right. This whip landing would not kill people, but it would absolutely flay apart skin and flesh, with the pain penetrating into the marrows. Han Yong had a dark expression as he gritted his teeth and said, Du Zichuan, I went up the mountain to deliver heavy gold stones, but I just happened to run into Li Jinyao. Then he made me go do stuff. You dare say that this wasn't arranged by you? Du Zichuan said angrily when he heard that insolent thing. A mere miscellaneous affairs disciple actually dares to slander an outer sect disciple. Have you eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Smack. Finished talking, it was another whipping. Du Zichuan said disdainfully, Do you think that you're still that high and mighty genius disciple? You're merely a good-for-nothing now. A complete and utter trash. Ha ha. With Han Yong being seriously injured by Zhong Hanlin that time, even though he went through a period of healing, he was already unable to return to his peak state. The current Han Yong's realm fell drastically and only had third firmament divine lord cultivation. So in front of Du Zichuan, he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Han Yong had a dark look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, You lackey. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll regret it. He had a stubborn temper. Although he was humiliated in all kinds of ways, he never gave in. Du Zichuan laughed loudly and said, Kill you? Why'd I have to kill you? I'm currently happy every day. Wouldn't killing you miss out on a lot of fun? Moreover, senior apprentice brother Zhang made me entertain you well. But this time, I'm really not happy anymore. So you suffer my wrath then. Finished talking, Du Zichuan's whip landed on Han Yong's body like a venomous snake's tongue flashing out. This guy was clearly a master of torturing people. Each lash landing, the flesh and skin on Han Yong's body would be taken out. This was not fatal, but it was even more horrible than death. Han Yong was beaten until he kept rolling on the ground but refused to make any bit of sound, forcefully enduring it. Smack! The whip sounded out but did not land this time. Du Zichuan's expression changed. He only felt a blur before his eyes and a person suddenly appeared in front of him. That person grabbed the whip firmly in his hand. No matter how Du Zichuan tried to move his whip, he was unable to pull it out. Du Zichuan's face flushed red from exertion as he said, "I'll let go." A cold light glinted in Yi Yuan's eyes, his wrist lightly shaking, and the whip slipped out of his hand. Du Zichuan was startled inwardly and said with a grim expression, Who are you to dare act wildly on my heavenly heart peak? Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I know. You're Zhong Hanlin's lackey." Du Zichuan's face changed. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan was here to find trouble? But he was used to running amok every single day by relying on the fact that he was a member of the Soaring Flower lineage. Hence, he did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Merely an outer sect disciple that he had not seen before, did he still dare to challenge the Soaring Flower lineage? I'm warning you. I'm a member of the Soaring Flower lineage. If you dare to touch me, you won't have a good end. Du Zichuan appeared tough outward, but was timid inward as he threatened Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. If you didn't say that you're a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, I might still pull my punches with you. But now, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan and the Soaring Flower lineage's conflict had a long history. This guy actually used this to threaten him. Truly, the evil that we bring upon ourselves was the hardest to bear. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately do anything to him, but bent over and inspected Han Yong. Han Yong already fainted from the pain. Currently, his body seemed to have blossomed, skin flayed open and flesh torn, not an intact spot on his body from head to tie. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart had long already burst through the fence. Fishing out a medicinal pill, he stuffed it into Han Yong's mouth and used divine essence to help him process it. When Du Zichuan saw this scene, he took the chance when Yi Yuan was not paying attention, wanting to slip away. However, the moment his figure moved, a force already arrived through the air. Bang! The back of Du Zichuan's legs were struck, causing him to directly kneel down. Yi Yuan grasped it very accurately. Du Zichuan's legs already completely lost feeling now. He was completely unable to run anymore. Don't be in a hurry. It hasn't started yet. Run for what? Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice seemed to have come from the underworld, making him feel a chill run down his spine. He wanted to run, but he could not run. Very soon, Han Yong slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was all some flesh wound. While it was painful, it was not a big deal. Of course, it was also that Yi Yuan came in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Why Yi Yuan? You actually didn't die. When Han Yong opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he could not help looking shocked. Ever since 200 years ago, with Bailey Qingyan playing a melody on the zither on Firecloud Peak, everyone already knew that Yi Yuan died. But Yi Yuan was actually standing in front of him alive now. No, wait, 200 years' time, breaking through from a 6th Firmament Divine Lord to becoming a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. What was the speed? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Some things talk again later. Right now, we will be avenging grievances if there are. Taking revenge if there's grudge. As he said, Yi Yuan passed the whip to Han Yong. Han Yong was taken aback and immediately understood. These few years, he was tormented by Du Zichuan till the verge of death. Many times, he wished to commit suicide but endured it. He was someone with a very tough and tenacious personality. He still pulled through in the end. Even though he knew that it was difficult to recover to his peak again, he always held onto that glimmer of hope. Han Yong received the whip and said through gnashed teeth, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, We're brothers. Thanking me for what? This is merely a small fry. So hurry up and finish him off. Do you dare to make a scene with me? Han Yong's expression changed, immediately guessing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm already like this, what's not to dare? Even if I can't return to the peak, this grudge, I have to avenge it too. It's just that, it will drag you down like this. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Drag me down? Heh, my enmity with the Soaring Flower lineage has long been irreconcilable hatred already. Han Yong was stunned and suddenly nodded and said, You're not even scared. What am I afraid of? But this Du Zichuan. I must vent this frustration properly today. Finished talking, Han Yong slowly walked over toward Du Zichuan. Du Zichuan's expression changed and he threatened Han Yong, you good for nothing. Do you dare to hit me? Han Yong smiled coldly and said, are you stupid? Not hitting you these few years was because I couldn't beat you. Otherwise, you'd have long died 10,000 times. Now my brother is here, so you just savor it well. Are you all a bunch of pigs? Can't even handle such a small matter. This time, you let Duan Qinghong, that damn thing, gets off cheap again. Inside a small room on Heavenly Bud Peak, Zhang Hanlin was currently bellowing at the Soaring Flower lineage's disciples. Clearly, he was very upset. After 200 years of cultivation, Zhang Hanlin, who had talent surpassing others, already broke through to become a half-step celestial deity. Just one more step and he could reach celestial deity realm. And he would also become the Soaring Flower lineage's outer sect #1 person officially. Duan Qinghong and he were running neck to neck, similarly becoming the Cloudsword lineage's outer sect #1 person. These two people had also been secretly competing all along. Zhang Hanlin scolded the disciples fiercely. Suddenly, someone came to report saying that someone outside was looking for him. He gave a cold snort and said angrily, you all just wait, you will all get it. The moment he went out the door, Zhang Hanlin saw Du Zichuan, whose skin was flayed open, his flesh torn. His face fell and he said, Du Zichuan, who beat you until like this? Although Du Zichuan's talent wasn't much, he knew how to ingratiate himself to people very well, and was also very reliable when doing things. So Zhang Hanlin liked him a lot. One had to look at the master when beating a dog too. This Shadow Moon sect actually still had someone who dared to touch his, Zhang Hanlin's, people. It's me. Behind Du Zichuan, a figure appeared. Zhang Hanlin was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly jumped up like he saw a ghost and said stammeringly, why aren't you dead? You didn't die, how could I dare die? Smack. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his hand like lightning and gave a slap. Clear and resonant. Caught off guard, Zhang Hanlin was directly slapped by Yi Yuan until he looked for teeth on the ground. Of course, even if he was prepared, it was also impossible to dodge this strike of Yi Yuan's. This scene immediately attracted a large group of disciples to surround and watch. Who is this person? To actually dare hit Zhang Hanlin? He doesn't want to live anymore. Never seen before. When did such a powerful existence appear among the outer sect disciples? Just now was just a sneak attack, right? With Zhang Hanlin's strength, it's impossible for him, a 9th Firmament Divine Lord, to be Zhang Hanlin's match. Zhang Hanlin crawled to his feet and only felt the world spinning around, unable to find his bearing at all. Only after swaying for a long time did he vaguely see Yi Yuan's figure. He roared angrily. You actually dare to hit me? I'll tell you very clearly, you'll die very miserably. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, these words, regardless whether it's you or Qian Yi or Jiang Shuiyan, you've said it many times already. But I'm still perfectly fine right now. Zhang Hanlin's expression changed, his eyes swiveling around. He knew that he was definitely not Yi Yuan's match, so he could not muster up the thought to resist at all. Back then, when Yi Yuan was 6th Firmament Divine Lord, he, a 9th Firmament Divine Lord, was already not a match. The current Yi Yuan already skyrocketed, directly breaking through to become a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. He, this half-step celestial deity, was not totally not enough to look at. This bit, Zhang Hanlin was aware in his heart. What he had to do right now was inform Qian Yi. At this time, the Soaring Flower lineage's disciples also all came out. He secretly made a hand gesture to one of his confidants. That disciple understood and turned around and left. How could this scene escape Yi Yuan's eyes? However, he did not stop him but allowed him to leave. Today, Yi Yuan was hell-bent on blowing the matter up. Go, kowtow, and apologize to my brother, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Hanlin was taken aback. Looking over in the direction Yi Yuan pointed, his expression could not help changing. Han Yong? You want me to kowtow and apologize to this trash? No way in hell. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Zhang Hanlin stuck his neck out, revealing an appearance of the situation being so bad that making it worse made no real difference. Except, his words made everyone's jaws hit the ground. People around them were all outer sect disciples. They naturally knew Zhang Hanlin's might and also knew that he normally acted like a tyrant. Today, being given a slap by someone, he actually did not even dare to resist. Everyone used extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of god was this unknown guy? Smack! Another slap. The last time it was the left side of the face. This time it was the right side of the face. 2 slaps smacked out half of Zhang Hanlin's teeth. On his face, 10 fingerprints could be seen clearly. Not going, slap until you go, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Hanlin gritted his teeth and said, I'm not going. Fucking hell. Do you really think that I am scared of you? Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hanlin and smiled. Smiled until his hair stood on ends. And he said, if you feel that you can dodge, feel free and try. Finished talking, his hand raised up unhurriedly. Zhang Hanlin immediately went on full alert. Then Yi Yuan's hand took his time to slap over. Zhang Hanlin wanted to dodge, his movement technique swift as lightning. At this moment, his half-step celestial deity strength was displayed in its entirety. However, smack! Another incomparably clear slapping sound sounded out. Zhang Hanlin was smacked until he flew out horizontally. Going or not? Yi Yuan asked again. Not far away, Han Yong's entire person was dumbfounded from watching. Only all the way until today did he know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. In front of him, the Zhang Hanlin, who was as powerful as a heavenly god, actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yi Yuan's hands. He could not even dodge a slap from Yi Yuan. These two people were not on the same order of magnitude at all. That was a half-step celestial deity. Even though half-step celestial deities were not as good as real celestial deity powerhouses, compared to ninth firmament divine lords, they were powerhouses from a totally different world. But he was still like a fragile paper in front of Yi Yuan. Not talking, then I'll take it as you're not going, Yi Yuan said coolly and slapped again fiercely. Zhang Hanlin was slapped until he saw stars, his entire head giddy. Yi Yuan did not speak either, just smacking slap after slap like this. Finally, Zhang Hanlin could not take it anymore. He could not distinguish north, south, east, west at the moment. He quickly shouted, Go! I'll go! Zhang Hanlin knew that he could not hold out until Chen Yi arrived at all. Now, there was only buying time. When Chen Yi arrived, he would return it to Yi Yuan 1,000 times over. Being slapped 4 times in a row by Yi Yuan, Zhang Hanlin's face swelled, turning into a pig's head, only to see him stall for time step by step, practically shifting in front of Han Yong. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp as he said in a cold voice, kneel down. Zhang Hanlin was beaten silly by Yi Yuan. Hearing these words, he could not hold on anymore and kneeled down with a thud. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right? Yi Yuan said coldly. Zhang Hanlin hurriedly said, No need, no need. Han Yong, I'm sorry. As he said, Zhang Hanlin apologized as he kowtowed. Yi Yuan said coldly, if I don't make you stop, you're not allowed to stop. Kowtow all the way until my brother is satisfied. How could Zhang Hanlin dare to stop? He kept on kowtowing just like that and kept apologizing. When everyone saw this scene, all of them opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. Since Zhang Hanlin entered the sect for over 200 years, it had always been him screwing with people. When was it other people's turn to humiliate him like this? But they also secretly broke into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan. This was offending the soaring flower lineage's people to the core. On Heavenly Bud Peak, the people surrounding and watching got more and more. Sweat gradually seeped out on Han Yong's forehead. This commotion was a little too big. Carry on stirring up trouble like this, it would alarm the sect. The matters between disciples, as long as it did not get too overboard and did not violate the sect's rules, the sect would not care too much. But this incident today was blown out a little too big. Yi Yuan, it's really heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. The person had yet to arrive and the voice arrived first. Clearly, it was Chen Yi who came. The moment Zhang Hanlin heard this voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Scrambling to his feet, he laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure this time. To dare offend my soaring flower lineage, you're really tired of living. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and directly kicked a foot over. Zhang Hanlin wanted to dodge, but how could he dodge? He took a hit solidly and could not get up for quite a while. All right, now that my brother's scores are squared, we should settle ours. Yi Yuan stomped on his chest and said coldly. Xianxia rushed over and just happened to see the scene and immediately burned with fury. Yi Yuan, let Zhang Hanlin go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Xianxia said in a great rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are your soaring flower lineage all idiots? You're already making me die very horribly, why would I still let him go? When everyone heard Yi Yuan's arrogant words, they all had shocked faces. That was Xianxia. This guy actually dared to speak to Xianxia like this. He really did not know how the word death was written. As he said, Yi Yuan even stomped on Zhang Hanlin's chest viciously. Zhang Hanlin vomited out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. Zhang Hanlin went utterly mad. Holding blood in his mouth, he laughed angrily and said, Yi Yuan, you just hit. The harder you hit, the more terrifying senior apprentice brother Xianxia's revenge. Could you even dare to kill me? Bring it on. Kill me. Ha ha ha. Xianxia had a dark look as he closed in on Yi Yuan step by step, aura growing stronger and stronger. What Hanlin said is right, even if lend you a few galls, do you dare to kill him? Using a person you don't dare to kill to come and threaten me, how foolish are you? Each step he took, Xianxia's aura climbed up a great deal. The pressure of celestial deity realm forced everyone to fall back repeatedly. While Yi Yuan was bearing the brunt of it, he wanted to use his aura to make Yi Yuan submit. Crack. Right at this time, the sound of bone breaking sounded out. Zhang Hanlin spewed out another large mouthful of blood. His injuries already extremely severe. Yi Yuan stomped down without the least bit of mercy. He looked at Xianxia and said with a faint smile, You said that. I don't dare to kill him? You try saying it one more time. The force under Yi Yuan's foot grew heavier and heavier. Zhang Hanlin's eyes rolled back, the blood in his mouth dribbling out. It was evident he could not survive anymore. When Xianxia saw this scene, his eyes could not help turning intent, the imposing momentum on his body immediately dissipating into thin air. He thought that, with his imposing momentum coupled with the sex rules, he could break Yi Yuan's will. But who knew that Yi Yuan was not moved at all? Yi Yuan, you're mad. You dare to kill your fellow apprentice within the sect. Xianxia's voice was grim to the extreme. Fellow apprentice? Heh. These two words coming out of your mouth is really satire. During the entrance examination, Zhang Hanlin already wanted to kill me, but his strength was lacking. When it was evident that he was going to be killed by me, you ambushed me with celestial deity realm cultivation. Later, I entered the sect. You used despicable means to make me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. You dare say that you didn't do it in order to kill me? If it's merely these, forget it too. Han Yong had no grudge nor enmity with you guys. But just because of our relationship, Zhang Hanlin crippled his cultivation and even had his subordinates humiliate him. Today, you guys must die. Yi Yuan's words were cast loudly, making everyone get a big shock. They had never heard before that among the disciples who entered the sect this season, there was actually still such a monstrous existence. The key point was that Xianxia went to ambush Yi Yuan with first firmament celestial deity strength, and Yi Yuan actually survived safe and sound. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Xianxia's methods also indeed made people feel contempt. Entrance examination. To actually deal a deadly blow toward a disciple who had not officially entered the sect. Too shameless. Xianxia looked at the Zhang Hanlin spasming on the ground and said in a solemn voice, You quickly let him go. If Zhang Hanlin dies, you have to die too. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Is that so? That doesn't need you to worry about it. Xianxia's expression was gloomy, his gaze also flickering waveringly. Suddenly, several figures flew over from the horizon. Xianxia's eyes lit up, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became gloating. Impudent thing, to actually dare harm your fellow apprentice in broad daylight. How do you plead? A middle-aged man landed from the sky. His aura was extraordinary. He was clearly a high-level celestial deity realm. Looking at the Zhang Hanlin, who was already heavily injured on the verge of death under Yi Yuan's foot, the middle-aged man was greatly enraged. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Deacon Zhang, this boy is very cruel and savage. He beat Zhang Hanlin until like this without a word after coming up Heavenly Bud Peak. not eliminating this fiend. Our Shadow Moon sect disciples will be bitterly disappointed. Deacon Zheng glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "This seat is the Law Enforcement Hall's Deacon Zheng Yunjia. Now, I order you to let Zhong Hanlin go and surrender without resisting and accept the sect's punishment." Yi Yuan looked at Deacon Zheng and suddenly grinned and said, "Deacon Zheng, if I didn't guess wrongly, you're also a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, right?" Deacon Zheng's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. Upon entering the sect, all of us are Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Little animal. Still not letting him go. Don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Come on. I want to see how you won't be courteous." As he said, the force under his foot grew a little heavier again. The pitiful Zhong Hanlin was already only breathing in and not breathing out anymore. This guy wanted to kill him time and again. How could Yi Yuan possibly let him off? When Deacon Zheng saw this scene, his face turned grim to the extreme. This Yi Yuan did not give any face to him at all. Zhong Hanlin was a cornerstone talent of the Soaring Flower lineage. Even though he could not compare to Bailey Qingyan, his position was also irreplaceable. Therefore, he could not die. It was also precisely because of this that Deacon Zheng and Qian Yi would hold back from taking action for fear of repercussions. Just as both parties were at a standoff, more and more people swarmed over. The news spread throughout the entire Shadow Moon sect very quickly. On Canopy Peak, when Bailey Qingyan heard this news, her lovely body could not help trembling and she disappeared from where she stood with a flash. On Tianying Peak, a woodcutter who was currently chopping firewood suddenly had his thoughts stir and he said with a smile, "Hey, this kid indeed didn't disappoint this old man. It's just that this old man wants to know how you're planning on clearing this hurdle." Done talking, his body gradually dissipated in place, finally turning into nothing. While at this time an old man slowly walked out, arrived in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "I'm Heavenly Bud Peak's Anti-Hall head elder. Young man, show mercy whenever possible. Give this old man some face and let Zhong Hanlin go." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Sorry about it. Today, I'm not giving anybody face. He must die." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped down. Zhong Hanlin's chest was directly caved in. "You, actually, really killed him." Qian Yi looked at the Zhong Hanlin who was already thoroughly dead. His eyes was full of disbelief. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan actually really killed a person. That Heavenly Bud Peak's Anti-Hall head elder's expression was even ugly to the extreme. He thought that his prestige was big enough, his status high enough, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. It was still fine if he did not say. The moment he said, Yi Yuan directly trampled Zhong Hanlin to death. This poked a big hole in the basket. Is this guy crazy? There has never been anyone who dared to kill people within the boundaries of subpeaks. This guy is seeking death. He might be thinking of mutual destruction. After all, the Soaring Flower lineage is too much. Regarding this kind of suicide-style murder, everyone was full of puzzlement too. It could only be thought that Yi Yuan lost his mind in his hatred and wanted to perish together with Zhong Hanlin. Deacon Zheng's expression was sullen to the extreme and he roared furiously, "What audacity! Take him down for me!" Behind him, two celestial deity realm powerhouses had long accumulated their power, awaiting release. Under the word of command, they sped towards Yi Yuan like lightning. "Stop!" A delicate voice came over. Bailey Qingyan's figure appeared in the nick of time, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. This sudden change made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Bailey Qingyan turned around and glanced at Yi Yuan, her eyes full of complicatedness, seeming to have thousands of words that she wanted to say. However, now was clearly not the time to speak. Bailey Qingyan's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise. Deacon Zheng, although Yi Yuan violated the sect rules, this matter was incited by Qian Yi and Zhong Hanlin to begin with. They wanted to kill Yi Yuan time and again. I saw it with my own eyes. The present Bailey Qingyan was different from when she just entered the sect. The person she was back then still appeared somewhat inexperienced, being impeded by Jiang Shuyan in all respects like a little sister. But now, her aura was already totally different. When she spoke, she radiated all without being angry with the dignified manner of a sovereign. With over 200 years past, Bailey Qingyan had long broken through to the celestial deity realm already. Her current aura was not the slightest bit weaker compared to Chen Yi as well. Prodigies were prodigies. Their rising trend was not what anyone could stop. The moment she spoke, the weight was different. Even Deacon Zheng also did not dare to casually say to take him down. At this time, that anti-hall head elder snorted coldly and said in anger, "Humph! Bailey lass, this kid is too overweening to actually kill my heavenly Bud Peak's disciple with the most potential in front of this elder. If I don't kill him today, how will I still be this anti-hall head elder in the future?" Here, his strength was the greatest, his position also the highest. But Yi Yuan did not give any face at all. Now, he could not quite maintain his dignity anymore. Bailey Qingyan said to him with clasped hands, "Elder Tao, Yi Yuan was indeed improper in doing this, but he's in the heat of anger right now. Doing unwise actions is also within reason. Bailey Qingyan apologizes to you on his behalf. But this matter, Bailey will bring Yi Yuan up to the law enforcement hall and confront with Qianyi. Yi Yuan, his crime doesn't deserve death." Qianyi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "So many years have passed, you're still so useless. You can forever only hide behind a woman's back." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned cold and she said in a cold voice, "Qianyi, you shut up for me." Qianyi laughed loudly and said, "Why? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Bailey Qingyan was just about to say something, but Yi Yuan walked in front of her and said coolly, "Qianyi, you self-righteous fool. This time you won't have such good luck anymore. Today, our score should be settled properly." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. "Bro, you can hardly fend for yourself right now, alright? Posturing can change time and venue. To also be able to utter this kind of big talk, really don't know what you're talking about." Sure enough, Qianyi burst out laughing when he heard it and said, "I won't be so lucky? Punk, you're soft in the head, right? What's the situation currently? Can't you see clearly yet?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came today to take Zhong Hanlin's life and yours. Now, he has already gone first. Very soon, I'll send you to go see him." Qianyi sneered when he heard that and said, "With just you?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "With just me? Do you dare to have a fight with me?" Bailey Qingyan's pupils constricted and she cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan, are you mad? He's a celestial deity realm powerhouse." Qianyi laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! You, a ninth firmament divine lord, want to challenge me? What qualifications do you have?" Yi Yuan looked at Qianyi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You were scared." Qianyi smiled coldly and said, "I'm scared? Heh. Brat, goading techniques are useless. You, a measly outer sect disciple. What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" What Yi Yuan said was right. Qianyi was really a little lacking in self-confidence. It was not that he was scared of Yi Yuan, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan's unpredictability was too great. When Yi Yuan was at second firmament divine lord, he could cross 3 minor realms to battle. Furthermore, it was even 1 versus 2. Furthermore, it was even with Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, this kind of elite. Not seeing for 200 years how Yi Yuan's combat strength was, Qianyi really could not be sure. Right now, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation. He had no need to fight to the bitter end with Yi Yuan. Win, he had no benefits at all. Lose, he would not be able to raise his head in the future. Although Qianyi was very confident, Bailey Qingyan still perceived a trace of Qianyi's lack of confidence. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. These 200 years' time, she obtained the sect's heavy grooming. Her strength had long soared to the sky in 1 bound already, leaving her peers behind. Could it be that Yi Yuan's present strength was actually not worse than hers? Was this possible? The present Yi Yuan was merely 9th firmament divine lord. Humph! Does this brat want to fish in troubled waters? A 9th firmament divine lord challenging a celestial deity realm? Overestimating his own ability. In my view, there's no need to compete. What Qianyi said was right. You're a criminal and have no right to compete. Bailey lass, move aside. Elder Tao said with a cold snort. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed and she said, not moving. Even if Yi Yuan made a mistake, it also needs to be up to the law enforcement hall to punish. Yi Yuan, follow me to the law enforcement hall. Bailey Qingyan pulled Yi Yuan and was about to leave. Everyone's faces changed. With Bailey Qingyan's present identity, no one really dared to do anything to her. Yi Yuan's protective talisman was very emboldened. Bailey lass, do you want a rebel? With Elder Tao having his face rebuffed time and again, he was already almost losing himself in rage. Right at this time, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. A figure slowly walked out of the void. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate. He felt like the whole world was about to collapse. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, it was like someone used their hand to clutch his heart, making him unable to even breathe. True God Realm Powerhouse. This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Yuan's mind. That person's gaze was like lightning. Staring at Yi Yuan coldly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sect decree. Those who kill fellow apprentices, kill without amnesty. Now you can go and die." Done talking, that person did not give Yi Yuan the slightest chance to argue too, pointing a finger out casually. The finger of a true god realm, even a casual finger, was also extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan just felt that the surrounding space was completely locked down. He was unable to mobilize spatial law at all. True god realm powerhouses, even if they did not know spatial law, their application of spatial law already reached a level where it makes one's hair stand on end too. This was completely the crushing of realm, and this finger directly ignored the Bailey Qingyan in front of Yi Yuan, falling straight onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. When Bailey Qingyan saw this scene, she could not help turning pale with fright. When she learned the news that Yi Yuan was not dead, she had no idea how happy in her heart. But now they had just reunited and were going to become separated by death. She was unwilling. Qian Yi and the rest all had gloating faces. This damn guy was finally going to die this time, right? But right then, a layer of ripple suddenly emerged in the space in front of Yi Yuan. A rusty axe poked out of the void. That finger dissipated into thin air. That true god realm powerhouse's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, "Lumberjack, you're not chopping wood on your Tianying Peak. What did you run to my heavenly bud peak for?" While talking, a woodcutter in shabby clothes walked out of the void and said with a chuckle, "This place isn't Tianying Peak, but Yi Yuan is my Tianying Peak's member. Jiang Hong, you want to kill my Tianying Peak's people? How can I take it as I didn't see it?" Jiang Hong's face fell, and he said, "He violated the sect rules and deserves to be executed." That woodcutter rolled his sleeves up and also rolled his trousers up. Hemp garment and sackcloths, he did not look like an expert at all. But that attack earlier, it was still vivid in everyone's mind. This person was absolutely a powerhouse on the same level as Jiang Hong. Hearing Jiang Hong's words, the woodcutter chortled and said, "Sect rules? Hoo-hoo. Are my Shadow Moon sect's rules to let disciples with talent die with hatred?" Jiang Hong's face fell and he said, "Lumberjack, watch your identity. Pay attention to your words." But the woodcutter was indifferent. Waving his hand grandly, he said, "Don't talk about whatever identity with this father of yours. I am a woodcutter. If you want to kill my Tianying Peaks people, ask the axe in my hand first." Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, "Boorish people can't be reasoned with. No matter what, that kid must die today. Otherwise, where will my heavenly bud peak's face go?" The woodcutter completely ignored Jiang Hong's threat and said with a laugh, "Didn't Yi Yuan look for that kid called Qian Yi to cross swords? Young people's matter. Let them settle it themselves. Us old fellow shouldn't get involved." The woodcutter's words made everyone's faces change. Was this coming to save Yi Yuan or coming to make Yi Yuan seek his doom? Having Yi Yuan face off with a celestial deity realm powerhouse. Wasn't this courting death? Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, "Since you want to make him seek his doom, I'm naturally not stopping it. Qian Yi, I'll leave him to you." Qian Yi's expression flickered waveringly and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Elder Jiang Hong." Jiang Hong gave Qian Yi a glance rather surprisedly and started becoming uncertain in his heart. This Qian Yi seemed to be somewhat lacking in confidence against Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was really something fishy about this Yi Yuan? But he did not say much either. Questioning Qian Yi at this time was clearly not some wise action. At this point, everyone naturally had some surmises about these two mighty true god powerhouses' identities. 9 great sub-peaks skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. But the matter today was stirred up so big it clearly alarmed these 2 great skill-imparting elders. This Tianying Peak skill-imparting elder of the 9 great sub-peaks was the most mysterious. Because concerning Tianying Peak's matters, he had never cared about it before. No one could have thought that today, for Yi Yuan, he actually revealed his true self. Everyone similarly also did not expect that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder was actually a woodcutter. Even Zhang Hong clearly looked down on this woodcutter, feeling that he was too boorish. In reality, if not for neutralizing Zhang Hong's skill previously, no one could think that this woodcutter in front of them was actually a true God Realm powerhouse. This guy was too ordinary. Ordinary until when dropped into a pile of people it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. But Yi Yuan saw power from this woodcutter. That Zhang Hong was clearly very wary toward the woodcutter. At this time, the woodcutter suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan cheerfully. There was completely no difference from those lumberjacks chopping wood in the mountains. This kind of woodcutter gave people an extremely absurd misconception, making people truly unable to regard him as an expert. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter, incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of feeling was absolutely not because the woodcutter was too ordinary, but because he was too unordinary. This was a boundary of returning to one's original simplicity, a realm that most people could not imagine. Heck kid, don't lose face for our Tianying Peak. Pummel him fiercely for me, the woodcutter said to Yi Yuan gaily. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Many thanks to Elder for taking action. Yi Yuan won't bring shame upon you. The woodcutter patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. From that moment you, kid, stepped onto Tianying Peak, I already noticed you. That bunch of fools only know how to form factions, not one who appreciates goods. Powerhouses ultimately need themselves to be powerful. No matter how strong one's faction is, that's also not theirs. Exhibit your talent and let those fools regret away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect that the woodcutter had actually paid attention to him so long ago. It seemed like he was well aware of each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions. Hence, that was why he would be so confident in him. Furthermore, the words that the woodcutter said happened to coincide with Yi Yuan's views. A faction being powerful indeed had many conveniences but also had many shortcomings. To really talk about who was better and who was worse off, it was hard to say. But there was one thing: martial artists ultimately still had to rely on themselves. There would always come a day when others could not be trusted. Stepping into the ring, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving like a pine tree. Xianxia smiled coldly and said, "Foolish fellow, you think that by breaking through to become 9th Firmament Divine Lord, you can deal with Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses? I'll tell you today how great the disparity between the Divine Lord Realm and the Celestial Deity Realms are." The present Xianxia was already not that Xianxia back then. Although he did not break through to become a 2nd Firmament Celestial Deity, his strength was much stronger compared to 200 years ago. Even though Qianye's talent could not compare to Bailey Qingyan, this kind of freak, but it was also absolutely not what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry could compare to. In reality, this generation's representative figure of Heavenly Bud Peak was him. Hence, Yi Yuan's behavior was undoubtedly like a moth flying into the fire in everyone's view. Even if the woodcutter seemed to feel very optimistic about Yi Yuan. The difference between the Celestial Deity Realm and the Divine Lord Realm was known to everyone. Even for a genius like Bailey Qingyan, it was also impossible to jump realms and battle. Forget about a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Even if Bailey Qingyan was a half-step Celestial Deity, she could not do it too. Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Their inner worlds already started to give birth to myriad life. Their world power was more than 100 times of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Coupled with the horrifying Divine Essence reserves, even if it was a casual strike, it was also not what Divine Lord Realm martial artists could resist. On what basis could Yi Yuan win? The gap between Celestial Deity Realm and Divine Lord Realm. I don't need you to remind me. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. The more you talk, the more it displays the hesitation in your heart. Yi Yuan looked at Qianxia and said coolly. Qianye's faltering confidence. Yi Yuan naturally saw through it with one glance. Divine Lord Realm challenging Celestial Deity Realm, this kind of courting death action. If Qian Yi was brimming with confidence, he would not have the least bit of hesitation. However, he hesitated. This showed that the strength he exhibited previously already left behind an indelible impression in Qian Ye's heart. Following the increase in his realm, the uncertainty in Qian Ye's heart grew even greater. Hence, that was why he did not dare to answer the challenge. Because punishing Yi Yuan through the sect rules was much safer. Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "Heh, with just the likes of you? I'm just disdainful to take action. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll personally avenge Hanlin and redress his hatred." Yi Yuan smiled scornfully and said, "Really so much crap? Something that can be settled with a slap? What are you hesitating for?" Zhang Hong's brows furrowed, and he could not help scrutinizing Yi Yuan anew. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Qian Yi was really faltering. Although the two people's realms were far apart from start to end, it was all Yi Yuan grasping the initiative. If it was an opponent of similar strength, this bit of flaw was enough to be fatal. Did Yi Yuan really have the strength, or was he making an empty show of strength? "Woodcutter, you're so optimistic about this brat?" Zhang Hong could not resist asking. The woodcutter smiled simply and said, "Heh, I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. Maybe the one who loses is Yi Yuan. But I know that even if Yi Yuan can't win, it absolutely won't be easy for Qian Yi to want to take him down too." A hint of strange expression revealed on Zhang Hong's face. Thinking to himself that this guy did not even have confidence himself and yet let that kid take the field? This guy was indeed a lunatic that cannot be explained by reason. Junyi's sword entering the hand, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since you're not making a move, then I'll make a move." Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword energy made everyone's faces change. Sword Dao rank 5, this is his reliance? Foolish. When Elder Tao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. But his words were full of contempt. Divine Lord Realm comprehending Sword Dao rank 5, this was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Except, dealing with Celestial Deity Realm with this was clearly still not enough. But Qian Yi behaved akin to facing a great enemy and gritted his teeth and said, "Who cares about your laws? I'll just use Realm to crush you." Done talking, Qian Ye's aura climbed frenziedly. The ring teemed with his world power. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become Qian Ye's world. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and had a direct understanding of the might of Celestial Deity Realm. If the world power of the Divine Lord Realm was just a trickle, then the world power of the Celestial Deity Realm was a great river. World power was the martial artist's control of a region of the world. Celestial Deity Realms already reached a subtle and meticulous degree regarding this control of a region of the world. Those able to contend with Celestial Deity Realms were only Celestial Deity Realms. Of course, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the rules. His figure started becoming erratic. The space around also emitted strange undulations. If Qian Ye's world power was an impervious shield, then Yi Yuan was a sharp blade. This was the showdown between the spear and the shield. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yuan broke through the heavy barrier of world power and rushed in front of Qian Yi. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his pupils constricted. A divine lord could actually break through the world power of the Celestial Deity Realm? One had to know, the world power of a celestial deity was more than 100 times stronger than a divine lord. This guy's spatial law also became much stronger. Like this, how could Qian Yi still dare to be careless? He immediately went up to receive it and clashed together with Yi Yuan. Saber lights and sword shadows. The two people's moves were inconceivably swift and were actually hard, evenly matched. The surrounding audience, each and every one of them felt a chill, being dumbfounded with amazement by this scene in front of them. Zhang Hong opened his mouth wide and had disbelief written all over his face as he muttered, "Rank 5 Sword Dao Law fused with Rank 3 Spatial Law. How in the world? This did Brad achieve it?" At this moment, he finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Such monstrous talent entered the sect for more than 200 years, he was actually unknown to the public. This was simply a joke. In front of Yi Yuan, Bailey Qingyan was merely thus as well. Such a prodigy was actually relegated to Tianying Peak, which pig did it. Zhang Hong's inner heart was practically roaring. These skill-imparting elders, did not belong to any faction. If even this position was monopolized by the respective factions, then the Shadow Moon sect would also not be far from decline. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan's terrifying strength, Zhang Hong's first thought was to curse and swear. Looking at it now, Yi Yuan was hated by others for being more talented and deliberately ostracized to Tianying Peak. No wonder Yi Yuan had such great resentment. Anyone would also not be reconciled to it. These 200 years, Yi Yuan did not only break through realm. He also constantly fought with himself in the death cultivation space. His sword Dao Law already broke through to rank 5. Spatial Law also broke through to the level of Grand Completion rank 3. The two fusing together, Yi Yuan's combat power was no idea how many times stronger than before closed seclusion. While celestial deity realms were strong, Yi Yuan's cultivation method was powerful. Similarly, 9th Firmament Divine Lord, he was much stronger than those in the same rank. Powerful cultivation method coupled with powerful laws fusion, the disparity between Yi Yuan and a 1st Firmament celestial deity was not as great as others imagined. Of course, it was also absolutely not that easy. Qian Yi was not an ordinary 1st Firmament celestial deity. His law comprehension was likewise very high. In addition, his ubiquitous world power formed an absolute suppress against Yi Yuan. Except, this did not impede the people's surprise at Yi Yuan's strength. Haha, so what even if you can jump realms to battle? Aren't you still suppressed firmly by me? Foolish thing, do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Not wasting time with you anymore. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength and send you on your way. Xianxia's long spear moved, the terrifying aura locked Yi Yuan down firmly. Heavenly Dragon Howling Fang Spear. The berserk world power rushed to the tip of the spear frenziedly. It was as if that, in this entire world, there was only the spear left. At this moment, the people felt Xianxia's might. That spear seemingly transformed into an enormous dragon, exhaling a breath that made people shudder. Not good, this spear is too powerful, Yi Yuan is in danger. When Bailey Qingyan saw the spear, her beautiful face could not refrain from turning pale with fright. But the woodcutter chuckled and said, "Don't need to worry. Qian Yi has an ultimate move. But Yi Yuan's ultimate move isn't out yet." Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade and the aura on Yi Yuan's body became stronger. The surging chaos power poured out without any reservations. The swift and fierce sword energy surged to the sky. At the same time, the surrounding space also became illusory. Spirit concealing sword. Two peerlessly powerful auras collided together violently. At this moment, the void shattered, divine essence surging wildly. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Crack. Suddenly, the Junyi sword in Yi Yuan's hand could not withstand that terrifying pressure and actually fell apart. Not good. Yi Yuan's weapon is at too much of a disadvantage. Celestial deity martial technique versus divine lord martial technique. Furthermore, the two people's martial techniques are both too strong. Yi Yuan's weapon can't withstand it anymore. Junyi's sword's collapse made everyone worry about Yi Yuan. Especially Bailey Qingyan, her pretty face was already ashen pale. Ha ha ha. See if you still don't die. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Raising his long spear, his strength increased a bit more. For some time, the long spear's momentum was akin to a startled flock of ducks, thoroughly overwhelming Yi Yuan. That violent spear momentum already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan withstood the tremendous pressure, his expression very ugly. But he gave a cold snort and said, "You're happy too early." As he said, a sword intent that was faintly discernible spread out from Yi Yuan's body. In virtually an instant, those shattered Junyi sword fragments seemed to have been activated. In midair, the pieces of fragments seemed to be stars that filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. Sword intent akin to silk. Zhang Hong and the woodcutter both blurted out, extremely surprised. Clearly, this scene exceeded their expectations. Kill! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Those countless stars turned into flowing streams of light, rushing over toward Qian Yi. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. His world power could not stop the assault of those fragments at all. For a moment, Qian Yi felt as if there were tens of millions of swords rushing over towards him from all directions. Although his long spear was sharp, its momentum was already formed and could not be withdrawn at all anymore. Xianxia clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Want to kill me? You have to die too." Arg! This sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. It naturally also included Xianxia. He was aware that he could not withstand it and planned to perish together with Yi Yuan. Bang! Chi! 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 Xianxia's long spear shook, shocking away countless fragments. But there were still many fragments and punctured right into his body, turning his entire person into a sieve. However, Yi Yuan was not any better either. This spear was too domineering. Yi Yuan still could not block it completely in the end. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body, blue pattern swimming, but he flew out backward under the tremendous impact. After the intense showdown, both people fell to the ground, life and death unknown. Sword intent akin to silk, this kid actually reached such a realm. Zhang Hong looked at the Yi Yuan on the ground, eyes full of shock. Sword intent akin to silk was not some specially designated realm, but it was a sublimation of sword intent application. After Sword Da Lo reached a transcendent realm, it did not reach the end. When a martial artist's application of sword intent was sublimated once more, it could reach the realm of sword intent akin to silk. Legends had it that when Sword Dao Law was cultivated to the extreme, grass and vegetation could be used as swords. One did not need any mystic treasure at all. With a wave of a hand, it was all sword intent. Yi Yuan, reaching the realm of sword intent akin to silk, was already taking a solid step towards the great Tao of sword. The woodcutter's shock was no less than Zhang Hong's. He also did not think that not seeing for 200 years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually already so daunting. This kind of talent was truly rare in the world. On the stage, Qian Ye's entire person was convulsing. His body was already riddled full of holes. But with the might of celestial deity realms, it was naturally not so easy to die. While at this time Yi Yuan's finger moved and he actually slowly got up and walked over toward Xianxia. Zhang Hong's expression changed. Yi Yuan was going to kill people. Zhang Hong's figure moved, blocked in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Enough. You've already enjoyed all the limelight today. Leave it at that. The crime of you killing Zhong Hanlin, I'll ask the sect for leniency. I believe that with your talent, the sect won't do anything to you." Chen Yi was Heavenly Bud Peak's top genius, an existence who even had hopes of breaking through to the true God realm. He could not allow Chen Yi to be killed. A Zhong Hanlin already died today. If Chen Yi died too, Heavenly Bud Peak's young generation would surely have a missing generation. Although Yi Yuan's talent made Zhang Hong covet endlessly, Zhang Hong also understood that wanting to let Yi Yuan belong under Heavenly Bud Peak was already impossible. If Yi Yuan was really willing to come, forget about one Chen Yi, even 10 Chen Yi, he would not bat an eyelid to. Yi Yuan was full of injuries all over his body. Even lifting his arm was difficult. But he stood stubbornly and said coldly, "I said before, he must die today." Zhang Hong's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Kid, don't go too far. This seat's patience has a limit." Yi Yuan did not show any weakness. Looking straight into Zhang Hong's eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Elder Zhang is a skill-imparting elder. Then pray tell, what kind of crime is it to do harm to fellow disciples during the entrance examination? Also, sending me to Firecloud Peak to die with despicable means. What crime is that?" Zhang Hong's expression could not help choking and he said with a frown, "But you're still standing here perfectly fine now. Furthermore, Zhong Hanlin was already killed by you. This matter can stop here already." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Zhong Hanlin was merely a clown jumping around. If not for Chen Yi stopping me, I'd have killed him at Shadow Moon Mountain Range. The real culprit is Chen Yi." Zhang Hong felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pestering unreasonably already and said angrily, "Enough. This seat is here today. Could it be that you still want to kill people with the likes of you?" Yi Yuan smiled miserably and said, "If I hadn't exhibited my strength, it serves me right to be toyed to death by Chen Yi. Is that it? Their lives are more valuable than others." Zhang Hong said coolly, "Otherwise? This is a world where the strong reigns supreme. Without strength, you can only be eliminated. Withdraw. It's impossible for you to kill him today." The woodcutter gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, Yi Yuan, forget it. Qian Yi is Heavenly Bud Peak's lifeblood. Jiang Hong won't let you kill him. The woodcutter could naturally tell that Jiang Hong was unshakable in his resolve to protect Qian Yi. Even if he acted, it would not work too. Moreover, even if this matter was escalated up the sect, it was also Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan killing a Zhong Hanlin was already unjustifiable. Killing another Qian Yi would be too much. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hong and suddenly smiled. When Jiang Hong saw Yi Yuan smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said, I, Yi Yuan, will definitely carry out what I said. If I want him to die, he must die. Jiang Hong's brows furrowed, feeling that Yi Yuan was rather unreasonable. He flicked his sleeves grandly. Xianxia's body flew towards Elder Tao involuntarily, who said lightly, bring him to go treat his wounds. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, revealing rather reluctant looks. He had done so much, but in the end, he still could not kill Qian Yi. Can't be helped. There was a true god powerhouse taking action. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also unable to change the outcome. Jiang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, killing Qian Yi, you can give up on this. Just for your attitude, if Woodcutter wasn't here today, no matter how great your talent is, this seat will also kill you. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said coldly, I heard that as long as someone sounds the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, they can request the sect to do one thing. Elder Jiang, I wonder if it can make the sect kill him like this. Yi Yuan's words stunned everyone. Jiang Hong reacted very quickly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Big Dipper 7 stars drum? Heh! Do you think that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is the same as the Jade Light drum you sounded during the entrance examination? Let me tell you that Jade Light drum only had restrictions added. That's why you all could sound it. Otherwise, these people who entered the sect, none of you can think about sounding it. Yi Yuan heard after entering the sect that the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's ultimate treasure. 7 drums emerging together could practically exterminate Empyrean-level powerhouses. This treasure was not a true god mystic treasure, but a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. These 7 drums, each article was a peak true god mystic treasure. But combined together, it would become a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that someone could sound all of them. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was left behind by the Shadow Moon sect's founding ancestor who set a rule: anyone who could sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, the entire sect had to do their sect to help him fulfill one wish. But ever since the founding father, no one had accomplished it before for millions of years. Now Yi Yuan actually shot his mouth off, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Wasn't this turning himself into a laughingstock? This guy prides himself on having astonishing talent, truly overestimating his ability too much. Heh, since time immemorial, how many overwhelmingly talented people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum? But no one could do it. What right does he have? Ignorant fool. Doesn't know what kind of existence the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is at all, and he dares to talk wildly. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out of his mouth, it immediately attracted a series of ridicules. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's holy artifact. In the course of time, no one wanted to overestimate their ability to go and beat it already. But now, there was actually a guy who talked wildly, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. The woodcutter leaped and arrived on the ring, and he said to Yi Yuan, Kid, stop messing around. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum, even Sect Master can't sound it too. It's impossible for you to sound it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. This enmity, let's avenge it again in the future. Bailey Qingyan also went up to the stage and urged, Yeah, Yuan, you've displayed your talent now. The sect will definitely view you in a different light. With your talent, taking revenge won't need very long. Moreover, sounding to Big Dipper 7 stars drum to kill him is really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Even he also thought that Yi Yuan saying this was merely words said in anger. Once the Big Dipper 7 stars drum sounded, that was to have the power of the entire sect from top to bottom help him fulfill one wish. Such a massive favor, using it to kill Xianxia was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. This was wasting fine material for petty use. Who knew? The Yuan said sternly, I'm not messing around. I said that I'm going to kill him. It means that I must kill. Benevolence toward enemies is cruelty to yourself. This drum, I'm definitely sounding it. Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's attitude was actually so resolute. 7 Stars Valley, the Shadow Moon Sect's forbidden land, also the place holding the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. At this time, the 9 great skill-imparting elders were gathered in one hall. Quite a few people used unfriendly gazes to look at that figure in front of them. Humph! Nonsensical brat to actually want to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Heavenly Heart Peak's skill-imparting elder said unhappily. A brat still wet behind his ears is actually going to trouble us 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather together. What haughty airs! Heavenly Rush Peak's skill-imparting elder similarly said unhappily. Woodcutter, you're sure that you want to accompany this kid and go nuts? If this kid can't even sound 3 times, not only will he have to be exiled to Remorse Cliff, you'll also have to suffer heavy punishment. Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder looked at the woodcutter deeply and said, opening up the 7 Stars Valley required 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather. They each controlled a part of the spell. Only 9 stars gathering together could open the 7 Stars Valley. Being so troublesome was naturally in order to prevent outsiders from intruding. But, in order to prevent disciples from having malicious fun, the sect naturally set strict rules too. If the disciple beating the drum was unable to sound it 3 times, not only did they have to be punished severely, even their peak's skill-imparting elder would also have to suffer heavy punishment. Hence, before disciples entered the 7 Stars Valley, they must get their own peak's skill-imparting elder's approval. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. The woodcutter had long approved of him already. It was just that these 3 drumbeats were also not that easy to achieve. The woodcutter said coolly, don't you worry. With Yi Yuan's talent, even if he can't sound 7 drumbeats, 3 drumbeats are absolutely not a problem. Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder laughed mockingly and said, you're also too confident in this brat. For so many years, not one disciple could sound 3 drumbeats. The woodcutter chuckled and said, Yi Yuan is different from them. Enough nonsense. Open up the 7 Stars Valley. The moment 9 great true god powerhouses released their auras, just that pressure made Yi Yuan's complexion turn pale. True God Realm was too powerful. 9 beams of light rose from the ground up and shot straight into 9 points. Rumble. The 7 Stars Valley's restrictions slowly opened under these 9 beams of light. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter's figure, eyes full of gratitude. The incident this time somewhat deviated from his expectations. If not for the woodcutter's words, he would really die very horribly this time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly walked into the 7 Stars Valley. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also followed closely behind. Upon entering the 7 Stars Valley, a piercing cold gale blew over. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was nearly blown away. This scene landing in the eyes of several skill-imparting elders, they naturally felt even more disdain. Heh! An outer sect disciple beating the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. It's really the first time in the sect's history to talk about overestimating one's own ability. This seat will yield to this brat. Zhang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's goal was drumming the drum. It was in order to kill Xianxia. Among these 9 great skill-imparting elders, the sight of Yi Yuan naturally turned him off the most. While Yi Yuan's talent was astonishing, he could not wait for Yi Yuan to be shocked to death by the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum right now. The woodcutter said coolly, Zhang Hong, I know that you're very covetous of Yi Yuan right now. Heh, you all, these guys who came from large sects, all look down on those who came from small sects, all look down on my Tianying Peak. But you all don't know, true geniuses tend to come out of small sects. Just like myself. Back then, I chopped those so-called proud children of heaven dazed and confused with an axe. That's how I have today. While today, Yi Yuan similarly used his strength to make you all regret your actions back then. Woodcutter's words made the other 8 great skill-imparting elders' faces turn black. The woodcutter back then was indeed a legend of the Shadow Moon sect. He came out of an unknown small sect, carried an axe, and swept across the so-called proud children of heaven back then. Later, the woodcutter was the same as Yi Yuan, being squeezed out to Tianying Peak. But he did not grumble about anything, carrying an axe and chopped wood every single day. Chopping day in and day out, chopping year in and year out. He was laughed at by God knows how many people, spurned by no idea how many. All the way until one day, a powerful aura burst through the horizon. He, the woodcutter, broke through to true God. High up in the sky, 7 enormous drums spanned above the clouds, faintly discernible. Auspicious clouds intertwined between the drums, portraying an enormous ladle shape. It was precisely the shape of the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. 7 huge drums combined together, the might of that aura made Yi Yuan shudder with fear. The jade light drum that was drummed when entering the sect compared to now simply paled in comparison. Yi Yuan had a feeling that if one's prowess was up to par, the power of the 7 drums sounding together could probably level a sub-peak to the ground. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing an attack-type Empyrean spirit treasure. The power of the Big Dipper 7 stars drum also made him secretly astonished. Regardless of whether it was the world-suppressing steel or the soul-suppressing pearl, they were both very gentle. But this Big Dipper 7 stars drum was filled with an offensive aura, making people palpitate with anxiety and fear. Scared silly, right, kid? However, the 7 Stars Valley has already opened. You already have no regret medicine that you can eat, Tianzhu Peak's skill-imparting elder said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, there has never been the word regret in my dictionary. Yi Yuan leaped and flew toward the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Arriving in front of it, Yi Yuan felt as if he arrived inside a vortex of laws. The power of laws from all directions were all assailing him. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemed to have walked into a turbulent flow and could not even stabilize his figure, teetering on his feet. Haha! That kid doesn't know anything, and he dares to challenge the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Woodcutter, I think that you probably suffered a big loss this time, said an elder with a big laugh when he saw Yi Yuan's distressed state. The woodcutter gave a cold snort but did not refute. If Yi Yuan was in this state, it was likely really hard to complete 3 drum beats. He was also faintly worried. But right at this time, a profound aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually spread. The moment this aura emerged, those violent turbulent flows immediately calmed down. Yi Yuan's figure also immediately stabilized. When the group of elders saw the scene, all of them had strange expressions, clearly being quite surprised. No matter how high one's talent was, without corresponding strength, it was also pointless. For example, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist was incredibly talented and even had the possibility of reaching the true God realm in the future. But without the support of strength, when facing the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, it was very dangerous. These skill-imparting elders had all before drummed the Big Dipper 7 stars drum and were deeply aware of its might. They clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan could get acclimatized to it so quickly. However, Yi Yuan's next move gave them an even bigger scare that they turned pale. It was only to see Yi Yuan form his fingers as a sword and directly pointed toward the jade light drum. Dong! The jade light drum was sounded without any hindrance. The drumbeat shook the heavens, instantly sweeping throughout the entire 7 Stars Valley. However, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He pointed a finger out again. Dong! The second sun opening drum was also sounded. Dong! Yi Yuan pointed a third finger out. The jade scale drum was sounded. 3 drum beats in a row made all of the skill-imparting elders' faces change. How did this kid do it? Even if it's me, it's also impossible to do it as effortlessly as him. This old man sounded 3 drum beats back then, but I only barely managed to do it after failing several dozen times. He did it on the first try. When the woodcutter saw everyone's astonished expressions, he could not resist laughing loudly and said, "Your father said that Yi Yuan is different from the others. How is it, are you surprised?" Ha ha! The woodcutter had always been a maverick and did not get along with the other skill-imparting elders. Now, seeing them get deflated, he could not help feeling immensely pleased. Right at this time, Yi Yuan pointed a 4th finger out. But this time he did not succeed. It was only to see his mouth spray blood wildly, figure flying out backward, already injured by the heavenly authority drum. The woodcutter's face changed, directly firing out a stream of world power, catching Yi Yuan. When the other elders saw this scene, each and every one of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Yi Yuan amazed the world with a single brilliant feat really gave them a big scare. The main reason was that Yi Yuan beat the drums too casually. It was as if these drums were like Yi Yuan's toys. There was that instant where they virtually thought that Yi Yuan could really sound the 7 drums. Only all the way until Yi Yuan was injured did they suddenly realize that beating the drums was not that easy for Yi Yuan. Although these skill-imparting elders were high above the masses, their strength no idea how many times stronger than Yi Yuan, they still did not escape the boundary of humans and still had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They were all once peerless geniuses, presently top experts. Everyone was all unable to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. They were all very at peace in their hearts. But now, someone wanted to break this balance and ride above them. They could not quite accept it in the depths of their hearts. The woodcutter asked rather worriedly, "Are you all right, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Looks like I underestimated the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Heh. Indeed well deserving of being an Empyrean spirit treasure. Strong enough." Yi Yuan discovered that these 7 drums were completely not independent entities. Being able to sound one means being able to sound the next. When Yi Yuan sounded the sun opening drum, he discovered that the great Tao aura coming from it grew more than 10 times stronger than before, while the jade scale drum was also more than 10 times stronger than the sun opening drum. This was also to say that when Yi Yuan sounded the jade scale drum, the countershock force was already 100 times stronger than the jade light drum. That 4th heavenly authority drum was 1,000 times. Moreover, the power of this jade light drum was completely overwhelming. This terrifying increment was not what ordinary people could withstand at all. The woodcutter urged and said, "Looks like you felt it too. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum is a whole. The more you drum, the stronger it gets, and the greater the amplitude too. Reaching the last heavenly pivot drum, that backlash force is not what the average person can imagine at all. Yi Yuan, don't push it. You've already proven your talent now. Even if you withdraw, no one will look down on you too." He was optimistic about Yi Yuan's future, but did not look well on Yi Yuan being able to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. This kind of thing was not what human strength could accomplish at all. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really do it in the future, but right now he definitely could not. Yi Yuan struggled to get up and shook his head as he said, "No matter how difficult this drum is to sound, I'll also sound it today." Finished talking, he leaped and arrived high up in the sky once more. After preparing for a while, Yi Yuan attacked once more. Dong! 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 After 3 drums, Yi Yuan was knocked flying again. But he was not discouraged. After a period of adjustment, he made his move once more. Attempting, failed. Trying again, failed again. Rinse and repeat. Yi Yuan's stubbornness did not cause the elders to be moved. On the contrary, they mocked Yi Yuan's overestimation of his ability even more. This brat's physical body is also strong. If it were others, they would have long died several times over. Some things can't be done by relying on effort. Reckless and blind fool, really wasting time. Best that it shocks him to death. This kid only has the strength of 3 drums. Still not conceding to it is also a waste of time. Dong! 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 That elder's voice had just faded when the 4th and 5 drum beats sounded in a row after several dozen attempts. On the couch, Qianyi opened his eyes with difficulty. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. I didn't die. Ha ha ha. I didn't die. The feeling of those countless fragments piercing into the body was still vivid in his mind until now. At that moment, he thought that he was dead for sure. Except he did not expect that he was actually saved. By the side, Elder Tao said in a solemn voice, "Relax, Elder Zhang Hong personally moving out this time, no one can kill you." A hint of surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes. For his sake, and skill-imparting elder actually personally took action. This showed that his standing in the skill-imparting elder's eyes and heart was still very high. Skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. These disciples, could not get in contact with them at all and also did not know what the main peak's intentions were. The matters normally were all handled by Elder Tao, this anti-hall elder. There's actually such a thing. When this matter's limelight blows over, I want to thank Elder Jiang Hong. I wonder if I'll have the luck, Xianxia said excitedly. Elder Tao's expression was slightly grim as he said, "You'd better not be happy too early. Today, our heavenly bud peak's face was utterly lost. It was all caused by the soaring flower lineage. Elder Jiang Hong taking action to save you was merely being forced against his will. In the future, you have to cultivate hard and earn back our heavenly bud peak's face. His elderly self will naturally be happy." The moment Xianxia heard, the excitement from earlier immediately dissipated into thin air. "Yi Yuan, that punk? He didn't die?" Xianxia said with a baleful look. "Die? Heh. Your business isn't over yet." Elder Tao laughed as he said with a sardonic face. Xianxia was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Not over yet?" Elder Yao recounted the matter of Yi Yuan beating the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Xianxia could not help bursting into laughter when he heard it. "Haha, this kid is also really a genius to actually think of using this method to make me die. I admit that his talent is very high, but no matter how high, he's also merely a divine lord realm. He can sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum." When Xianxia heard Yi Yuan's foolish actions, disdain was written all over his face. How could someone possibly accomplish this kind of thing? Elder Tao chuckled and said, "This kid is also a stubborn mule who can't be pulled back by 8 horses. You don't know, but everyone's gazes when looking at him back then was like looking at a fool." Elder Tao also disliked Yi Yuan, this incredibly stubborn fellow, very much. He and Xianxia exchanged a glance and both started laughing loudly. Dong! All of a sudden, a drumbeat that reverberated throughout the clouds shot up to the sky. Elder Tao and Xianxia were currently laughing away. When they heard this drumbeat, their faces suddenly changed. Especially Xianxia. The panic in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. "Elder Tao, what drumbeat is this?" In Xianxia's voice was a tremor that could not be concealed. Elder Tao's expression was also very ugly. His gaze revealed a look of shock, and he said, "No idea how many people have sounded the drums in Shadow Moon sect, but I've heard of someone who could transmit the drumbeat out of the 7 Stars Valley." Xianxia's experience and knowledge were inferior to Elder Tao's after all. Hearing Elder Tao's words, he immediately turned ashen pale. Then he wouldn't. Xianxia felt his mouth and throat turn parch. That smug appearance just now could not be found at all. Dong! His voice had yet to fade when another earth-shaking drumbeat sounded out. This sound was even louder than the one before. At the same time, the entire Shadow Moon sect was shocked. It was still their first time hearing such a terrifying drum sound outside of the 7 Stars Valley. This drum sound was like the muffled thunder in the sky, as if it was heaven's furious roar. The sound of it could be heard clearly in every corner of the Shadow Moon sect. Everyone at the main peak, the 9 great sub-peaks, the several hundred stray peaks, including every inch of Shadow Moon mountain range's earth, could hear this drumbeat. People slowly walked out of the halls, walked out of the abodes, gazes looking over in the direction of the 7 Stars Valley. As Shadow Moon sect disciples, they naturally knew what this drumbeat signified. They were only concerned just how many times this drumbeat could sound out. At this moment, each of their divine essence was seething, becoming incessantly surging along with this drumbeat. This drumbeat seemed to have activated their bloodlines. Quite a number of people actually started breaking through in the midst of this drumbeat. Dong! The third drumbeat sounded out. The expression on Bailey Qingyan's face could not hide the pleasant surprise and idolization. "Senior apprentice sister, I've long told you that his edge can't be stopped. Yet you didn't believe it." Bailey Qingyan did not turn around. She knew that Jiang Shuiyan already arrived behind her. Jiang Shuiyan's gaze revealed an extremely complicated look. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, "Silly lass. If he goes to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he'll be your #1 enemy." Bailey Qingyan's face revealed an extremely relieved look as she smiled and said, "So what? In this life, my zither strings are stirred by him." Jiang Shuiyan's gaze flickered incessantly. Finally, she still turned around and left. Walking a few steps, she said softly, "Silly girl, can your affection really be rewarded?" Finished talking, she turned around and left. Dong. The fourth drumbeat sounded out without a surprise. Inside an area of void at the main peak, an old man slowly opened both eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. "I didn't expect that in this world. There's actually really someone who can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum." Dong. Dong. The fifth and sixth drumbeats sounded out. Inside the 7 stars valley, the 9 great skill-imparting elders looked at this scene incomparably shocked, their surging emotions unable to calm down for a long time. They were the closest to the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. The shock of these drumbeats, they felt it the strongest. That wave after wave of great Tao aura made them feel as if heavenly Tao descended. That shock simply could not use words to describe. This is the true power of the Big Dipper 7 stars drum? I really can't imagine just how terrifying the attack power will be once a true god realm sounds this drumbeat. How on earth did this kid do it? He released all of the great Tao power inside the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. That's how it triggered the entire Shadow Moon sect's resonance. After going out this time, this old man will be going into seclusion. This drumbeat enlightens the benighted. This drumbeat seemed to have magical power, making their entire person have a feeling of being reborn anew. The woodcutter's shock was not the slightest bit less than the rest. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, feeling that it was infinitely tall and big. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was extremely strong, with his potential being immense, but he did not think that Yi Yuan was actually strong to this extent. Strong to the point where it made him somewhat afraid. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum that had never sounded in the Shadow Moon sect echoed above the Shadow Moon sect at this moment. The first drumbeat dissipated after the drumbeats at the back appeared. The second was similarly like so. At this moment, 6 drumbeats could be heard clearly and distinguished clearly. Dong. Finally, the last drumbeat fell. The entire Shadow Moon sect started trembling. 7 drumbeats like 7 thunderclaps, they reverberated in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect continuously. Not only were there no signs of dissipating, but there was also a trend of becoming louder and louder instead. Everyone was listening attentively, everyone was using their hearts to feel, and everyone was devoting their full attention to understanding it. This drumbeat was extraordinary. Xianxia's complexion was deathly pale, whole body lying limp there. His gaze revealed a look of despair. This drumbeat to others was endless benefits, but to him it was the final death knell. "Elder Tao has saved me." Xianyi pulled Elder Tao's arm with a look of despair. Just now, everyone was still waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. No one would take Yi Yuan's obsession seriously. Who knew that in a twinkle, the Big Dipper 7 stars drumbeat echoed in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect. Elder Tao was still in the midst of shock currently and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Qianyi shook repeatedly before he suddenly snapped back to reality. "What did you say?" Elder Tao asked like he woke up from a dream. Qianyi directly knelt in front of Elder Tao and cried, "Save me. Elder Tao, I don't want to die." When the 7th drumbeat sounded out, his entire person broke down. There was only a thought in his mind right now, that was to keep living. Elder Tao's face suddenly fell and he kicked Qianyi to the ground and said in a cold voice, "You fool, what kind of existence did you provoke?" Qianyi had tears strewn all over his face as he said weepingly, How could I have known that he could actually sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum?" Currently, he regretted it until his intestines turned green. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not go and rear his head even if beaten to death back then. The ones who fell out with Yi Yuan were not just him, Qianyi, there was also the Cloudsword lineage and Immortal Abode lineage. But only he was the bird who took the lead, wanting to kill Yi Yuan several times. Especially the first ambush, it nearly almost killed Yi Yuan. And this also thoroughly enraged Yi Yuan. Qianyi naturally did not think that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Just a mere 6th firmament divine lord, even if a genius who knew how long it would take to grow up too. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan only used 200 years and possessed the strength to kill him? What was even more damning was that after Zhang Hong made a move, Yi Yuan still stubbornly wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. As a result, he succeeded. He actually succeeded. How did the current Elder Tao still have that doting look? Rage was all over his face. He pointed at Xianxia's nose and cursed, "You pig. You provoked a colossal leviathan for the entire soaring flower lineage. Do you know what this Big Dipper 7 stars drum being sounded signifies? It means that he's the Shadow Moon sect's #1 genius since ancient times. It signifies that he'll surmount everyone in the future. Wanting to kill you is merely a matter of casually saying a word. At this time, who would dare protect you? Amen? Who dares to protect you?" Elder Tao's current mentality was already totally different from before. Previously, he only took Yi Yuan's stubbornness as a joke and waited to watch the show. But now Yi Yuan proved his terrifying talent. This was equivalent to provoking an incredibly powerful foe for the soaring flower lineage. The soaring flower lineage might very likely be suppressed in the sect because of this in the future. The situation of 3 lineages in a tripartite balance of forces will be broken very soon. Originally, a Bailey Qingyan emerging from the Immortal abode lineage already put a lot of pressure on the soaring flower lineage. Now things were good, one disaster piled on after another. Xianyi collapsed to the ground with a thud, his entire person seemed to have been drained. Elder Tao gave him a pitiful glance. Suddenly, his tone eased up and he said coolly, "Relax. The temptation of sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is too great. That's the entire sect from top to bottom owing him a favor. Using such great favor to kill people, I believe that kid won't be so foolish." After 7 drum beats, it did not dissipate right away. The sound reverberated above the sky of the Shadow Moon sect, lingering on. The Shadow Moon sect disciples practically all entered cultivation states under this drumbeat. The great Tao this drum sound contained complemented that cultivation method and was greatly beneficial to them. One had to know the Shadow Moon sect had already established the sect for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. This was the first time the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was sounded. Past this village and there would be no such shop anymore. Even the 9 great skill-imparting elders also all entered a state of comprehension at this time. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The great Tao contained inside could be said to be a supreme treasure to them. Rather, Yi Yuan seemed a little bored at this time. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. Beating the drums was not so easy. Empyrean spirit treasure. Even a true god powerhouse could not beat it. If not for Yi Yuan being in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, he absolutely could not sound it too. Even so, Yi Yuan also expended tremendous effort before sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. After recovering for a while, Yi Yuan felt a little bored. He reckoned that right now, the entire Shadow Moon sect was in the midst of comprehension. It was impossible for anyone to come and acknowledge him. As for Qianyi, he was not worried. He knew that under this situation currently, no matter how foolish the soaring flower lineage's people were, they also did not dare to let Qianyi go anymore. Hence, he simply started cultivating on the spot. This drumbeat reverberated for an entire month's time. During this 1 month's time, the Shadow Moon sect was in great jubilation from top to bottom. Quite a few people directly broke through realms after hearing the drumbeat. Finally, the drumbeat gradually dissipated. The skill-imparting elders also woke up from meditation. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was already totally different. They knew that the entire Shadow Moon sect from top to bottom owed Yi Yuan a massive favor. This favor was because of the ancestors' ancestral teachings. The significance of this drumbeat to the Shadow Moon sect was too great. Jiang Hong's gaze suddenly turned intent and he cried out in shock, "Woodcutter, you gained enlightenment again?" When everyone heard this, they all looked over toward the woodcutter, each and every one of them turning pale with fright. The woodcutter's aura was much stronger than it was a month ago. Clearly, the benefits that he obtained from this drum sound was much more than the others. One had to know, reaching their boundary, even a tiny bit of improvement was extremely hard to come by. The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Such a great opportunity. How can your father let it go easily? Comparing talent, your father isn't as talented as Yi Yuan. But compared to the few of you, it's still more than sufficient." When the other few people heard the woodcutter's arrogant words, each and every one of their faces became black like the bottom of a pot. Right at this time, a middle-aged man in azure Dao robes slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, The 9 great skill-imparting elders immediately adjusted their clothing and went forward to welcome. Paying respects to sect master, the 9 people said in unison. The middle-aged man slowly nodded and said, "Amen, the few of you have worked hard." The 9 people hurriedly said, "Dare not." The middle-aged man's gaze went past the 9 people and looked at the Yi Yuan in the distance. Yi Yuan also bowed and said respectfully, "Yi Yuan pays respect to sect master." Yi Yuan could feel that this middle-aged man's aura was even more unfathomable than the 9 great skill-imparting elders. It seemed like this Shadow Moon sect's foundation was really deep. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Since my Shadow Moon sect was established, I can't tell how many people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, but no one has ever succeeded before. I really didn't expect that it was actually sounded by a Divine Lord Realm youngster. Yi Yuan, the ancestors' last order, we dare not defy. Now, you can say out your wish. Of course, if you haven't thought of it yet, you can say again later." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need. I've thought about it long ago. Yi Yuan has no other request and only wants to kill Qian. Yi Yuan's words made the sect master stunned. The other 9 people all used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan. This guy was really stubborn. "Yi Yuan, do you know what sounding this Big Dipper 7 stars drum means? The entire sect from top to bottom, regardless of which cultivation method, martial technique, medicinal pill you want, even if you want the sect master to personally take action, it's not a problem. As long as it's something that the sect can do, this sect master won't refuse." The sect master thought that Yi Yuan did not know what sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum signified and deliberately reminded Yi Yuan. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also all looked toward Yi Yuan. They felt that the sect master's explanation was already detailed enough. They felt that Yi Yuan would not use such a big favor to do this sort of silly thing. However, Yi Yuan said firmly, "Thank you, sect master, for the reminder. Yi Yuan only has one request. That's to take Qian Ye's life." The sect master frowned and looked at Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong understood the sect master's meaning. His expression was also very ugly and he briefly recounted the conflict between Yi Yuan and Qian Yi. After the sect master listened, he could not help falling silent. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, quietly waiting for the sect master's reply. After a moment, the sect master slowly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, why not? You reconsider it. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity for you. A measly little Qian Yi is just a passerby on your road to greatness. Using such a big favor to exchange for his life, it's not worth it." Finished talking, the sect master looked at Yi Yuan calmly. He felt that Yi Yuan was a clever person and should know how to make his choice. However, Yi Yuan's performance disappointed him. It was only to see the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth reveal a hint of a sneering expression as he said coolly, "Sect master, don't use this kind of high-sounding words to dodge it. Putting it bluntly, you merely can't bear to part with Qian Yi, this genius disciple, that's all. Lord Sect Master, you cannot have the best of both worlds?" The moment these words came out, the 9 great elders' faces all changed. Jiang Hong even reproached him, saying, "Insolence! Boy, how do you speak to the Sect Master?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm just telling the truth." The Sect Master's expression was also a little unsightly. While this boy's talent was great, he was also too arrogant. But he had to admit that Yi Yuan, this kid, was not easy to hoodwink. Just as Yi Yuan said, he could not bear to kill Qian Yi. Standing from his perspective, naturally the more geniuses, the better for the sect. While Yi Yuan, this prodigy throughout the ages, held extraordinary significance to the sect, Qian Yi was similarly a rare genius. Every genius concerned the sect's future, so he wanted to have the best of both worlds. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than he imagined, seeing through his intentions at a glance. For some time, the scene was somewhat awkward. The sect master's face fell and he said, "If I say no?" Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected and shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "The sect talks like letting out a fart. This kind of sect, I feel that there isn't anything left for me." The sect master's aura turned heavy and he said in a cold voice, "So, if I don't agree, you're planning on betraying the sect?" It was not that he definitely could not kill Qian Yi, but Yi Yuan's words put him somewhat on the spot. In the Shadow Moon sect, he could control everything. but Yi Yuan's appearance made him have a feeling of not being able to control. This feeling made him very displeased. Even so, Yi Yuan sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Sect master's words aren't appropriate. It's not that I want to betray the sect, but it's the sect that abandoned me. Qian Yi wanted to kill me several times, but the sect refused to deal with it. I had a fair fight with him and won, and was stopped by the skill-imparting elder. I sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum for this, and in the end, I still can't get a fair result. Pray tell, sect master, what does such a sect have for me to stay on?" Yi Yuan spoke righteously, rendering the sect master speechless. The woodcutter saw that the sect master's expression became uglier and uglier. He could not resist to reprimand Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Lord Sect Master is also thinking of the sect's long-term future." Yi Yuan said, being neither obsequiously nor haughtily, Elder's life-saving grace, Yi Yuan will never forget it. But this Yu touches his own heart and feel that this Ye's contributions to the sect far exceed Xianxia's. I only ask for the sect to give a chance to be treated fairly. Yi Yuan knows that the words of the lowly carry little weight. If Sect Master doesn't allow it, you can very well kill this Yi. The 9 great elders were all dumbfounded listening to Yi Yuan's words. This kid was also too lawless. The Sect Master's expression became increasingly uglier and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that your talent is exceptional and this Sect Master doesn't dare to kill you?" Yi Yuan did not speak and met the Sect Master's gaze, not backing down in the slightest. Clearly, he expressed his standpoint. The Sect Master gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. My Shadow Moon sect really produced a disciple with backbone. This Sect Master wants to see how tough your bones are." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. A horrifying pressure descended upon his body, making him unable to even breathe. However, Yi Yuan stood firm, clenched his jaws tight, eyes staring firmly at the Sect Master. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, the Sect Master became even angrier. He was just about to increase the power when suddenly darkness descended. The Sect Master's horrifying pressure seemed to have fallen into darkness. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body lighten, his entire person seemingly hauled out of the water. The Sect Master's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Martial uncle." A cold snort came out of the void and said, "Zhou Qing, this Sect Master, is really declining with each passing day. Are you trying to disrespect your forefathers?" The Sect Master's face changed and he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Zhou Qing dare not. Humph. You even dare to defy the ancestors' ancestral instructions. What do you still not dare to do?" Another cold snort came out of the void, clearly very displeased with Zhou Qing's way of doing things. Zhou Qing's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not think that this matter actually startled Martial Uncle. His elderly self was the Shadow Moon sect's last trump card. Normally, he stayed in close seclusion and did not come out, and had never asked about the sect's matters. This time, for Yi Yuan's sake, he actually acted. The 9 great skill-imparting elders exchanged glances. They did not know that there was actually still such an existence in the sect. Zhou Qing was deeply aware of this Martial Uncle's terrifyingness and naturally did not dare to defy. He could only explain himself. Zhou Qing is also looking out for the sect. A cold laugh came out of the void and said, "Zhou Qing, you're really declining with each passing day. You think about yourself back then. How many geniuses' corpses did you step on to walk over? The sect's supreme powerhouse. The sect only needs one and that's enough. A genius who can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. You actually wanted to murder him for your face? Are you mad?" Zhou Qing's expression changed again and again. Finally, he lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes, Martial Uncle, Zhou Qing knows that I was wrong. Zhou Qing knows what should be done. Although this old man doesn't ask about worldly affairs, I also know a thing or two about the sect's matters. Originally, struggles between factions is a good thing. But now, the sect from top to bottom has already been befouled with a foul atmosphere by the struggle of factions. And you actually even gave the green light for it. Zhou Qing, all the best to you." Done talking, there was no more sound in the void. Yi Yuan really used this opportunity and killed Xianyi. My god, such a waste. Isn't that so? If requesting the sect master to take action, one can probably even kill a true god powerhouse. He actually used it to kill a first firmament celestial deity. Really capricious. The thoughts of a genius are really not what we mortals can understand. Qianyi finally still died. Under Zhou Qing's word of command, Qianye's head hit the ground. It was just that this matter was simply incomprehensible to the sect's disciples. Just like a mortal suddenly had a chance to request 10 carts of gold one day, but he only asked for a copper coin. Just a massive opportunity, everyone yearned for it in their sleep, but it was cast aside by Yi Yuan like an old shoe. Except, they did not know that the wish they sought after assiduously was no big deal in Yi Yuan's eyes. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, all did not have much attraction to Yi Yuan. And after that day, the Shadow Moon sect returned to tranquility once more. Sect Master Zhou Qing and the 9 great skill-imparting elders collectively entered a retreat. The drum sound this time held extraordinary significance to them. They needed close seclusion to slowly digest their gains. Quite a few disciples also chose to enter a retreat. For some time, the Shadow Moon sect appeared much more deserted. A melodious zither sound echoed in the sky above Firecloud Peak, gentle and melodious. Deep love flowed within the zither sound. It was completely different from the beauty and poignance the last time. The zither followed the heart. If the mood of the person playing the zither was different, the music played would naturally be completely different too. A figure seemed to have been attracted by the zither sound and slowly walked up to the summit. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyan said with faint resentment, "This song was owed to you. Now I paid it back to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Bailey is indeed unparalleled in zither skills. Looks like this condition raised back then was still really worth it." Bailey Qingyan nibbled her lips lightly, her face slightly red as she opened her mouth and said, "You scoundrel, still exactly as hateful." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard it and said baffledly, "Why does praising you become hateful? Could it be that I should say that Miss Bailey's zither skills are awful?" Bailey Qingyan spat and said, "You dare?" Yi Yuan was speechless. Waving his hand, he said, all right, I didn't say anything. Since I've already heard the zither sound, then the two of us are squared." A hint of disappointment flashed across Bailey Qingyan's face and she said gloomily, sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, "Why did you have to use it to kill Qianyi? Do you know how great this favor was?" Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "The sect has nothing that they can give me. So to me, this favor's only function was to be used to kill Qianyi." Bailey Qingyan was taken back when she heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous face. This guy really bragged without coming up with a draft. The Shadow Moon sect was a true god-level sect. No idea how many people wanted to enter the sect but could not. But Yi Yuan said that the sect had nothing they could give him. Since the sect has nothing to give you, then why did you enter the sect? Bailey Qingyan said with a contemptuous look. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I entered the sect naturally for the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave spot." Bailey Qingyan's brows raised up and she said, "This Bailey Qingyan must be in the celestial deity realm to take part. You're merely a 9th firmament divine lord right now. You definitely can't catch up this time." Actually, Bailey Qingyan also felt that it was somewhat a pity for Yi Yuan. His strength was clearly already qualified enough to take part, but with his realm not reaching the requirement, he could not participate at all. In 10 years' time, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm was simply a fool's talk. If Yi Yuan was a half-step celestial deity right now, then everything could naturally be discussed. It was just too bad that he was only a 9th firmament divine lord. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Breaking through to the celestial deity realm is very easy to me." Bailey Qingyan was speechless. This guy was simply an egomaniac. "Okay. Then I'll wait and see if you can break through to the celestial deity realm within 10 years' time." Bailey Qingyan could not be bothered to argue and just waited to see the joke. She admitted that Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, but Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not considered fast. In front of her, Yi Yuan's speed was pretty much the same as ordinary geniuses. Even she, Bailey Qingyan, also could not break through to become a 1st firmament celestial deity from a 9th firmament divine lord in 10 years. It was naturally even more impossible for Yi Yuan. After Bailey Qingyan left, Yi Yuan started close seclusion to assail celestial deity realm. These 200 years' time, Yi Yuan did many things. Among them included creating the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 5th-level cultivation method. Actually, ever since breaking through to Divine Lord Realm, Yi Yuan already started deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's follow-up cultivation method and finally created it during the last 200 years. Having passed the 4th-level cultivation method, this great hurdle, this 5th-level cultivation method was relatively much easier. Creating the 5th-level cultivation method showed that Yi Yuan was already very clear about the celestial deity realm. Breaking through was merely a matter of water flowing when the channel formed. The celestial deity realm that was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others, it was not that complicated to Yi Yuan. With the obstructed tillage spirit vein around, Yi Yuan did not worry about the lack of spiritual energy at all and did not even need to borrow the power of medicinal pills. 10 years passed in a twinkle. On this day, the 3 great fierce beasts were currently cultivating when suddenly, a powerful aura came over from the direction of Yi Yuan's abode. Here to make trouble again? This time, it's a first firmament celestial deity again. Let's go take good care of this fellow, the old bear said. Heh, thanks to this kid, our strengths have improved greatly now. Got to watch this gate well. Otherwise, if this kid chases us away someday, it wouldn't be good, the old deer said. The 3 people talked for a moment, figures rushing away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 beasts' figures landed, and they were immediately incomparably shocked. They felt the aura of a first firmament celestial deity and even thought that it was an outsider intruding. They did not expect that this person was actually Yi Yuan. Kid, you actually broke through to celestial deity realm. The old bear opened its eyes wide, eyes full of disbelief. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan was still only a 9th firmament divine lord. 10 years later, he was actually already first firmament celestial deity. Celestial deity realm seemed to be too worthless, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Amen. Just broke through not long ago. I see that you all have been very attentive and watchful these few years, so I took the time to refine a few medicinal pills. Take them as your reward. The old bear waved its bear claw and said, No need, your humans' medicinal pills. We can't use them. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, It's demon divine pills. The old bear said in surprise, You, a human, actually know how to refine demon divine pills? Yi Yuan casually threw out a few pills. The 3 beasts caught them and took a look, and nearly dropped them onto the ground with a tremble of their hands. The old bear cried out in surprise, 10 heart pill. Divine grade. This medicinal pill was refined by you. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Not refined by me, then could it be refined by you? I just happened to have some 10 heart pill spirit medicines on hand and refined it for you guys. When at the Tyrant Origin Imperial City back then, Yi Yuan practically got everything he asked for. So he also casually picked up some rank 5 spirit medicines. Although they were not some rare spirit medicines, refining a few 10 heart pills could still be done. Song Ting's luck is really good. Qian Yi was finished off by Yi Yuan. That's how he covered his position without a hitch, and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. His strength is too weak. He's also playing a supporting role by going. In my view, might as well let Yi Yuan go. What a pity. Yi Yuan's strength can absolutely go to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, but he's unable to break through to the celestial deity realm. On the plaza in front of the main peak's Great Hall, the entire sect was sending off the disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. There were a total of 4 disciples taking part in the Bailey Qingyan. They were respectively Bailey Qingyan, Zhang Shuyan, Yi Qingxiang, and Song Ting. Originally, Song Ting had no chance to participate in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, but Qian Ye's death gave him a chance. Within the scope of the age allowed, picking the best person available, there was only Song Ting remaining. Song Ting broke through and became a first firmament celestial deity more than 100 years ago. Presently, his strength already could not be compared to what it used to be. The current Song Ting appeared to be in high and vigorous spirits. No matter what, being able to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was also a very glorious thing. At least, the devil elephant lineage would benefit along with him. Heh, so what if Yi Yuan's talent is outstanding? At least in this season, he has no hopes of participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting was pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that him participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was hard to convince the masses. But with Yi Yuan failing to live up to expectations, who could be blamed? Over there, Bailey Qingyan's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd as if searching for something. Jiang Shuiyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Stop looking. It's impossible for that kid to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm in 10 years, nobody can do this sort of thing. Or is it that you feel that he'll come to see you off?" Bailey Qingyan said quietly. "He said before that he'll break through." No idea why, even though Bailey Qingyan herself did not believe it, she still looked forward to Yi Yuan succeeding. Sometimes, human psychology was so wondrous. Jiang Shuiyan pursed her lips and said scornfully, "Although that kid's law comprehensions is formidable, his cultivation speed isn't considered fast. With his cultivation speed, it's simply impossible to cultivate to become a first firmament celestial deity from a ninth firmament divine lord. Don't you know about this?" But Bailey Qingyan insisted and said, "Others can't, maybe. He really can." Jiang Shuiyan could not resist rolling her eyes and said, "You lass, you're really silly." Participating in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time, the one leading the team was the Canopy Peak's skill-imparting elder, Su Yan. This time, Canopy Peak had 2 disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. He, as the skill-imparting elder, naturally felt proud. He gave a few words of encouragement on the plaza, flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Set off." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned dim and she let out a soft sigh. He still didn't come in the end. Finished talking, she followed Su Yan and flew high into the sky. Wait a minute. Right at this time, a figure leaped into the air, blocking the few people's path. "It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to the celestial deity realm. Truly inconceivable. In just 10 years' time, he broke through 2 realms in a row, reaching the celestial deity realm. Heh, with this, Song Ting is probably feeling awful in his heart, right?" The cooked duck suddenly flew. Serves him right. This guy looks like a scoundrel who realized his ambitions all day long ever since obtaining the qualifications of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually broke through at the final juncture. This way, his Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave qualifications would definitely be revoked. This kind of thing, he really found it a little hard to accept. Jiang Shuiyan's expression was also not much better than Song Ting's. She was still mocking Yi Yuan just now, saying that there was no way he could break through to celestial deity realm. In the end, her voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan appeared in front of her in the manner of a celestial deity realm. Bailey Qingyan had a surprised expression on her face. She did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan said that he could break through to the celestial deity realm. She did not believe it at all. This guy was simply a freak. From the divine lord realm to the celestial deity realm, this hurdle many people spent several tens of thousands of years and found it difficult to break through. Yi Yuan was exceptional. He did it in 10 years. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yan and said, "Elder Su, I want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave." Su Yan looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said with a nod, "I didn't expect that you actually broke through at the last juncture. You really surprised this old man. Since you already broke through to the celestial deity realm, then everything can naturally be discussed. With your strength, you should naturally obtain a spot." Hearing this, the expression on Song Ting's face was incomparably ugly. He went through numerous fights and eliminated many powerhouses of the same generation before obtaining this spot. In the end, a word from Su Yan revoked him. Now he already rose into the sky, but had to return to the main peak again. Those people below were probably all watching the joke, right? What a big loss of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, Elder Su. But this disciple has long broken through. It's just that I made a trip to the medicine refining hall, that's why it took some time." Su Yan was rather surprised as he said, "You just broke through and shouldn't need medicinal pills. What did you go to the medicine refining hall for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that geniuses gather at the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. There are even some sect's disciples who already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. So I specially went to refine a medicinal pill for senior apprentice sister Bailey. Bailey Qingyan was extremely surprised when she heard that. Yi Yuan actually refined a pill for her. Su Yan said in surprise, "You even know how to refine pills?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know a thing or two." As he said, Yi Yuan passed a small bottle to Bailey Qingyan and said, "With senior apprentice sister's aptitude, swallow this jade thaw purple heart pill and you should be able to break through to second firmament celestial deity." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Even though Bailey Qingyan's talent was outstanding, after breaking through to the celestial deity realm, the speed of her realm improvement also clearly slowed down. These 200 years' time, she only barely managed to cultivate to late-stage first firmament celestial deity. There was still a way off from the peak. But Yi Yuan said that this medicinal pill could make Bailey Qingyan directly break through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Was this medicinal pill so magical? Bailey Qingyan opened the small bottle puzzledly. A burst of medicinal fragrance rose into the sky. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "D-Divine Grade Jade Thaw Purple Heart Pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat. Keep staring blankly and the medicinal effect will weaken." Bailey Qingyan was slightly startled and hurriedly swallowed the medicinal pill. Su Yan looked at Yi Yuan in incomparable shock. He already could not use words to describe his feelings at this time. Not only did this boy's strength surpass others, his talent outstanding, but his pill refining skill was also impressive too. Not long after Bailey Qingyan consumed the medicinal pill, the aura on her body started climbing frenziedly, rushing towards second firmament celestial deity. Broke through. Really broke through. My God, the medicinal effect of this medicinal pill is also too strong, right? With this, senior apprentice sister Bailey's strength is going to soar a great deal. The hopes of our Shadow Moon sect seizing a spot also greatly increased. This Yi Yuan brought us pleasant surprises time after time. This guy is really remarkable. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Bailey Qingyan's really broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity just like that. 100 days later, the party landed in front of a vast ocean. Su Yan took out a token and threw it into the ocean. When that token fell into the water, it immediately turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Not long after, a small rowboat was faintly discernible traveling over from the surface of the sea. On the small boat, a youth in white stood on the bow, suave and elegant. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. This youth in white was not old, but he was already a fourth firmament celestial deity. It seemed like this bamboo groove divine temple indeed lived up to its reputation. But, thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. The Bamboo Groove Divine Temple gathered the entire Bamboo Groove Void Realm's most talented figures. Those able to enter, their talents were probably not beneath Bailey Qingyan's. They might even be stronger. This kind of powerful talent, coupled with the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's top-notch resources, cultivation speed being fast, was also within reason. Zhu Wen pays respect to Elder Su. That youth in white clasped his hands at Su Yan and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But Su Yan greeted with a smile as he said, "Hoo, turns out that it's Honorable Nephew Zhu. Not seeing for 1,000 years. Honorable Nephew Zhu's cultivation advances with each passing day." Zhu Wen smiled faintly and said, "The cultivation of the Divine Temple, outsiders can't imagine it at all. Zhu Wen's bit of improvement is nothing." Between the lines of Zhu Wen's words exuded arrogance everywhere, as if the martial artists outside of the Divine Temple were all lice. Su Yan's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "That's of course. Our Bamboo Groove Void Realm hails the Divine Temple with veneration. This place is a holy land. A genius like Honorable Nephew Zhu is 1 in 10,000. Zhu Wen had a smug look on his face. Sweeping a glance behind Su Yan, he said with disdain, "You even brought a guy who just broke through to the celestial deity realm. Looks like your Shadow Moon sect really has no successors." These words, Zhu Wen said them looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just broke through not long ago. His aura was much weaker compared to the others. With one glance, one would know that he just broke through not long. Celestial deity realm, the disparity of each minor realm was tremendous. In order to facilitate the distinction, each minor realm would have initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as peak 4 stages. And Yi Yuan's aura, One look and it was initial stage first firmament celestial deity realm. So Zhu Wan was very disdainful. Those coming to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, even if they were first firmament celestial deity, they were mostly late stage or peak first firmament celestial deity powerhouses too. There were very make sense, let alone talk about initial stage. Except, as soon as these words came out, the few people including Su Yan all revealed strange looks. When Zhu Wan saw the few people's reactions, he could not help getting a little annoyed. At this time, shouldn't they be indignant, but dare not speak up? His face could not help turning dark and said, "Why? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Su Yan appeared slightly awkward as he smiled and said, "Right. What honorable nephew Zhu said is correct." Although he said so, how could Zhu Wan not hear the mockery in Su Yan's words? Su Yan was implying, "You came from the divine temple, whatever you say then." Rather, it was Bailey Qingyan who pursed her lips and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu had best not be too confident. When Yi Yuan enters the divine temple, surpassing you shouldn't take too long." The moment Zhu Wan heard, he immediately flew off the handle and said with a cold smile, "Hey, this junior apprentice sister has such high-sounding sentiments. It's just that your Shadow Moon sect seems to not have anyone enter the divine temple for 10 consecutive seasons already. Right? Where in the world did your confidence come from?" For close to 10,000 years, the Shadow Moon sect's performance in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave got worse and worse. Among Bamboo Groove Void Realm's 14 true God-level powerful sects, only 5 people could enter the Divine Temple in the end. This struggle was very fierce. Among these 14 true God-level sects, the Shadow Moon sect was only in the middle to lower reaches. Some major sects prospered with each passing day. Each season, there would be someone entering the Divine Temple. But sects like the Shadow Moon sect would naturally be looked down upon. This Zhu Wan was obviously very disdainful of the Shadow Moon sect. This kind of sect, each time they came to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, they were all supporting castes. Without strength, it was very hard to gain other people's respect. This rule was the same everywhere. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The confidence of martial artists comes from powerful strength and not an unduly high opinion of oneself. After your esteemed self came, you've been constantly reproving the Shadow Moon sect. Presumably, you aren't living very well in the Divine Temple, right?" Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's expression change. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. To the outside world, the Divine Temple was a holy land. Entering the Divine Temple represented resplendent glory. But in reality, the competition within the temple was extremely cruel too. Naturally, they could not dispense with the survival of the fittest. For Zhu Wan to be able to enter the Bamboo Groove Divine Temple, his talent naturally went without saying. It was just that after entering the Divine Temple, everyone was similarly geniuses. His previous advantages were gone too. You were talented, but others were more talented than you. Zhu Wan discovered that after entering the Divine Temple, although he improved with amazing speed, other people's improvements were even faster than him and could obtain the temple's high regard even more. His days naturally became more and more difficult. Insolence. Who the hell do you think you are to dare speak to me like this? Zhu Wen's face fell and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Zhu Wen pitifully and shook his head as he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Your esteemed self's feelings I can understand. So I won't stoop to your level." Zhu Wen's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This Yi Yuan really rubbed his nose in it. Each sentence caused a 10,000-point critical hit to him. Su Yan also felt his anger vented in his heart. These few years, every time they took part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the Shadow Moon sect would be treated differently. Regardless of whether it was the temple's disciples or other sects, few thought highly of the Shadow Moon sect. But no choice. The temple was sublime. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Seeing Zhu Wan get deflated, he was naturally secretly pleased in his heart. However, he was also secretly startled by Yi Yuan's observational power. Very clearly, Yi Yuan guessed Zhu Wen's situation correctly. The temple was incomparably mysterious and never opened up to the outside world. The people outside never knew what was happening inside. Even the heads of true God-level sects also did not know anything about the temple. But nobody doubted the temple's power. So the divine temple's disciples, even if only celestial deity realm, had always been high and lofty too. Being critiqued by them a little, these skill-imparting elders, could only endure it too. But Yi Yuan could perceive so many things through only a few sentences. It was truly remarkable. All shut up for me. Honorable nephew Zhu is a temple disciple. How can it be your turn to teach him what to do? Su Yan suddenly glared and scolded. It was just that the expression on his face not only did not have any anger at all, it instead had some approval. When Yi Yuan and the rest saw, they could not help secretly finding it funny. They knew that Su Yan was giving Zhu Wen a way out. All of them shut their mouths sensibly. Su Yan had his back to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen could not see his expression. Seeing Su Yan fly off the handle, his expression indeed became much better. However, he still gave a cold snort and said, "Ignorant thing, is the temple what you all are qualified to appraise?" Yi Yuan and the rest exchanged glances and said in unison, "Yes, yes, yes. Whatever senior apprentice brother Zhu says goes." Zhu Wen's face virtually almost turned into a horse's face. On the vast expanse of water, a small rowboat slowly advanced. All around was a stretch of white fog lingering, unable to see one's fingers when the hands were stretched out. Powerful restriction powers came from all around, making Yi Yuan and the rest secretly startled. The Bamboo Grove Divine Temple was indeed incomparably powerful. It actually turned such a vast ocean into their forbidden land. Nobody urged the small boat, but it just drifted on the ocean just like that. Rumble! Suddenly, the small boat rocked violently. The bow of the boat swayed and actually plunged into a cloud of mist. Even if it was face to face, one could not see their companions clearly too. Everyone be careful. We are entering the restriction storm. The undulations of the power of laws are incredible. Everybody needs to avoid the power of restrictions. Otherwise, if you fall into the spirit nether sea, no one can save you. From the bow came Zhu Wen's warning. Everyone's hearts went slightly cold, each carefully avoiding the power of restrictions. No idea how long had passed either. The party finally passed out of the fog and returned to the normal sea. Suddenly, Bailey Qingyan's face changed and she said, "Where's Yi Yuan?" "Yi Yuan is gone." Everyone looked sideways and discovered that the Yi Yuan who was originally at the stern of the boat was really gone. Su Yan's face fell and he said, "Zhu Wen, this kind of thing had never happened before in the past. What's going on here?" How could Su Yan still not understand? Zhu Wen had resentment arise in his heart and deliberately set up a stumble, sending Yi Yuan down. Unknowingly, Su Yan even changed his term of address. Yi Yuan was this Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave's latent growth stock. Su Yan thought very highly of him. Now that he was gone, how could he not be angry? When Yi Yuan was a 9th Firmament Divine Lord, he could only fight with the 1st Firmament Celestial Deity Realm Qianyi until neither could gain the upper hand. Now that he broke through to the Celestial Deity Realm, his strength would really be hard to gauge. But Su Yan felt that Yi Yuan should have no problem matching up against 2nd Firmament Celestial Deities. As for how far he could go, it was really hard to tell. Such a great black horse was actually gone now. Su Yan's entire person felt dreadful. Zhu Wen sneered in his heart, but feigned ignorance on the surface as he said, "Didn't encounter in the past doesn't mean that the spirit nether sea is without dangers. The power of restrictions here will often undergo changes. A single misstep and even true god powerhouses will fall inside. Just now, that was just a minor restriction undulation. That's how we could be safe and sound. Elder Su, not that I'm saying you, but your disciple's strength is too weak, right? You look, aren't the rest fine?" He naturally did it on purpose. This spirit nether sea outsiders did not know, but he was very familiar with it. Zhu Wen deliberately went off course and had a small contact with the restriction. And the place of contact was precisely the stern of the boat where Yi Yuan was at. The stern was naturally also the place where the law undulations were the strongest. Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned red and she said angrily, "You're despicable and shameless. Turn around right now for me, I'm going to look for Yi Yuan." But Zhu Wen shook his head and said, "Can't find any more. This spirit nether sea changes myriad of times in a twinkle. Dropping into the sea, he would definitely trigger the power of restrictions. It's already impossible to come back." Bailey Qingyan's eyes turned red and she said angrily, I'll fight it out with you. Zhu Wen said coolly, if you want to make everyone be buried together with you, then feel free to give it a try. Su Yan grabbed hold of Bailey Qingyan and said in a cold voice, don't be rash. Wait until we get ashore before talking. Bailey Qingyan's tears rolled down, but she was unable to resist the powerful Su Yan and could only give up. But her gaze when looking at Zhu Wen was icy cold. But Zhu Wen smiled coldly in his heart. Toward Bailey Qingyan's threat he did not take it to heart at all. Although Bailey Qingyan's strength was decent, wanting to pass the Bamboo Grove martial conclave was still a little forceful. As long as she could not enter the temple, there was nothing to discuss. Before long, an island appeared in everyone's eyes. Stepping onto the island, Bailey Qingyan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over towards Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen seemed to have long expected it and casually pointed a finger out. Break for me. Zhu Wen gave a cold cry. Bailey Qingyan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being knocked flying back. The disparity between Zhu Wen and her was too great. Humph! Overestimating your own ability. If not looking on the account of Elder Su's face, I'd have killed you just now, Zhu Wen said with a cold snort. Bailey Qingyan looked at Zhu Wen coldly and said in a chilly voice, just you wait. There will come a day where I'll take revenge for Yi Yuan. Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said disdainfully, that will have to depend on whether you can pass the Bamboo Grove martial conclave or not. But in my view, the hope isn't big. Su Yan also felt a wave of anger well up in his heart and he said in a solemn voice, Zhu Wen, you're too much. Today's matter, I'll definitely report it to Lord Envoy and request him to uphold justice. But Zhu Wen did not care at all and just said with a faint smile, go ahead. Seeing Zhu Wen's attitude, Su Yan's heart also sunk. In front of the temple, these true god powerhouses, really did not have any right to speak at all. You guys look. There seems to be someone on the spirit nether sea, Xianxia suddenly said. Everyone's face changed. Looking over in the direction Xianxia pointed at. Sure enough, they discovered that a small black dot was currently closing in on here. Although everyone's eyesight was excellent, the sea was foggy. They could not see the actual situation too. Could it be Yi Yuan? Su Yan said in surprise. Zhu Wen's expression similarly changed, both eyes narrowing into a line, seemingly wanting to see through the fog. But there was indeed a black figure swaying about inside the fog, currently coming towards the shore. How is this possible? Zhu Wen said with an astonished look. When Bailey Qingyan saw the flickering figure, she was immediately overjoyed. It's definitely Yi Yuan. It must be Yi Yuan, Bailey Qingyan said excitedly. That figure got closer and closer. The outline also became clearer and clearer. In the end, everyone could see a slightly thin figure currently speeding like the wind over to the side, sweeping up waves. And he came treading on the waves. It's real. He didn't die. He really didn't die. The agitated Bailey Qingyan was somewhat incoherent in speech, but at this time no one paid attention to these. All of the people, including Su Yan, were all inexplicably in shock. This is impossible. Apart from the temple's disciples, no one has ever been able to pass through the spirit nether sea. How did he do it? Zhu Wen had a look of disbelief. This scene in front of him was seriously too fantastical. Yi Yuan stepped on massive waves and walked over leisurely like he was a surfer. You can't doesn't mean Yi Yuan can't. Now, you must be very disappointed, right? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly, her gaze looking at Zhu Wen was full of disdain. Seeing Zhu Wen's expression, she was also incomparably delighted in her heart. In her heart, the temple had always been an extremely sacred place, incomparably holy. But now, seeing Zhu Wen's performance, she had a trace of wavering in her heart. Swoosh! Yi Yuan took a step and flew to the shore. Bailey Qingyan burst into tears of joy. She immediately pounced forward and started sobbing. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb with amazement by this scene. But he still lightly patted Bailey Qingyan's shoulder and consoled. It's fine. It's all over. Seeing Zhu Wen's incomparably shocked expression, Yi Yuan said with an amused look, Looks like you're very disappointed. The corners of Zhu Wen's mouth twitched, finally recovering with the shock. He seemed slightly awkward as he laughed dryly twice and said, I already said that was just an accident. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, you're really very weak. So what if it was deliberate? Your gaze is flickered all over the place, and you don't even dare to look straight into my eyes. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to be a bad guy. No wonder you're depressed and failed to achieve your ambition at the temple. A cold aura crept out when Yi Yuan was saying this. Zhu Wen looked at Yi Yuan angrily, somewhat turning angry from the initial embarrassment. Zhu Wen gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Punk, you're challenging my bottom line. Yi Yuan said coolly, challenging your bottom line? Then you come and kill me. Want to kill me, come openly and above board. With your strength, I'm not a match. See, you don't dare again. You have no status in the temple. If you kill the disciples who came to participate in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave, the temple will hold you accountable. In the end, it's still that you're too weak. Enough. Shut up for me. Zhu Wen said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one, virtually about to shatter his mind. Su Yan looked at the crazed Zhu Wen, incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan made a fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse's Dao heart almost collapse with a few words. This was really killing people without seeing blood. With Su Yan's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhu Wen's Dao heart already reached the verge of collapse. This could inevitably cause tremendous hindrance to his future cultivation. Zhu Wen, who was originally already struggling to stride forward in the temple, after this it was probably hard for him to stand up again this time. Yi Yuan shook his head as he smiled and said, entering the temple doesn't mean getting it over with once and for all. One would instead enter an even more cruel environment. Even if I don't say it out loud, your weakness cannot be changed too. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to become my opponent. Elder Su, let's go. Done talking, Yi Yuan walked over toward the building on the island first. This place had powerful restrictions everywhere. Even true god powerhouses were unable to fly in the air too. For Yi Yuan to be able to come over from the spirit nether sea by treading on the waves, it was not because Yi Yuan could ignore these powerful restrictions, but that the place Zhu Wen threw him at, the restrictions were too weak. In those places with powerful restrictions, Zhu Wen did not dare to act carelessly too. Otherwise, it would not be throwing Yi Yuan down, but it would be him being buried with Yi Yuan. And along the way, Yi Yuan had pretty much grasped the spirit nether sea's restrictions long ago. Coupled with that, there was Zhu Wen himself guiding in front. It was not that surprising for Yi Yuan to be able to come out. The party walked onto the island. A bunch of well-arranged palaces appeared in front of everyone. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. There was an enormous archway ahead with 4 big characters written on it. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. It's said that this place is just the tip of the iceberg of the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm, the only place in the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm that's opened up to the public and also where the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave is at, Su Yan explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization and was just about to enter the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm when he heard a loud noise coming from the island. Bang! Back of the mountain, a building was directly blown up, the entire roof blown off, looking spectacular. Su Yan's face changed and he said, what happened? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm? Yi Yuan said, it's fine. That should be a furnace explosion. But being able to produce such great power, the alchemist's standard shouldn't be weak. Jiang Shuyan was suddenly very curious and asked, how is he compared to you? Ever since Yi Yuan stepped into Celestial Deity Realm, Jiang Shuyan never had the idea of making things difficult for him anymore. She knew that Yi Yuan's rise was already unstoppable. The Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave this time, Yi Yuan's hopes were even greater than Bailey Qingyan's. As for how great, no one knew right now. All in all, he was definitely very strong. The Yi Qingxiang by the side also had the same thought as Jiang Shuyan. He did not wish to become a second Qian Yi. Opposing Yi Yuan, that was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan gave Jiang Shuyan a glance and said smilingly, I've never blown up my furnace before. Of course, if I insist on doing it, it will at least be 100 times more powerful than this. Including Su Yan, the few people's pupils constricted. They had never seen before Yi Yuan's pill refining strength. But from the medicinal pill he gave Bailey Qingyan, they could tell that his strength was definitely very formidable. But 100 times stronger than the explosion just now, they felt that it was somewhat fantastical. One had to know, inside pill refining rooms all had protective arrays. To be able to directly blow off that building's roof was already very horrifying. 100 times stronger than this, what kind of concept was that? TCH. Ignorant fool, who do you think you are? 100 times more powerful than that just now, do you know what it means? When the Zhu one who had been silent all along heard this, he finally could not resist jeering. But Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all, lifting his leg and leaving. Along the way, Zhu Wen finally managed to make his state of mind calm down a bit. Yi Yuan's attitude made the evil fire in his heart flare up with a whoosh. Hey! I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Zhu Wen said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, Are you talking to me? I only hear a dog anyhow barking. Zhu Wen's face changed and he was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan continue coolly saying, I said it before, if you don't dare to kill me, then keep your mouth shut so as to avoid asking for trouble. Zhu Wen's eyes seemingly spewed fire, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Punk! Let's wait and see. You'll regret it one day. Yi Yuan pursed his lips, a disdainful look on his face as he continued walking ahead. Under Zhu Wen's lead, the Shadow Moon sect party arrived at a bunch of thatched houses at the borders of the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm. This is your residence, Zhu Wen said lightly. Su Yan's face fell and he said, Zhu Wen, you're really too outrageous. If I didn't remember wrongly, this should be the woodshed, right? Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said, Supporting role sex like you all still want to have any good treatment? I reckon that you guys can't stay too long either and will be sent packing back home very soon. The Shadow Moon sect's few people were all filled with righteous indignation. This guy was clearly using his position to get even with a personal grudge. Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, Woodshed then? Cultivators take the world to be their homes, why would we care about this? Su Yan's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. This boy could have such talent, yet remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation. To be able to say these words showed that he already saw through the secular world, his heart realm reaching no idea what kind of realm already. Even Su Yan was also ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's face turn black. He originally vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not fall for it and even said these words? Swoosh! Suddenly a pink object turned into a stream of light and bored right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Even Yi Yuan had a baffled look too. Treasure Pig. Where did you run to, Treasure Pig? Very soon, a childish voice was heard. Yi Yuan lowered his head and took a look at his bosom. A pink piggy was currently desperately boring into his clothes. Then a little boy around 5 or 6 years old ran in front of Yi Yuan with a waddle. The child reached his hand out to Yi Yuan and said, Return Treasure Pig to me. Yi Yuan was taken back, grabbed hold of the little pink pig in his bosom, and passed it to the child. The child giggled and reached his hand out to receive the little pink pig. Taking over the little pink pig, it struggled and immediately broke free of the child's arm, boring into Yi Yuan's bosom again. The child was stunned and could not help saying furiously, Treasure Pig, are you trying to rebel? Awoo, awoo. That little pink pig clamored in Yi Yuan's bosom and refused to come out. Yi Yuan was also perplexed, uncertain of what was going on. The kid could not help saying angrily when he heard Treasure Pig's cries, What the hell are you doing? A first firmament celestial deity stinking brat. You actually like him? Did you eat too many medicinal pills and spoiled your head? The child gave no chance to explain and directly reached his arm out to grab Treasure Pig. But Treasure Pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom desperately and refused to come out. Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, as if understanding something, and said coolly, You let it go. Let me do it. Who knew that that kid did not buy it at all and said angrily, Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Keep being long-winded and Grandpa Tong will immediately kill you. Hurry up and return my Treasure Pig to me. Yi Yuan was stunned. This child talked in a kidderish manner but had the appearance of a patronizing elder. The feeling that it gave people was extremely weird. But this kid's arrogant appearance also ignited Yi Yuan's anger. His brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you letting go or not?" The kid raised his head and said, "I'm not letting go. What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan laughed coldly and reached his hand out to grabbing toward the child. That child similarly laughed coldly, figure immediately becoming illusory. Yi Yuan's grab actually caught nothing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Spatial law." The child was proud of himself as he said, "Merely a first firmament celestial deity, and yet you really take yourself to be somebody noteworthy." This child's strength was very vague. Even by his side, Yi Yuan could not sense his strength too. It was just that this spatial law, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing apart from his and Cold Feather's. Furthermore, this child's spatial law comprehension was not weak. That child was currently being pleased with himself when a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, reaching his hand out to grab at him once more. The child chuckled and said, "It's no use, your bit of ability isn't even fit to carry shoes for your grandpa Tong." This time, he still wanted to avoid Yi Yuan's grab through spatial law. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's grab trailed closely behind like a shadow. Inside the void, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the child's arm. The child turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "You actually know spatial law too?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You wouldn't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right? Really don't know which family's child. So mischievous. Today, I'll discipline you well on behalf of your family's grown-ups." Finished saying, Yi Yuan allowed no explanations and put the child on his legs and smacked his buttocks. Children had thin skin and tender flesh. How could they withstand Yi Yuan's iron palm? With a few slaps, the child burst into tears. Wah! Wah! Let me go. You stinking brat. I'll definitely kill you. Definitely kill you. By the side, Zhu Wen looked at this scene, a gloating look on his face. Heh, the evil that people brought on themselves is the hardest to bear. Su Yan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by this?" Zhu Wen had a smug look as he said, "That kid has always been following Elder Du Ruffing recently. Elder Du Ruffing listens and does whatever he wants. Their relationship must be extraordinary. That punk hit Elder Du Ruffing's people now. Do you think his outcome can be good?" The moment these words came out, Su Yan's expression instantly became very ugly. Bailey Qingyan had been watching happily by the side all along. Now, hearing Zhu Wen say so, she could not resist asking, "Elder Su? Who is Elder Du Ruffin?" Su Yan's expression was ugly as he said, "Over 300,000 years ago, he was the #1 alchemist of the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's young generation. That season's Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he entered the temple by getting the first place. Presently, he's already a true God Realm elder." Bailey Qingyan's expression changed drastically. The temple's elder, also an alchemist, this was having provoked an incredible major figure. Zhu Wen, this kind of person could only be a minor character in the temple. But a rank 6 alchemist, that identity was absolutely extraordinary. She hurriedly shouted, "Yi Yuan, stop hitting." Yi Yuan did not listen at all and still beat the child's buttocks severely. Right then, a figure swept over here as swift as lightning. An old man had an imposing momentum as he looked at Yi Yuan with a furious look and bellowed loudly, "Where did this punk come from, to actually dare hit little Tong? Ouch! So painful. My butt. Du Ruffing. Hurry up and save me." Little Tong cried. Yi Yuan really dealt heavy blows. The kid was really in pain right now. Yi Yuan gave Du Ruffing a glance and said coolly, "This is your family's child?" Du Ruffing was taken aback and immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right." Only at this time did Yi Yuan stop. Throwing little Tong to Du Ruffing, he said coolly, "Your family's child, you have to discipline him well, acting patronizingly like an elder, wanting to kill people at the drop of a hat. This child's talent is pretty good. He mustn't take to evil ways." Du Ruffing had a peculiar expression on his face. Reaching his hand out and beckoning, he caught little Tong. Little Tong shed tears and mucus, looking extremely pitiful. "Du. Grandpa Du, quickly help me take a look. I can't feel my butt now, sniff sniff." As he said, he stuck his little buttocks up, almost killing people with cuteness. Du Ruffing had a dark expression, pulling down little Tong's pants. he discovered that the buttocks were bright red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You punk. Really ruthless in your blows, huh? Looks like you really want to die." Du Ruffin raised his head, the aura of true God realm suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed drastically. But when Du Ruffin looked over toward Yi Yuan again, he discovered that he was currently squatting there, treasure pig wriggling into Yi Yuan's palm extremely happily. "A woo, a woo." Treasure Pig's cheerful cries made Du Ruffin have a stunned look. The powerful aura also disappeared into thin air. Du Ruffin looked at Little Tong with a shocked expression as he said, "Little Tong, this." Little Tong also stopped crying already. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. Hearing Du Rufing's yell, he nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "Treasure Pig, he has never bleated so happily before. How did this kid do it?" Grunt, grunt. The pink treasure pig baby had a blissful appearance and finally ate all the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hand. Then his neck tilted and he collapsed on the ground, falling asleep blissfully. Yi Yuan picked up treasure pig and returned it to Little Tong and said coolly, "Little snotty brat, don't yell about killing at every move. This little pig is clearly hungry. Just feed it to its fill and that would do it." What did you feed him just now?" Du Ruffing asked with a surprised look. This treasure pig was notoriously difficult to serve. During this period of time, he racked his brains and was also unable to satisfy treasure pig. Just now, in order to refine pills, he even directly exploded the furnace upward, even blowing off the roof. But who would have thought that a kid who popped out of no idea where casually fed a little something and made treasure pig satisfied to the max? Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "Of course it's medicinal pills. Didn't this snotty brat say just now that this piggy likes to eat medicinal pills? I just happened to have on hand some medicinal pills that I refined in the past and fed them to him conveniently." Hearing Little Tong's words, Yi Yuan had some guesses in his heart. This treasure pig might have smelled the smell of medicinal pills on his body. That was why he would tunneling into his bosom desperately. With an attempt, it was indeed like so. But Yi Yuan was very surprised. This treasure pig's nose was really sharp enough. Looking at its appearance, it did not smell the medicinal fragrance after seeing him but smelled it from a very far away place. This little pink pig was very unusual. Humph. Don't think that you're off the hook by feeding treasure pig to its fill. Do. Grandpa. Kill him for me. This punk actually dared to hit my buttocks. Ouch. Little Tong pointed at Yi Yuan and said furiously. Du Rufing's face fell and he immediately exuded a murderous air. Su Yan's face changed and he immediately felt a big headache. Du Rufing's strength was far above his. Furthermore, even if he was worse than him, with Du Rufing's identity, he did not dare to make a move either. Yi Yuan, this brat, was really courting death. When Zhu Wen saw this scene, he was excited until he was practically about to jump up. But right at this time, Treasure Pig suddenly startled awake and broke free of Little Tong's embrace with a whoosh, and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, showing its teeth at Du Ruffing. Grunt! Grunt! This Treasure Pig was very human-like. Everyone could see that he was venting his dissatisfaction. When Du Ruffing saw this scene, his originally imposing momentum immediately disappeared into thin air. When Little Tong saw this scene, he said in a great rage, "You stupid pig, ungrateful and forgetting my kindness. Come over here for me." Treasure Pig shook its head and directly turned its head away, the appearance very arrogant. Little Tong jumped up angrily and said, "Angering me to death. Angering me to death. If you have the capabilities, follow this brat in the future. Don't come and find me anymore." It was just that he spoke in a childish voice and did not have any deterrence at all. He originally thought that Treasure Pig would be scared. Who knew that Treasure Pig leaped and bored right into Yi Yuan's bosom, and even shook its head at Little Tong like putting on a show of force, cute to the extreme. The moment Little Tong saw, he said angrily, "You ungrateful fellow, we're cut off." Done talking, Little Tong walked off acting like an elderly, with his hands behind his back. Du Ruffing was frozen there, looking at Treasure Pig and looking at Little Tong again. He had a difficult look on his face. Suddenly, he saw Zhu Wen by the side. His expression turned somber and he said, "You're the disciple in charge of the Shadow Moon sect's daily living?" Zhu Wen hurriedly said, "Yes, it's just that." Zhu Wen did not know what Du Ruffing wanted, and was just about to lodge a complaint when he was immediately interrupted by Du Ruffing. Arrange for them to stay in Upper Groove Court. Whatever requests they have, satisfy them to the best of your ability, especially that kid. If Treasure Pig were to suffer any inconveniences in this period of time, I'll hold you accountable. Zhu Wen's expression was instantly ugly to the extreme. Upper Groove Court was the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm's top residence. Putting aside the extravagant facilities, it was also the place where spiritual energy was the most abundant. Even the rank 1 high clarity sect among the dozen over true god level sects also did not have the qualifications to be hosted in the Upper Groove Court. Elder Du actually let the Shadow Moon sect be hosted in Upper Groove Court for a pig. On what basis? Forget that they were staying in Upper Groove Court. He even wanted him to handle all demands. Zhu Wen wished to hit his head and die right now. Except Du Ruffing's status, he was well aware. At this very moment, he could only swallow the knocked-out teeth into his stomach. This disciple obeys. Zhu Wen bowed and said. Du Ruffing completely ignored Zhu Wen and immediately turned around to go chase after Little Tong. Shadow Moon sect's people all used strange expressions to look at Zhu Wen. Just now, this guy still wanted to use his position to get even with a personal grudge, putting them in the woodshed to humiliate them. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, the situation had a big reversal. Jiang Shuyan came in front of Zhu Wen with an amused look as she opened her mouth and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu, lead the way." Zhu Wen's face became black as the bottom of the work and he said in a solemn voice, "What are you being smug for? A villain intoxication by success." Jiang Shuyan giggled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu, you have to pay attention to your words. You scold us villains, Yu Yuan won't be happy. If he's not happy, Treasure Pig won't be happy. If Treasure Pig isn't happy, you know the consequences." Seemingly affirming Jiang Shuyan's words, Treasure Pig grunted twice in Yi Yuan's bosom and fell asleep again. Zhu Wen's face changed, stifling back a breath, almost exploding. The temple's disciples had always been high and lofty in front of true god-level sects. But today he had to compromise out of consideration for the general interest, truly aggrieving. Forcefully enduring the humiliation, Zhu Wen sucked in a deep breath and said, "Follow me then." Upper Groove Court, compared to the woodshed, was really like heaven and earth. This place was like a miniature palace, pavilions with flowing water, houses and courtyards, extremely ingenious. Upon entering Upper Groove Court, a burst of thick spiritual energy hit head-on, making the few people perk up considerably instantly. "There are a dozen over courtyards here. You all pick yourselves. If there's anything, call me again." Finished talking, Zhu Wen was about to head outside. This place, he did not wish to remain for a moment. "Hang on." Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Zhu Wen's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, "Anything else? Amen?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, revealing a displeased look. Zhu Wen hated him in his heart immensely, but he could only soften his tone and say, "May I ask if junior apprentice brother Yi has anything else?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's more like it. You wait for a moment, I'll give you a list, you go and prepare a batch of rank 5 spirit medicines for me." The rank 5 spirit medicines in Yi Yuan's hands were not many. It could not stand up to the consumption at all. Bamboo Groove Divine Temple was the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's top faction. Mere rank 5 spirit medicines shouldn't be a problem. Such a good opportunity to practice now. If he did not take advantage of it, wouldn't it be too regrettable? However, Zhu Wen's face could not help turning black when he heard it, and was just thinking of flaring up when suddenly, his eyeballs swiveled and he said with a nod, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Upper Groove Court was very big. The 5 people each picked a courtyard and Yi Yuan went to make a list. Before long, Yi Yuan handed the list to Zhu Wen. The moment Zhu Wen took it and looked, his eyeballs almost popped out. This kid was really demanding an exorbitant price. On the list, several hundred types of rank 5 spirit medicines were listed. Unless it was an elder-level existence, otherwise, who had the authority to mobilize so many rank 5 spirit medicines? Did he really think that a pig could let him act recklessly without fear of anybody in the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm? One had to know. This place was the temple's territory, the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's supreme ruler. Leaving Upper Groove Court, Zhu Wen said with a cold laugh, "Heh, The status of Elder Chai, who is in charge of the Spirit Medicines Hall, isn't beneath Elder Du. I want to see whether or not you can rely on a pig to bear his wrath. Bringing Yi Yuan's list, Zhu Wen came straight to the Spirit Medicines Hall. Sure enough, the moment he saw the list, the senior apprentice brother inside got a big fright and immediately threw him outside. Senior apprentice brother song. These spirit medicines are not what I want. Elder Du Ruffing made me send the Shadow Moon Sex people to Upper Groove Court. He asked me to take good care of them and satisfy any requests. In the end, the moment they went in, they came up with this list and gave it to me, insisting on making me come and pick them up. I had no choice too. Zhu Wen said with a distressed look. The moment that senior apprentice brother Song heard Zhu Wen's explanation, he could not help but wonder. Elder Du Ruffing? Shadow Moon Sect? What's going on? Zhu Wen smiled bitterly and said, how would I know what's going on? Elder Du's orders. Us disciples don't dare to not listen either. Senior apprentice brother Song, why not? You report this matter to Elder Chai and let him make a final decision. Senior apprentice brother Song's expression turned somber, feeling that what Zhu Wen said made a lot of sense. The matters between the big guys, they had better be more careful. Hence, he brought Zhu Wen to go find Elder Chai. Zhu Wen repeated his words earlier and embellished the details as he said that Kid called Yi Yuan is very arrogant in attitude, completely disregarding our temple by relying on that he has Elder Du's golden words, and even said that if this disciple doesn't get these spirit medicines, he'll make this disciple get out of the temple. This disciple. Sure enough, the moment Elder Chai heard, he said in a great rage, insolent thing. When is the Shadow Moon Sect arrogant until it looks down on the temple? Lead the way. I want to see what right the Shadow Moon Sect has to stay in Upper Groove Court. Is Du Ruffing that old punk muddle-headed with age? Seeing Elder Chai angry, Zhu Wen felt pleased with himself inwardly. He wanted to see who could still protect you with this. Who is Yi Yuan? Get out here for this old man. Elder Chai's roar instantly spread throughout the entire Upper Groove Court, also alarming quite a few people to come and watch. Su Yan's reaction was the fastest. The moment he came out and saw that it was the Elder Chai who was burning with rage, his expression could not help changing and he said with clasped hands, turns out that it's Brother Chai Zhen. I wonder what mistake Yi Yuan has made to cause Brother Chai Zhen to be so angered. When the people who came over to watch saw Su Yan as well as Bailey Qin Yan and the rest who came out in succession, each and every one of their eyes could not help popping out. Isn't this the Shadow Moon Sect Su Yan? Why is their Shadow Moon Sect staying in Upper Groove Court? I heard that Upper Groove Court is specifically used to entertain elders who came from the inner island. We've never stayed before. Reckon that they checked into Upper Groove Court without permission. This time, angering Elder Chai Zhen, there's a good show to watch. These people were all here to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. When they saw that the Shadow Moon Sect actually checked into Upper Groove Court, each and every one was extremely surprised. Shadow Moon Sect was just middle-lower standard among the true God level sections. How did they have the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court? Reckon that it was them checking in without authorization and was found out by Chai Zhen. That was why he would fly into a great rage. This Chai Zhen was famed for being hot-tempered. Each and every one of them harbored the emotions of watching a show and onlooking. Smack! Chai Zhen immediately threw the list onto Su Yan's face, not giving him, this true God realm elder, the least bit of face, and said in a solemn voice, what mistake he made? You take a look yourself. This punk called Yi Yuan really take the temple to be your Shadow Moon Sect? The moment he opened his mouth, it's several hundred kinds of rank 5 spirit medicines. What high-sounding sentiments. Also, who the hell are you guys to actually dare stay in Upper Groove Court? Right now. Immediately. Right away. Get out of here for me. Su Yan took the list and had a look, his mouth unable to close for a long time. He thought that Yi Yuan just casually wanted some spirit medicines. He did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan asked for it, it was several hundred kinds. Did this kid really think that the temple's spirit medicines were roadside cabbages? Su Yan's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, there's probably some misunderstanding involved. But us staying in Upper Groove Court was personally said by Elder Du Ruffing. When Chai Zhen heard this, his face turned black and said, Su Yan, Are you using do roughing to pressure me? Do you feel that in this bamboo groove holy realm, I still have to be kept in check by him? Su Yan's face changed and knew that he said the wrong thing. He had also heard before that this Chai Jin was hot-tempered. With this, it was not easy to clean up the mess. Brother Chai Jin, calm your anger. This Su doesn't mean that, Su Yan hurriedly said. Chai Jin flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a cold snort, regardless whether you mean it or not, right now, immediately get lost for me right away. Within 3 breaths, if you guys still don't scram, don't blame this old man for not being courteous. 1. Similarly, a true god powerhouse. Chai Jin did not give Su Yan the slightest bit of face, and immediately started counting down. In his eyes, Su Yan was merely a yokel. Su Yan's expression was incomparably ugly. This guy was too unreasonable. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of Upper Groove Court and said with an indifferent look, Elder Su, since this elder asks us to move out, then let's just move out. Oh, also, those spirit medicines, don't give. Flying into such a big temper for what? Chai Jin's face fell and he said, You're that brat called Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior Yi Yuan pays respect to Elder Chai. Chai Jin snorted coldly and said, A mere true god-level sex disciple dares to be so unbridled, not having the slightest bit of respect for the temple. Today, not teaching you a lesson, you'd really think that you're some genius. Finished talking, Chai Jin's true god realm aura suddenly released, reaching his hand out and grabbing at Yi Yuan. Chai Jin attacked straight away, not giving Yi Yuan a chance to react at all. Yi Yuan only felt a power that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, crushing over towards him. Yi Yuan's face changed, not expecting that this guy was so unreasonable. Suddenly, a lump of pinkish thing tunneled out of Yi Yuan's bosom and started grunting away at Chai Jin. When Chai Jin saw Treasure Pig, his expression could not help changing, and he hurriedly pulled back and exclaimed, Treasure Pig! Treasure Pig bared its teeth at Chai Jin, an appearance of sullen anger. Chai Jin had an embarrassed look and said to Treasure Pig with a smile, Sorry? I didn't know that, Treasure Pig. You were here. Treasure Pig did not seem to buy it at all and still bared its teeth at Chai Jin. Chai Jin smiled fawningly and said, Okay. I'll go right away. I'll go at once. That. You all carry on staying in Upper Groove Court. Brother Su Yan, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go in, don't stay outside. The wind outside is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. PFFF. Bailey Qingyan even turned pale with fright when she saw Chai Jin attack just now. But now she was tickled by this Chai Jin's behavior. Chai Jin had a look of embarrassment. Suddenly, he thought of something. Smacking his head, he said with a look of realization, Oh, right, Brother Su Yan. Return the list Yi Yuan made to me. I'll order people to prepare it at once. Today, I'll definitely send it over to Yi Yuan. Everyone was struck senseless by Chai Jin's sudden change. Everyone was incomparably surprised, not knowing what origins this pink pig had, and what relationship it had with the Shadow Moon sect. After saying all these, Chai Jin turned around and prepared to leave, and just happened to see Zhu Wen behind him. Smack! A crisp slap sounded out, then came Chai Jin's bellow. He shouted, You idiot! Why didn't you tell me that Treasure Pig was here? What was that Treasure Pig? With Chai Jin not saying anything, no one knew either. But the people knew that this pink, cute piggy definitely had an extraordinary background. Except no idea why this pig was so close to Yi Yuan. This made all of the sects extremely envious. Returning to the spirit medicine hall, Chai Jin ordered people to go prepare the spirit medicines on the list straight away. He instructed that no matter how difficult, they must prepare it by today and then deliver it to Upper Groove Court. Finally, he returned to his residence, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and let out a long sigh of relief. So close, so close. Do roughing this damn thing. Almost scammed your father. But why would Treasure Pig appear here? Could it be that Lord is also here? Thinking of this, Chai Jin could not help being alarmed into breaking out in cold sweat. Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan's residence. Treasure Pig was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Saliva even hung off the corners of its mouth, as if it was still eating delicacies in his sleep. This little thing was really like a pig. Apart from eating, it was sleeping. Su Yan looked at the asleep treasure pig and said with a look of awe and asked Yi Yuan softly, what background does this little thing have for both Du Ruffing and Xianxia to actually be afraid of him? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, how would I know? But shouldn't you be more concerned about that child? Su Yan was taken aback and said uncertainly, you mean, little Tong? Isn't he just a kid? Even though he knows spatial law, his strength seems to be ordinary, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, his strength indeed isn't strong, but don't you forget the words he said to Treasure Pig. He might be the disciple of Treasure Pig's master or descendant. And Treasure Pig's owner is the true big shot. Su Yan's face changed. He clearly did not think as deeply as Yi Yuan. Currently, through Yi Yuan's tip, he was immediately startled into breaking out in cold sweat. To be able to make two great true god elders so fearful. Then what kind of existence was the important person behind him? This important person. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, although the gap between True God Realm and True God Realm is similarly extremely great, to be able to make them so afraid at seeing a pet, that important person is very likely an Empyrean powerhouse. Hiss. Although he was long mentally prepared, Su Yan was still taken aback with fright by Yi Yuan's statement. Empyrean powerhouse. Even in the Heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolute sovereigns in a region, an existence that rode above all life. True gods and Empyreans, both were existence from two completely different worlds. Although Su Yan was strong, barring no accidents, Empyrean this realm was cut off from him. In the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, practically no one had seen before Empyrean powerhouses. This was an extremely mysterious bunch, gods standing high above the masses, existences that all life looked up to. How could Su Yan not be shocked? Actually, Yi Yuan was also deeply moved in his heart. As early as in the Immortal Grove world, he had already heard of Empyrean powerhouses. All the way until today, it was his first time being so close to an Empyrean powerhouse. Back then, Kuan Wu and Dustless both predicted that it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the realm of Empyrean. But now he did not seem to be that far away from the Empyrean realm anymore. But I can't figure out why Treasure Pig would stick to you. It should be its first time meeting you. Su Yan suddenly said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, most likely, it's aiming for the medicinal pills on me. Su Yan said in puzzlement, the medicinal pills on you? Elder Du is a 6-star alchemy god. Could the medicinal pills he refines be worse than yours? Moreover, the temple's alchemists are also not just Du Ruffing alone. Some people's strengths are even above his. Why would this treasure pig pick you? Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, Elder Su, how do you want me to answer your question? Su Yan said, of course it's to answer truthfully. He was indeed very curious about what unique aspect Yi Yuan had, to be able to make Treasure Pig not scruple to fall out with Little Tong. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, of course it's naturally because the quality of my medicinal pills is better than theirs. Su Yan was stunned and scolded laughingly. You punk! Not coming up with a draft when you're bragging. How can a 6-star alchemy god's strength be what you can imagine? Forget it, this kind of thing, maybe it's fate. Yi Yuan smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and did not say anything. Xianxia's efficiency was very high. He sent over all of the rank 5 spirit medicines on that very day. When Yi Yuan saw the dazzling array of spirit medicines, he was also beside himself with joy. He had always worried about the problem of spirit medicines after rank 5. Wanting to become a qualified 5-star alchemy god naturally needed large quantities of spirit medicines to practice. Now, with Treasure Pig, this matter was resolved with ease. There was still around half a month from the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave. Yi Yuan could just make use of this period of time to become proficient in rank 5 divine pills. After 3 days, a skinny figure slipped into Upper Grove Court sneakily. His figure was erratic and extremely elusive. In a blink of an eye, he ducked into Yi Yuan's room. One look and he saw the treasure pig drooling away on the bed and was immediately bellowing smoke from all 7 orifices from anger. Bang! Ouch! Little Tong took a step and immediately seemed to have hit into a wall, knocking until his nose ached badly. This kid actually even knows how to lay down a spatial restriction. Treasure Pig is mine. What right does he have? Little Tong said angrily. Waiting for 3 days, Treasure Pig did not have the slightest sign of returning. Little Tong finally could not bear it anymore and wanted to quietly steal Treasure Pig away. But very clearly, he underestimated Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was extremely familiar with spatial law. How could he possibly let people break into the room? Right then, a layer of ripples appeared in space. Yi Yuan's figure appeared. When Little Tong saw Yi Yuan, his eyes spewed fire as he said, "Punk, what's the meaning of this? Treasure pig is mine." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Weren't you going to cut off all ties with him?" Little Tong choked when he heard that and said with a cold snort, That was just words said in anger. Moreover, Treasure Pig following you is just feeling novel for some time. Don't think that occasionally refining a few pretty decent quality medicinal pills, you can make Treasure Pig commit himself to you. Let me tell you, Treasure Pig's mouth is very picky. Oh, then when it's willing to go back, I'll let it go back. You relax, I won't take forcible possession of it, Yi Yuan said coolly. He indeed did not have the idea of making Treasure Pig his. He could not afford to raise this dainty pig. Eating medicinal pills every day, how could he afford to rear it? Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Little Tong's expression eased up. He then said in a childish voice, "You can refine medicinal pills that satisfy Treasure Pig, so you indeed have a lot of potential. How about this? I'll make Du Ruffing take you in as a disciple, you just follow Du Ruffing in the future." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and shook his head as he said, "Acknowledge him as my master? I'm not interested. He can't teach me." The moment Little Tong heard, he was furious again and said, "You brat. Really don't know how to appreciate favors. You merely just broke through to celestial deity realm. Do you really think that you're remarkable? Do you know how many people in Bamboo Groove Void Realm want to acknowledge Du Ruffing as master, but have no way? Who do you think you are that even a 6-star alchemy god can't teach you?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Flicking his palm, several medicinal pills appeared in his palm. The moment the medicinal pills appeared, the sleeping Treasure Pig seemed to have been struck by lightning, turning into a streak of pink light and pouncing toward Yi Yuan. Grunt! Grunt! Treasure Pig ate the few medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hand clean in no time flat. But Little Tong's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. What you fed Treasure Pig just now were Void Spirit Divine pills." Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "Eh? You, this snotty brat, still have some knowledge, huh? To actually know that it's Void Spirit Divine pills with just a glance. Treasure Pig ate very quickly just now. It was just a blink of an eye but was seen clearly by Little Tong." Little Tong's face revealed a hint of solemnness and he said, "These medicinal pills were all refined by you?" Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Not refined by me. Could it be that you refined them?" At this time, Little Tong's expression had a complicatedness that was not commensurate with his age. Clearly, he was very shocked. "That's impossible. You broke through to celestial deity realm at most for a few years. Such a short time. How can you possibly refine rank 5 Void Spirit Divine pills?" Little Tong said in disbelief. It was not that Void Spirit Divine pills were impossible to be refined. It was just that wanting to refine Void Spirit Divine pills undoubtedly required the accumulation of a long time. Alchemy Dao geniuses, even if it was geniuses among geniuses, it was also impossible to comprehend the method to refine Void Spirit Divine pills within a few years' time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Others can't. Doesn't mean I can't." Little Tong's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "Impossible. I don't believe." Yi Yuan twisted Little Tong's ear and dragged him outside. Little Tong was in pain and screamed, "Ouch! Let me go. You punk ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. To actually dare twist my ears." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said, "You broke into my residence without permission. I haven't settled the scores with you yet. So what if I pinch you a little?" Little Tong was so angry. Yet Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. At this time, Treasure Pig suddenly circled around in front of Yi Yuan and used a pitiful expression to look at him, seemingly pleading. Yi Yuan was taken aback, only then, letting go. Little Tong shot Treasure Pig a hateful glance and said huffily, "Humph! At least you still have a bit of conscience." Treasure Pig seemed to be currying favor, rubbing against Little Tong's trousers. Sure enough, Little Tong's expression became much better. But he still said angrily, "Treasure Pig, you tell me now, want me or him?" The moment Treasure Pig he looked at Little Tong and looked at Yi Yuan, the blank face revealing a difficult look. Clearly, Treasure Pig could not bear to part with any. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Aren't you making things difficult for Treasure Pig like this?" Little Tong said in a childish voice. "Treasure Pig is my pet. I can do whatever I want. Is it your business?" Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned sharp, gaze staring at Little Tong heatedly as he said, "You're saying that Treasure Pig is your pet?" Little Tong was stared at by Yi Yuan until he was breaking out in goosebumps a little. Holding his little head high, he said unyieldingly, "I mean that it's my grandpa's pet. Then isn't it my pet?" Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he asked, "Who is your grandpa?" Little Tong pursed his lips and said, "Saying it out will scare you to death. So I won't tell you." Yi Yuan did not speak, but according to his guesses, Little Tong's grandpa was very likely to be an Empyrean powerhouse. With Little Tong not saying anything, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of forcing it. Either way, this level of powerhouse was also not what he could currently come into contact with. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You go back then. As long as Treasure Pig is willing to leave, I won't stop it. But if I discover that you sneak into my residence again, it won't be as simple as ringing your ears next time." Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze that had ill intentions, Little Tong unconsciously touched his butt. Vivid in his mind, Little Tong thought about it and said, "I'm not leaving anymore. I want to stay together with Treasure Pig." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "No way." However, Treasure Pig looked at Yi Yuan again pitifully, the short pigtail wagging non-stop. Even if Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill, he could not stop Treasure Pig's cute attack too. He owed Treasure Pig a favor. If not for Treasure Pig, he would also be unable to refine pills to his heart's content like now. Helpless, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Fine then, but if you want to stay, you must listen to me. Things that I don't let you do, you absolutely can't do, understood?" Little Tong giggled and said, "Okay, deal. Are you going to refine pills now? I want to watch you refine pills." Yi Yuan said, "Before the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, I'll be refining pills. If you want to watch me refine pills, can. But if you disturb me, get lost at once." The moment Little Tong heard, his head nodded like a rattle drum. "Heh, I want to see how high your pill refining standard is. You can refine rank 5 Void Spirit Divine pills. This Empyrean doesn't believe even if beaten to death." Little Tong thought in his heart. Upper Groove Court had an independent pill refining room. Inside, all kinds of facilities were prepared. Yi Yuan was very satisfied. Little Tong carried the sleeping Treasure Pig and quietly watched Yi Yuan refine pills from the side. The expression on his face became more and more solemn, and the astonishment in his heart also grew greater and greater. This kid's pill refining level is already a consummate work of art. No wonder he looks down on even Do Ruffing, saying that old punk really has no way of teaching him anything. Forget about Do Ruffing, even I, in terms of the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, also don't dare to say that I'm stronger than him. This kid is just 1,000 over years in bone age. How in the world did he cultivate? The more Little Tong looked, the more shocked he was inward. Yi Yuan's technique in refining rank 5 divine pills still seemed a little unfamiliarized. But it was merely relatively speaking. Even if he did not perform well, it was still peak heaven grade 2. Furthermore, along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's refining technique also became more and more skillful. The probability of heaven grade also became smaller and smaller. On the 12th day, Little Tong said, "This kid is simply a natural-born alchemist. His improvement is too fast. This kid has absolutely already glimpsed the source great Tao too strong. No wonder the moment Treasure Pig saw him, he couldn't move anymore." On this day, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave officially began. When the Shadow Moon sect disciples walked over, they immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances, especially the disciples of the High Clarity sect, Rui sect, and several powerful sections. Each and every one of their expression was unfriendly. "Hehe, Xianxia, even with your strength, you're unable to stay in Upper Groove Court. This bunch of rookies actually check into it." The person talking was called Luo Zhen, Rui sect's #1 person, peak 2nd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Xianxia was the #1 High Clarity sect disciple. His cultivation was also at the peak second firmament celestial deity. Xianxia's face fell and he said, "What can staying in Upper Groove Court mean? Merely because of a pig. Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, strength decides everything. Staying in Upper Groove Court also doesn't mean that they can enter the Divine Temple." Luotian smiled and said, "I've already talked with the junior brothers and sister, this time must shave the Shadow Moon sect bald. As long as all of us run into Shadow Moon sect disciples, must make them lose very horribly." Xianxia's brows raised up and he said with a nod, "I also really want to see what extraordinary aspects this season's Shadow Moon sect disciples have." These two people exchanged a glance, clearly reaching some kind of tacit agreement. Actually, not just them, quite a few powerful sect's elders and disciples were all brooding on the Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court. Yi Qingxiang felt these gazes that had ill intentions and could not resist somewhat feeling fear. "Elder Su, why are they using this kind of eyes to look at us?" Elder Su said coolly, "Staying in Upper Groove Court with our strength will naturally arouse their displeasure. One has to know even the High Clarity sect doesn't have the qualifications to stay in it. In a while, you guys have to be careful." Yi Qingxiang and Jiang Shuiyan's faces immediately became very ugly. These few days, they had all obtained considerable benefits cultivating in Upper Groove Court. But this benefit obtained had a price too. This kind of treatment that did not match one's status was very easy to arouse other people's displeasure. This was what they did not take into account previously. This is all Yi Yuan's fault," Jiang Shuiyan said gloomily. Yi Qingxiang also complained, "Yeah, this guy just loves to stand in the limelight." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head and laughing in spite of himself. This was human nature. When it was beneficial to them, they would feel that it was natural and right. But once a problem occurred, they would feel that it was all your fault. But Bailey Qingyan was indignant and said with a cold smile, "That day when you guys checked in, weren't you still dancing merrily with joy? If not for Yi Yuan, you all would have to stay in the woodshed. As a true God-level sect's disciples, this is your bit of pitiful dignity." At this time, Little Tong was hugging Treasure Pig, had a childish voice, but behaved like a senior as he said, "Do the two of you still want face or not? Did Yi Yuan beg you guys to stay inside? Or is it that you guys feel that with your strength, as long as you're not targeted, you can get the qualifications to enter the temple?" The two people could not help choking up when they heard it. This little devil was not old but did not give any face when talking. The two people exchanged a glance, and both fell silent. What Little Tong said was right. Even if not targeted, it was also impossible for them to get the qualifications to enter the temple. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, Little Tong was very interested and insisted on coming no matter what. Each Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave would have a fixed number of 64 people participating. As for the allocation of places, it was allocated to the various major sects according to the sect's strength by the temple, by taking into consideration the circumstances. This quota was not fixed, but in the recent few sessions, High Clarity sect, Rui sect, and a few other major sects, each one of them occupied 7 to 8 spots. The places of the other weaker sects reduced in turn. The Shadow Moon sect possessed 4 spots. It was considered not few, but actually, there was basically not much hope. After all, among the 64 people, there were only a mere 5 final spots. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was a fierce battle. The conclave would last for several months, even as long as a year. The disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave would fight battles. Every day, only 5 matches were carried out all the way until all of the people finished fighting. Finally, the 5 people with the highest victory rates were eligible to enter the temple. This kind of fierce fighting was a test to all the disciples, and also the opportunity to all disciples. Disciples able to come to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave were the best among the various major True God level sections. Not one was mediocre. Even those sects that were weaker similarly could not be underestimated. In the matches in the past, there was no lack of examples of some powerful sects disciples being brought down by small sects disciples. Furthermore, over the period as long as several months, some people would learn from other people's strong points, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds, even charging into the top 5 in the end. It was not that this did not happen before in the past. Du Ruffing held a rectangle-shaped jade tablet and said in a clear voice, "All right. Now, everyone inject divine essence into this jade tablet. The jade tablet will automatically help you all generate a number and automatically pair. The Bamboo Grove martial conclave this time was presided over by precisely him. When the group of disciples heard that, they sent out their divine essence one after another. For some time, divine essence with all kinds of colors flew everywhere in midair, and finally injected into the jade tablet. After everyone injected their divine essence, the jade tablet suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light, emitting a light. On the light screen displayed everyone's numbers. Yi Yuan searched it for a bit and discovered that his number was actually in the last place. Number 64. In the crowd, someone suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha! A genius who stayed in Upper Grove Court is actually number 64. How hilarious! Really shameless. This bit of strength, and he also has the face to stay in Upper Grove Court. If I were him, I'd have long moved away." With him laughing, quite a few people all guffawed along with him. The words were full of ridicule towards Yi Yuan. Everyone knew that for the Shadow Moon sect to be able to stay in Upper Grove Court was entirely because Yi Yuan hit it off with that pig. Actually, he did not have the qualifications to stay in Upper Grove Court at all. Yi Yuan felt baffled and asked Su Yan, "What's so funny about number 64? Su Yan had not spoken yet when Little Tong interjected, "You aren't from the outside world, right? To not even know this?" The jade tablet in Du Rufing's hand is called Profound Realm Tablet. It can accurately determine your realm through your divine essence. You're number 64, which means that your realm is the lowest among these 64 people. Who do you think they should mock if not you? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. Only then, becoming aware of this jade tablet's prowess. This thing was simply a demon-revealing mirror, making you bear everything. Similarly, initial stage first firmament celestial deity, each person's realm could not possibly be exactly the same too. Cultivation realm was linear. Cultivating one more day, there was a possibility of being that trace higher than other people's realm. Of course, because of differences in cultivation methods and differences in talent, cultivation speed would vary. Suddenly, the light screen showed dense text once more. Du Ruffing said, "All of your matches are already displayed here. Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave started officially from today. Don't want to have your match, you can decide not to attend. If you miss your match, you'll be issued a loss." Finished talking, Du Ruffing even glanced at Yi Yuan meaningfully. Someone exclaimed, "That kid's fight is tomorrow. His opponent is High Clarity Sex He Yuan." Yi Yuan's existence was even more resounding than High Clarity Sex Xianxia and the Rui Sex Luozhen. Straight away, everyone saw his opponent in the first round, faces revealing gloating expressions one by one. This kid is really unlucky, encountering He Yuan in the first round. Although He Yuan is High Clarity Sex last place, he's also peak first firmament celestial deity. Furthermore, his strength is much stronger than other sects' same rank martial artists. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, a youth in purple came before Yi Yuan and said with a look of amusement, "Upper Grove Court's genius, tomorrow you have to give guidance. Make sure not to concede defeat too quickly. Otherwise, everybody will be disappointed. How about 3 moves? Ha ha ha." A wave of laughter came from all around. This youth in purple was naturally He Yuan without a doubt. Except, he did not come over to greet, but to intentionally humiliate Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, 3 moves are too many. Just 1 move. Just 1 move? This guy is so shameless, is this going to directly admit defeat? Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. He Yuan said smugly, "Looks like you're really sent by the Shadow Moon sect to play a side character. It's just that your luck was good. Being taken a fancy to buy treasure pig. TSK. I thought how strong you were. Really disappointing." Similarly, first firmament celestial deity, but Yi Yuan was merely at the initial stage while He Yuan was at the peak. It was not that the small realm itself was insurmountable, but that He Yuan's strength was extremely strong in the first place. Outside of the Bamboo Grove martial conclave, he could even exchange blows with some initial stage second firmament celestial deity powerhouses. High-clarity sect disciples, none were weaklings. This point had already been affirmed using many seasons of Bamboo Groove martial conclave. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're thinking too much. You'll admit defeat within one move." Once Yi Yuan heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Did everybody hear that? He wants to make me concede within one move. Ha ha ha, well deserving of being an upper groove court's genius. This imposing momentum is truly astonishing. I'm so scared." All around, there was a wave of laughter. Within the same realm, there really aren't many who dare say that they can beat He Yuan, let alone say to make him admit defeat within one move. Upper Groove Court's genius is all out of the ordinary when boasting. Divine Tao realms, the further to the back, the greater the disparity within realms. Each step needed to go through a long time of accumulation. Even between initial stage, first firmament celestial deity, and middle stage, the strength was also totally different. Idiot! These words, Yi Yuan and Little Tong practically said it in unison. He Yuan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Haven't even competed yet, so I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Or is it that you'll definitely be stronger than others because you come from the high-clarity sect? This baffling sense of superiority makes you seem very idiotic. Understand?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone all had shocked faces. Aren't those who came from the high-clarity sect impressive? Shouldn't they have a sense of superiority? No idea. Starting since when the high-clarity sect already became synonymous with being powerful. Even the Rui sect was already completely crushed by the high-clarity sect until they were black and blue all over. In the Bamboo Groove martial conclaves for close to 10,000 years, there were at least 2 people from the high-clarity sect that could enter the temple. There was even one season where they obtained 4 spots at once. This kind of might already penetrated deep into the marrow. Hence, the quota of the high-clarity sect taking part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave was as many as 8 people. The other sects could only look at their backs. He Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you actually dare to insult my high-clarity sect? I changed my mind. Tomorrow, I'll make you unable to crawl up within one move." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When you can do that, then talk again. Little Tong, let's go." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Little Tong and was about to leave. Bailey Qingyan was stunned and said, "You're not looking at today's matches? These 5 matches today. There are quite a few experts taking the stage. Disciples participating in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Their strength was actually all very close, the battle situation very intense too. Under such circumstances, apart from the top few people, the majority would choose to remain behind and watch the fights. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. There was naturally no harm in understanding one's opponent." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Not watching, nothing good to watch." In Yi Yuan's view, pill refining was much more interesting than watching these fights. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, everyone had astounded faces. This boy's realm was not high, but he was unbelievably arrogant. Why would the Shadow Moon sect let this sort of person come and take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave? On the way, Yi Yuan glanced at Little Tong and said curiously, "You seem to be very optimistic about me." Little Tong had an appearance like an old man as he said, "Your spatial law is already grand completion, 3rd firmament. If you can't even take care of that sort of guy, you can find a place to hit your head and die." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Little Tong's judgment was very strong. Indeed, well deserving of being an Empyrean powerhouse's descendant. That Yi Yuan really did not take him seriously. The 5 matches on the first day were indeed abnormally intense. There was a battle where the 2 people fought until their divine essence was exhausted before barely managing to determine the victor. There were virtually none capable of finishing off their opponent within 100 moves. It could be seen from this that the disparity who came to take part in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave might have differences in strength, but there was absolutely not a mediocre talent. The battles on the second day were similarly incomparably fierce, but Yi Yuan did not show up. All the way until midday, when the 3rd match was about to start, did he appear. Yang Shun came in front of He Yuan, patted his shoulder and said, "Junior apprentice brother He, compete in this match well." Don't give that Yuan any chance. Our high-clarity sect's reputation isn't allowed to be profaned. He Yuan also nodded and said, Senior apprentice brother Yang, rest assured. This boy is an egomaniac. I'll give him a lightning blow the moment I go up and absolutely won't hold back. Yang Xin nodded his head. Only then, setting his mind at ease. The two people went up the ring. He Yuan sneered and said, Brat, originally, I still want to save you some face, but you actually dared to make impertinent remarks about my high-clarity sect. Then be prepared to bear my wrath. Today, I'll let you take a look at how strong the high-clarity sect is. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, So much nonsense. Quickly make your move. I still have to go back and refine pills. These few years, Yi Yuan refined pills in great pleasure and was even somewhat enjoying too much to think about other things anymore. With Treasure Pig around, he had however many spirit medicines he wanted. No need to worry at all. Battling with Yi Yuan was simply a waste of time. But when Yi Yuan heard this, he immediately flared up with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Want to refine pills, right? Then you crawl back and refine pills. Done talking, Yi Yuan's world power surged out frenziedly, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. At this moment, the entire space on the stage seemed to be trembling. The tremors grew stronger and stronger as if it was going to shatter the ring. This is tremor law. It's a kind of earth law possessing extremely strong offensiveness. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, it can even shatter space. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Hey, looks like that kid really infuriated him. The moment he came up, it's his trump card. Below the stage, there was a wave of exclamations. In terms of world power, Yi Yuan had an imposing momentum, as if no one could beat him. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly, the moment on his body growing stronger and stronger. Now regret it, right? But you already have no regret medicine to eat. Suffer my wrath. Space. Shatter. Yi Yuan just spat 2 words out of his mouth when the Yi Yuan who did not move all along moved. Only to see him take a step out, directly passing through the violent spatial quakes, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and did not have time to panic when Yi Yuan already pointed a finger out. Poo work. Yi Yuan spent a long time accumulating the momentum but did not even unleash a single punch and was sent down the stage by Yi Yuan with 1 finger. Yi Yuan fell to the ground, fresh blood spurting wildly. Until now, he still did not dare to believe the scene that just happened. Inside the world power, he was the sovereign. The closer to him, the stronger the power of the vibrations. But this powerful tremor force actually had no effect on Yi Yuan at all. As if the domain constructed by world power was Yi Yuan's in the first place. Just 1 move. Really only used 1 move. No fierce counterattacks and no flashy exaggerated martial techniques. What they saw was just a light finger action. The various major sect's disciples were all staring dumbfoundedly, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan's grandiose and heroic words from before immediately became brainless clamoring at this moment. Was the high-clarity sect very strong? These words that seemed very comical previously was affirmed by Yi Yuan with strength. The high-clarity sect was very weak. The big commotion that Yi Yuan made appeared too boastful in front of Yi Yuan's casualness. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan, who fell to the ground coolly, and said, Your wrath is so weak. I still have things to do, leaving first. Finish talking. Yi Yuan's figure moved, disappearing from the ring, only leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking people. This kid is so strong. Is he really only number 64? Could it be that the Profound Realm tablet made a mistake? Defeating Yi Yuan with 1 move, probably not many people can do that, right? Below the stage, Xianxia's expression was very ugly. Yi Yuan's played-down finger smacked the high-clarity sect's face resoundingly. During the past 10,000 years, the high-clarity sect had never been defeated so embarrassingly before. Today, Yi Yuan did it. Li Yiping, the next match is you, right? You have to win back this face, Xianxia said with a dark look. The expression of a youth with short hair behind him turned somber and he said, Senior apprentice brother Yang, rest assured. No matter how strong he is, it's also impossible to be my match. This Li Yiping was ranked 5th among the high-clarity sect's 8 disciples, a middle-stage second firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Compared to He Yuan, he was no idea how much stronger. The high-clarity sect had no weaklings. This was not said for fun. Even if rank 5th, Li Yiping's strength did not pale in comparison to other sects number 1 and number 2. Therefore, he dared to make this big boast. Inside the pill refining room, when Little Tong saw Yu Yuan return, he revealed a slight look of surprise. "Faster than I expected," Little Tong said. The treasure pig, who was originally sleeping, flew up with a whoosh and bored right into Yu Yuan's bosom, wriggling its pig head continuously. Little Tong's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "You stupid pig, only know how to eat." Treasure pig poked his head out of Yi Yuan's bosom and made a funny face at Little Tong. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That guy was too weak. I defeated him in one move, so it's not worth talking about." Little Tong's pupils constricted slightly, somewhat surprised at Yu Yuan's strength. But very soon, he became totally indifferent to this and said coolly, "The spirit medicines are already all prepared. You can start refining pills." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haha, many thanks. Didn't expect that this brat is still pretty useful." Little Tong's face turned back and instantly wanted to explode, but at the thought of how he could not beat Yu Yuan, he was immediately like a deflated ball. "Damn brat. When this Empyrean recovers his strength, you will see. I'll definitely beat you until your buttocks open up." Yi Yuan felt that Little Tong was bored and idle. Hence, he had him help sort out the spirit medicines and do some preparation work before refining pills. He did not expect that Little Tong did the work in this area extremely meticulously. Since Yi Yuan entered the Heavenspan world, it was still his first time encountering. Hence, he guessed that this Little Tong's grandpa must be an extremely formidable alchemist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that Little Tong's insight in alchemy Dao was extremely deep. Occasionally chatting gave Yi Yuan a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. This made Yi Yuan give rise to the idea of meeting Little Tong's grandpa. The moment Yi Yuan refined pills, he thoroughly forgot about time. All the way until 3 days later, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was interrupted by Su Yan. "What's wrong, Elder Su?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. He said before that, without special circumstances, don't interrupt his pill refinement. With Su Yan coming to find him, something must have happened. Su Yan's expression was very ugly, and he said to Yi Yuan, "You go and take a look at Xianxia. He probably can't take part in the competition at the back anymore. If there wasn't any choice, I also wouldn't come find you." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, having a foreboding premonition in his heart, and said with a nod, "Okay, I'll go take a look." Xianxia was carried back. When Yi Yuan saw the Xianxia on the bed, he also felt somewhat unbearable to look straight at him. Xianxia was brutalized too dreadfully. His entire being was beaten out of shape, especially the face. His eyes were beaten until they popped out, virtually unable to recognize his original appearance anymore. This degree of injury would basically bid farewell to the competition at the back already. According to normal circumstances, without 8 to 10 years, it was likely very hard to recover. His brows furrowed and he asked Su Yan, "Was it done by high-clarity sex people?" No need to think, it must have been that high-clarity sex people felt that it was a loss of face and deliberately gained back some ground from Xianxia. Except, the attack was a bit too vicious. Under such fierce battles that lasted for a long time, knowing how to protect oneself was also a kind of strategy. Under normal circumstances, when one saw that the situation was beyond salvage, they would admit defeat. But very clearly, the other party did not give him the chance to concede. Su Yan said angrily, "Xianxia was unlucky too. He ran into high-clarity sex disciples this time as well. It was the Bian Ziqiu ranked 4th among them. There's a great disparity between the two of their strengths. Xianxia wasn't a match to begin with. Who knew that punk took advantage of Xianxia's inattentiveness the moment he came up and immediately removed his lower jaw, making him unable to even speak. Following that, Bian Ziqiu pummeled Xianxia wildly in the ring. If not for this kid was smart, he would already be a dead man now. The Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave did not forbid killing. If there was no chance to admit defeat, dying on the stage was not impossible too." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, shooting out 2 rays of cold light. High-clarity sect, this bunch of fellows was seriously too much. Although he and Yi Qingxiang had some grudges, he was different from Chen Yi. Yi Yuan did not have a direct conflict with him. Now, Yi Qingxiang did not dare to do anything to him too. High Clarity Sect doing so was simply aiming for him, Yi Yuan. Yi Qingxiang was merely an innocent bystander who was implicated. Yi Yuan also did not expect that these guys actually dealt a deadly blow to Yi Qingxiang for so-called face. At this time, Yi Yuan's fury was really stoked. Yi Yuan said in a low voice, "Relax with me around. He can't die. The next match, he'll also take the field." The moment Su Yan heard this, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had never seen before what kind of alchemist could cure such heavy injuries within a few days. Since entering Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan had been fiddling about in the pill refining room every day. Just how strong his alchemy Dao strength was, Su Yan completely did not know as well. Senior Apprentice Sister Bailey, Senior Apprentice Sister Jiang, when you guys run into High Clarity Sect's Second Firmament Celestial Deity disciples in the future, best to concede defeat straight away. Otherwise, they might deal a deadly blow to you guys too, Yi Yuan said to the two in a solemn voice. Jiang Shuiyan's face changed, revealing a look of fear. But Bailey Qing Yen was incomparably indignant and said in a cold voice, "Impossible! I want to see how strong High Clarity Sect's disciples are." Seeing Bailey Qingyan's resolute look, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, knowing that he could not persuade her and could only say, "All right then, but you have to be careful yourself." That's true. If it were me, I'd also definitely beat him until he looked for his teeth on the ground. Want to blame that brat called Yi Yuan then. Senior Apprentice Brother Yang already said when he meets that kid, he'll be even more miserable than Yi Qingxiang. The battle had not started yet. The few young men below the stage were currently chatting enthusiastically. The content of the conversation was naturally the fight between Bian Ziqiu and Yi Qingxiang on that day. One of them was Yi Qingxiang's opponent in the previous round, Bian Ziqiu. But the other person was his opponent in this round, Rui Sect's Wei Yunhui. Speaking of which, this Wei Yunhui was also just a peak First Firmament celestial deity, similar to Yi Qingxiang's realm. But in the view of a powerful sect like the Rui sect, the Shadow Moon sect's disciples were naturally too weak to stand up to the competition. Of course, Yi Qingxiang was already seriously injured and would never be able to participate in the competition at the back. This made Wei Yunhui have much less fun. Wei Yunhui, the battle has ended. It's time for you to take the stage next, Bian Ziqiu said with a smile. Wei Yunhui shrugged and scolded with a smile. You this fellow, already messed with him until he's screwed. Still take what stage? Today is merely going through the motions. Speaking of which, it's also strange, that kid was injured until like that. The Shadow Moon sect actually still hasn't announced letting him withdraw from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Bian Ziqiu smiled and said, the Shadow Moon sect only has this bit of dignity left. It's probably to intentionally repulse us. Going up the stage, Wei Yunhui had no opponent and was just waiting for the referee to announce the result. According to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's rules, late for an hour was equivalent to automatically giving up the fight and directly conceding defeat. Although everyone knew that Yi Qingxiang was seriously injured and dying, the Shadow Moon sect did not announce having him withdraw out of the rest of the competition. This meant that Wei Yunhui must wait for an hour's time on the stage. Time slowly trickled by. Wei Yunhui appeared somewhat irritated and cursed. Damn thing, became crippled already and they actually still want to repulse people. It's a pity that he didn't end up in my hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat the piss out of him. High Clarity Sect's elder was also somewhat impatient already and said to do rough elder do. Either way, it's impossible for the person to come, why not directly announce the results? Du Ruffing gave him a glance and said coolly, rules are rules, the time isn't up, how can I announce the result? Right at this time, several figures slowly walked over, immediately attracting everyone's gaze. The person in the lead was precisely Shadow Moon Sect's elder, Su Yan. Today, the Shadow Moon sect only had Yi Qingxiang one match. No one from the Shadow Moon sect came, and it did not arouse many people's attention. When everyone's gazes looked behind Su Yan, there was immediately an uproar. That's Yi Qingxiang? He's actually fine already. This is impossible. His injuries that day, everyone saw it, he already died. How can he possibly recover? Hang on. His aura is different. He broke through. On the stage, Wei Yunhui's pupils constricted. Yi Qingxiang's appearance caught him somewhat by surprise. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Qingxiang actually broke through. Merely 10 days' time from start to finish, not only did Yi Qingxiang recover from his injuries, his realm even went up a level, breaking through to second firmament celestial deity. How was this possible? Below the stage, Bian Ziqiu similarly had a shocked look. His own attacks, he naturally knew how far he went. That day, if not for Yi Qingxiang being smart, rolling down the stage at the last moment, he would already long be a dead man now. Even if there was a powerful alchemist who saved him, he could forget about recovering without 8 to 10 years. A single mishap and it would even affect his cultivation in the future. But in a short 10 days' time, Yi Qingxiang actually appeared in front of him alive and well. This kind of feeling was extremely frustrating, even making him somewhat doubt life. Su Yan said sarcastically, "Qingxiang, go up. Some people can scarcely wait and want to pummel the piss out of you." The current Yi Qingxiang seemed to have been remolded anew, that kind of stubbornness and unruliness in the past, looking down on everyone and everything, had long already disappeared. If one was to use one word to describe him, that would be maturity. "Yes, Elder Su." Yi Qingxiang gave a bow and leaped up the stage. Su Yan said to do roughing with clasped hands. "Elder Du, Qingxiang came late because he just so happened to reach the juncture of breakthrough. Hope that you can understand." Du Roughing gave a deep look at the Yi Yuan behind Su Yan and said, "No worries. An hour isn't up yet. Since he came, then this match officially starts." Yi Qingxiang looked at Wei Yunhui, who had shock written all over his face, and said with a faint smile, "You seem to be very surprised that I can come." Wei Yunhui's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop being smug. So what if you broke through? Your kind of second firmament celestial deity with an unstable foundation isn't my match at all." Yi Qingxiang smiled and said, "Is that so? Then wouldn't you know if you try?" The confidence flowing from Yi Qingxiang's body made Wei Yunhui's heart pound. Thinking about the previous match, he realized that the Yi Qingxiang at that time was simply like a different person compared to now. Only by experiencing life and death that one could have a great awakening. Once the battle started, Wei Yunhui could not laugh anymore. The Yi Qingxiang after breaking through was not as deplorable as he said. On the contrary, Yi Qingxiang's suppression on him was all round, not giving him any chance at all. Bang! 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 After a while of stalemate, Wei Yunhui collapsed totally. Yi Qingxiang beat Wei Yunhui move after move until he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. I admit defeat." Under heavy injuries, Wei Yunhui finally chose to admit defeat. He achieved the pissing part, it was just that the one who had the piss beaten out of him was himself. Completely defeating Wei Yunhui, Yi Qingxiang cast a grateful look toward Yi Yuan, who was below the stage. It was Yi Yuan who let him go through a nirvanic rebirth and gain a new lease of life. Yi Qingxiang's strength was peak first firmament celestial deity in the first place. It was just that there was no way to break through this bottleneck within a short time. Yi Yuan harbored a portion of guilt towards Yi Qingxiang, hence, he also refined a jade thaw purple heart pill for him. Yi Qingxiang floated down, came in front of Bian Ziqiu and said coolly, "You must be very disappointed that I can continue taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, right?" Bian Ziqiu's expression was not too good. Hearing Yi Qingxiang's words, he could not help sneering as he said, "Don't think that breaking through to become a second firmament celestial deity is impressive. Get on the stage once more. I'll still beat you until you can't find the north." Yi Qingxiang smiled faintly and said, "I didn't say that I'm impressive. The impressive one is somebody else. After today, your high-clarity sex people have to be more careful because a certain someone is angry." Yi Qingxiang was very self-aware. He knew that even if he broke through to second firmament celestial deity, it was also impossible to be Bian Ziqiu's match. Bian Ziqiu was taken back when he heard that, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said, "You wouldn't be talking about him, right?" "Ha ha ha. I really don't know what you're talking about. What the hell does his fury count for? What does it count for? Hoo-hoo. Then we'll wait and see." Yi Qingxiang just smiled faintly and was disdainful to explain. But at this time, Li Yiping, who was beside Bian Ziqiu, suddenly walked toward Yi Yuan. "I heard Yi Qingxiang say that you're angry?" Li Yiping said with a look of amusement. But Yi Yuan totally ignored him and just said to Yi Qingxiang, "Senior apprentice brother Yi, let's go." When Li Yiping saw Yi Yuan treat him like air, he felt very humiliated. He said furiously, "Yi Yuan, don't think that you're impressive for defeating He Yuan. He's the weakest among our high-clarity sect's 8 disciples. Tomorrow, your state will be as tragic as Yi Qingxiang." Yi Yuan was just about to turn around. Hearing this, he could not help but turn his head and said coolly, "He Yuan should be rejoicing that he was the first to exchange blows with me." Li Yiping's face fell and he said with a frown, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You'll understand very soon." Finished talking, the Shadow Moon sect party immediately left. Yan Ziqiu caught up. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he said disdainfully, "This guy is as cocky as before. It's also time to let him know my high-clarity sect's might." Li Yiping said in a chilly voice, "Pretentious fool. I'll make him regret today's arrogance." 3 days later, Li Yiping and Yi Yuan's showdown began. This fight attracted quite a few people's attention. Yi Yuan swept away the high-clarity sect's face in the first round. They all felt that this time, the high-clarity sect would not be willing to take things lying down and would definitely act. Li Yiping's strength was very strong. Yi Yuan was sure to suffer. "Hey kid, you're very arrogant, huh? After today, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Your outcome will be even more miserable than Yi Qingxiang, that fool," Li Yiping said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's arrogant attitude yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Li Yiping's anger was stirred up. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said, "A bunch of self-righteous idiots. For the sake of so-called face, you wanted to deal a fatal blow. Starting from today, you all will experience the taste of fear. Of course, you can't feel it right away now." Li Yiping burst into laughter and said, "Fear? Ha, this kind of emotion can only be given to others by the high-clarity sect. Just based on your bit of strength, you wouldn't really think that you're invincible under the heavens, right?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Not to the extent of invincible under the heavens, but dealing with you all, these self-righteous fools, it's sufficient." Below the stage, when everyone heard Yi Yuan's heroic words, they had disdainful faces. High-clarity sect's strength was truly powerful until it made people frightened. Just based on a puny little Yi Yuan, it was simply impossible to do it. Disregarding the others, Yangshin's strength was powerful until it was freakish. In the last round, Yangshin only used one move and defeated a second firmament celestial deity, neat and tidily. In comparison, Yi Yuan defeating He Yuan with one move was simply weak to the max. "The hour has arrived. Begin," Du Ruffing announced. He looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see just how many surprises Yi Yuan could still bring him. Without a doubt, Yi Qingxiang's injuries were treated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Qingxiang's injuries recover that day and his strength improving a step further, he got a shock. He touched his heart and asked himself, even if it was himself taking action, it was also impossible to do it to this extent. This kid's alchemy Dao strength was remarkable. No wonder Treasure Pig would rather not want Lord Little Tong and also wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, His Excellency definitely also discovered Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. That was why he would stay by his side. Suddenly, Du Rufing's pupils constricted, looking at the stage gasping in astonishment. Li Yiping was dead. Just a blink of an eye and he died? Li Yiping didn't react at all and his head hit the ground already. Really too strong. What 64th place? The Profound Realm Tablets test simply doesn't work on this guy. Below the stage, many people still had not reacted to what was going on. Li Yiping's strength was sufficient to rank around the 20th place among these 64 people. Even he did not react, let alone the others. Especially high-clarity sect's disciples, each and every one of their faces were ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan was provoking them. Yan Ziqiu's face was almost distorted, extremely frightened in his heart. His strength was slightly stronger than Li Yiping's, but it was already limitedly strong, around 10+ ranking. Yi Yuan could instantly kill Li Yiping. He could naturally one-shot him too. To think that they were still pledging in all solemnness before saying to teach Yi Yuan a good lesson. Thinking about it now, it was simply a joke. Yan Ziqiu suddenly recalled the words Yi Yuan said just now and his pupils could not help constricting. Now he really experienced the taste of fear. Yi Yuan was clearly here to stand up for Yi Qingxiang. He was definitely inside the certain kill list. Rather, Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart at this time. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not go nuts in the first round. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand here now. Of course, he did not dare to express this sort of emotion. Yangshan's expression was gloomy to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, starting from the next round, everyone who meets Yi Yuan, admit defeat straight away. Leave this kid to me. As if afraid that everyone was not vigilant enough, he emphasized, must admit defeat straight away. Don't give him a chance to attack. Remember, it's everyone. At this time, High Clarity Sex Rank 2, Chen Tianlin frowned and said, Yang Shan, how to do it is our business. It's not your turn to tell us what to do. This Chen Tianlin was a peak second firmament celestial deity too. His realm was similar to Yangshan's, but he was not Yangshan's match. This Bamboo Groove martial conclave, he was also a hot candidate to enter the temple. According to past situations, he could definitely get into the top 5. Toward Yangshan's words, he was very displeased. Forget about the rest, he did not think that his strength could not even cross swords with Yi Yuan. As High Clarity Sex number 2 figure, he had his own pride too, making him admit defeat immediately. He could not afford to lose that face. Yangshan gave him a glance and said with a cold snort, if you want to seek death, that's up to you too. Chen Tianlin was just about to speak, but then he heard High Clarity Sex Elder say in a solemn voice, Tianlin, do it according to Yangshan's words. This kid is very dangerous. Entering the temple is our ultimate goal. Chen Tianlin's brows furrowed and he answered, all right. Although he agreed verbally, he was very disapproving in his heart. He examined himself. If caught off guard, one-shottingly yipping in one move could also be accomplished. Yi Yuan was merely using this kind of method to frighten the High Clarity sect. In the end, Yangshan and the Elder were afraid. Truly disgraceful. Yi Yuan walked down the stage lightly. Yangshan's figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path like a ghost. You're courting death, Yangshan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at Yangshan and said with a smile, these words, your High Clarity sect has already said many times. It's too bad that after all is said and done, it's all big talk. Moreover, it was you guys who provoked me first, Yangshan said in a cold voice. You think that you're invincible by comprehending spatial law, do you? Others could not tell. How could he, Yangshan, fail to see it? Yi Yuan smiled faintly as he said, invincible or not, I don't know, but since you all want to play, then I'll play till the end with you all. If I didn't guess wrongly, you made him directly concede defeat, right? You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. You can try, see if they have the chance to concede or not. These words were akin to a heavy hammer, smashing onto the hearts of High Clarity sex people. If Yi Yuan said these words the last time, no one would take it seriously at all. But now he had this confidence to say these words. One-shottingly yipping with one move, this was not what everyone could do. Yangshan's 2 eyes narrowed, shooting out 2 cold rays of light. This Yi Yuan was too rampant. Suddenly, Yangshan's gaze landed on Bailey Qingyan, and he said with a cold smile, if I'm not mistaken, this is your lover, right? Heh. Do you think that only you can kill people? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, expression turning gloomy. How strong Yangshan's strength was, Yi Yuan was not clear. But he absolutely would not underestimate the other party. It was true that Yi Yuan was confident, but he was never arrogant. If you want to kill me, feel free to come and try. Although my Shadow Moon sect can't match up to your High Clarity sect, we still have this bit of backbone. Yi Yuan had not spoken yet, and Bailey Qingyan already spoke up first. Yi Qingxiang also said coolly, at most it's death. Even if the 3 of us all die, 3 lives for 7 lives, it's also more than enough to break even. Yi Qingxiang's words had just landed when Jiang Shuyan actually showed a rare support for Yi Yuan as she said, your High Clarity sect's face can't be provoked. Then can my Shadow Moon sect be trampled upon by anybody? Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people rather surprisedly, not expecting that they were actually so supportive. Was this still those people he knew? Bailey Qingyan was still all right. She had pride in her bones. Yi Yuan could feel it. But Yi Qingxiang and Jiang Shuiyan indeed greatly exceeded his expectations. Hearing this, Yangshan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He suddenly discovered that the high-clarity sect's domineeringness already forced the Shadow Moon sect to twist into a rope. These four people's stances were to fight to the bitter end with the high-clarity sect. Yi Yuan looked at Yangshina and said coolly, "You hear that? My Shadow Moon sect's dignity is similarly not allowed to be provoked. Since you all picked the fight first, then you have to be prepared to be counterattacked by us. Let's go." Finished talking, the Shadow Moon sect's few people immediately left. Returning to Upper Groove Court, Yi Yuan's expression was not as composed as before anymore. "Elder Su, is Yangshan's strength very strong?" Yi Yuan asked. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, only now did Su Yan let out a sigh and said, "I still thought that you had anger going to your head and was blind with arrogance." It was not that he did not know the danger of provoking the high-clarity sect like this. It was just that he similarly did not want sully the Shadow Moon sect's reputation. That was why he did not stop it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The high-clarity sect is bullying people too far. We merely stayed at the Upper Groove Court, but they wanted to take people's lives like there's a great enmity." Senior apprentice Sister Zhang's luck in the first round was a little better and didn't run into the high-clarity sect's people. But once she runs into them at the back, they'll definitely still deal a deadly blow. As for Senior Apprentice Sister Bailey, Yangshin probably won't let her off either. Even if I don't do this, they won't let us have an easy time too. Yi Yuan saw it very penetratingly. The high-clarity sect was this domineering. They felt that their face was more important than anything and did not allow anyone to tower above him. The Shadow Moon sect staying in the Upper Groove Court touched that sensitive nerve of theirs. They did not give Yi Qingxiang a chance to admit defeat, immediately taking off his lower jaw when they came up. This already explained everything. It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Su Yan's brows knitted tightly together. Clearly, he did not think as thoroughly as Yi Yuan. Yangshan is known as the high-clarity sect's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years. His strength is very formidable. But just how strong it is, apart from the high-clarity sect's people, no one knows. Normally speaking, disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the disparity in strength would not be too great. Of course, there are exceptions too. You're one, Yangshan should be one as well, Su Yan said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan fell silent when he heard that. Everyone did not speak, quietly looking at him. Little Tong also looked at Yi Yuan very curiously, wanting to see how he would resolve the present situation. After a moment, Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Jiang, I'll refine a Jade Thaw Purple Heart pill for you and help you break through to become a second firmament celestial deity." Jiang Shuiyan's eyes lit up, immediately feeling inexplicably surprised. She did not think that she could actually obtain the Jade Thaw Purple Heart pill too. Actually, when Yi Qingxiang got this medicinal pill, she was very covetous. But she knew that Yi Yuan's impression of her was very bad, so she also gave up hope. Did not expect that under this kind of circumstance Yi Yuan actually wanted to help her refine. Su Yan said, "It's no use like this. Second firmament celestial deity is equally too weak to stand up to the competition in front of him as well." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know this, so starting from today, I'll help you all refine medicinal pills on one hand. On the other hand, you all have to accept my special training. And the goal is to admit defeat before I kill you all." Everyone was taken aback when they heard it, not expecting that Yi Yuan thought of such a method. Yi Yuan saying so was equivalent to saying that he felt that his strength was very close to that of Yangshan's, or even stronger. But is this possible? Similarly, a peak second firmament celestial deity, Yangshan's strength far surpassed Chun Tianlin's. This indicated that his law's comprehension was definitely exceedingly strong, far surpassing those in the same rank. "Heh, kid, you're playing a joke with their lives." Little Tong could not help disparaging and being cynical when he heard this. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know very soon." In a blink, more than a month passed. 8th round, Yi Yuan finally ran into a high-clarity sect's disciple again. This time it was the rank 6 Ping Huan. His strength was not that high. He was only an initial stage second firmament celestial deity, being much worse than even Li Yiping. It was naturally even less possible to be Yi Yuan's match. With the lesson drawn from Li Yiping's failure, Peng Huan naturally chose to directly admit defeat. Hence, after Du Rufeng announced the start of the match, Peng Huan opened his mouth straight away. It was just a pity that he only spat a word out of his mouth and his eyes began to turn lax and could no longer speak. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast. Below the stage, there was the sound of cold air being sucked in. Too strong. If one was to say he could succeed the last time against Li Yiping because he was not prepared, then this time it was completely the manifestation of strength. You all can't even admit defeat, still call yourselves what number 1 sect? Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia, his words full of scorn. Xianxia glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Yi Yuan ignored him and immediately left. In the 17th round, Yi Yuan slew high-clarity sects rank 7 Wu Min with a sword again. In the 25th round, Yi Yuan similarly instantly killed with a sword against Bian Ziqiu. Halfway through the competition, the high-clarity sect already had 4 disciples who died under Yi Yuan's sword. Each one of them wanted to concede the moment they came up, but no one could do it. Yi Yuan's sword was much faster than them speaking. High-clarity sect's elder and Xianxia were practically going insane. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe the Shadow Moon sect's numbers were too few. Halfway through the competition, Xianxia did not meet a single Shadow Moon sect disciple. However, there was no hiding in the end. In the 28th round, Xianxia matched up with Xianxia. Currently, more than half a year's time already passed since the Bamboo Grove martial conclave started. Xianxia came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "I've waited half a year for today. Today, I'll let you have a taste of your fellow apprentice dying in front of you." Finished talking, he turned to Xianxia again and said, "Last time, I let you escape the disaster. This time, you won't be so lucky. Want to blame Yi Yuan that he shouldn't have provoked my high-clarity sect." But Xianxia laughed when he heard that and said, "I've long said before, my Shadow Moon sect's dignity is likewise not to be trampled on. I can die, but the Shadow Moon sect's face can't be lost. Of course, the prerequisite is that if you can kill me." Xianxia's face fell. He discovered that he could not gain any verbal advantage in the slightest. He actually came because he wanted to see Xianxia's nervous and frightened appearance, but he completely could not see it from Xianxia's face. This kind of feeling made him very frustrated. In contrast, the high-clarity sect's disciples were long already killed until they were terrified. But even if they were terrified, they were still unable to survive from Yi Yuan's hands. Unable to even admit defeat. One had to know, the disciples that Yi Yuan killed were all the high-clarity sect's future sect pillars. Because of Yi Yuan's slaughtering, this season's Bamboo Grove martial conclave's arrangement was already completely messed up. Apart from him and Yi Yuan, this first camp, the second camp's competition became abnormally fierce. Of course, Yi Yuan even gave all of the sects a big gift. These sects that originally had no hopes of obtaining a spot had hope now. Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and said coolly, "You saw it that we don't fear death, so why threaten us with it? Save your unfounded sense of superiority." Xianxia's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Stop pretending. When you step into the ring, I'll see if you guys can still smile." After 2 battles, it was finally Xianxia and Xianxia's showdown. Presently, as long as it was the Shadow Moon sect and high-clarity sect's confrontation, it would draw great attention. But today, it was Xianxia's first time facing off with the Shadow Moon sect's disciple. It was naturally a major topic of discussion. On the stage, Xianxia was long already drenched in sweat, cold sweat pouring profusely on his forehead. This was not that he was scared, but that the pressure Xianxia brought to him was too great. This kind of pressure, he had only felt it on one person before, that was Yi Yuan. Before it started, Xianxia's aura had long already risen to the peak, dormant above the 9 heavens. As long as the announcement was given, he would give Xianxia a lightning blow, and absolutely not give him any chance to admit defeat. Below the stage, the disciples all had solemn expressions. So strong. Turns out that this is Xianxia's true strength. In the past, no one could force him to use his true strength at all. Now it was forced out by Yi Yuan. Separated by the protective grand array, I even feel that I almost can't breathe. Similarly, second firmament celestial deity, why is the disparity so great? Different from Yi Yuan's calm and collectedness, wispy and etherealness. The feeling that Yang Shun gave people was unparalleled domineeringness. Begin. Du Rufing's voice had just landed when Yang Shun's entire person was like an arrow that left the strong, brandishing his saber and hacking towards Yi Qingxiang. Under Yang Shun's peerlessly daunting world power and tyrannical law of savor, Yi Qingxiang was virtually unable to move. Yi Qingxiang's brows furrowed, feeling tremendous pressure. But he did not admit defeat straight away, because he knew that Yang Shun definitely had something else up his sleeves. Although this level was strong, it was not strong enough to the extent of making him unable to concede defeat. One had to know, similarly second firmament celestial deity powerhouse, wanting to make the other party unable to even say, I admit defeat, 3 words that was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yi Qingxiang's pupils constricted. He felt that everything around slowed down. Even when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, he became extremely slow, as if in slow motion. The entire world, only Yang Shun alone was moving. Time law. Yi Qingxiang was incomparably shocked in his heart. What's wrong with Yi Qingxiang? Has he been frightened silly? Yang Shun's blade is already in front of his face, why is he still not moving? Below the stage, the group of disciples was totally uncertain what it meant, completely not understanding what happened. In their view, Yi Qingxiang already became an idiot who did not know how to move, reaching his head out for Yang Shun to chop. Bang! A tremendous rumbling sound came over. Yi Qingxiang's body flew out backward. I admit defeat. Yi Qingxiang's body was in midair but spat these 3 words out of his mouth. Damn it! How can you possibly block it? How could it be blocked? I'll kill you. Yang Shun bellowed, rushing over toward Yi Qingxiang once more frenziedly. But right at this time, a surge of powerful world power appeared out of thin air, directly blasting him flying. He already opened his mouth to concede defeat, so you mustn't harm his life. This time it's just a warning. The next time you commit it again, kill without mercy. Du Rufing's voice was very calm, like he was stating a very normal thing. Yang Shun crawled to his feet, his face having an extremely reluctant look. At this time, Du Rufing's voice sounded out once more. This fight, Yang Shun wins. Yang Shun's expression was grim until it was about to drip water, his face not having any joy after winning. His objective was to kill and not to win. The emotions that Yang Shun accumulated for half a year was to erupt in this fight. But he actually failed. This outcome, he was completely unable to accept it. Just now, at the last critical moment, Yi Qingxiang actually released divine essence out of his body, manipulating his sword to block the certain kill blow. His time law could slow down the flow of time around Yi Qingxiang, but there was one thing that he could not slow down, that was divine essence. Of course, this was because Yang Shun's time law skill was lacking. Otherwise, Yi Qingxiang would be hard-pressed to escape death too. Yi Yuan's figure floated up, arrived beside Yi Qingxiang, and fed him a medicinal pill. The current Yi Qingxiang did not have an intact spot on his body from head to toe, his appearance even more miserable than the last time. But he did not die. With the medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Qingxiang's injuries improved slightly very soon. I really didn't expect that this guy's trump card was actually time law. Mentioning this, Yi Yuan also had lingering fear in his heart. Time law was the same as spatial law, both being supreme laws. They were extremely hard to comprehend. Apart from Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing time law. Just one look and Yi Yuan discerned it. This time law was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Under time law, everything was beyond one's control. Just now, Yi Qingxiang did not have any strength to retaliate at all, and could not even speak. This half a year of special training was indeed not in vain. Yi Qingxiang did not have any dejection but was rather excited instead. For him to be able to avoid this calamity, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's half a year of training. It was also precisely because of this training that the 3 of their strength all made substantial improvement. This half a year they cultivated under the horror of death every day. It was also precisely because of this training that they knew just how strong Yi Yuan was. This sword was peerlessly powerful, sufficient to take their lives. At first, including Bailey Qing'en, they could not even move a muscle. If Yi Yuan had the intent to kill, they would have long died until they could not be any more dead. One could say that this half a year's time they would tour the gates of hell once every day. When it just started, Yi Qingxiang and Jiang Shuiyan's spirits were virtually about to collapse. Under such a swift and fierce sword, they did not have the strength to resist at all. That kind of powerlessness put them at a loss on what to do. Ever since entering the sect, they had always been proud children of heaven, regarding themselves being head and shoulders above over others in all respects. When had they thought that they would be so powerless when facing a peer? But as time passed, they were already numbed. They already got accustomed to Yi Yuan's might and began to try finding ways to crack it. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple. As long as they could have a chance to concede, it would do. Today, Yi Qingxiang did it. In reality, this half a year's time, their strengths also soared by leaps and bounds. It was just that they did not detect it. Yang Xin stood on the stage, furiously until his entire body was shaking. Yi Yuan slaughtered half of their high-clarity sex people already, but he could not even kill a single one. This sense of humiliation made him virtually about to go mad. Arg! Suddenly, Yang Xin raised his head to the sky and howled. Glaring at Yi Yuan, he said, "Next time, you guys won't be so lucky." Yi Yuan looked at Yang Xin and said coolly, "Although time law is powerful, it's just a pity that your skill is still lacking. You can't kill a single one." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought the heavily injured Yi Qingxiang and slowly left. Time law. It's actually time law. No wonder. No wonder Yi Qingxiang seemed to be dazed just now. Turns out that it's time law. My God, spatial law, time law. These two supreme laws appeared at the same time in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. It's just a pity that Yang Xin still failed to kill Yi Qingxiang. This Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the high-clarity sect really suffered heavy losses. Following Yi Yuan uttering a sentence, the crowd exploded all at once. They did not perceive just now that what Yang Xin used was time law. Because time law was only targeted at Yi Qingxiang, changing the flow of time within his proximity, so it was very hard for outsiders to detect. Of course, people who were extremely sensitive toward heavenly Tao could detect it. Such as Yi Yuan. Yang Xin's grand and heroic words ended in failure in the end. Although his injuries were extremely severe, when the next round started, Yi Qingxiang returned to the ring, like he was completely fine. His reappearance caused another uproar. Now, everyone all knew that there was an incomparably powerful alchemist behind the Shadow Moon sect. And this alchemist was precisely Yi Yuan. As long as you could not kill the Shadow Moon sect's people, in the next round of the competition, he would appear in front of you alive and well. The other sect's disciples were already envious to the extreme towards the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Presently, everyone would not feel that the Shadow Moon sect only managed to stay in Upper Groove Court because they were lucky. They really had the strength. Or they should say, Yi Yuan absolutely had this qualification to stay in Upper Groove Court. In terms of martial Dao talent, he comprehended spatial law. In alchemy Dao, he could even refine extremely powerful rank 5 divine pills. Such a person, even a genius like Yang Xin, also paled in comparison in front of him. Luck? It did not exist. In the 40th round, Yi Yuan faced off with the high-clarity sect's number 3 figure, Wei Yuanfei. This Wei Yuanfei was a late-stage second firmament celestial deity. His strength rather formidable. He even had the qualifications to be ranked in the top 5. But before this fight, Yang Xin exhorted that he must definitely concede defeat. It was just that when the battle started, the development of the situation far exceeded Yang Xin's imagination. This time, Yi Yuan changed his earlier style. The moment he came up, he unleashed incomparably swift and fierce attacks. One move stronger than the last, one move faster than the last, suppressing Wei Yuanfei until he found it hard to even breathe, let alone concede. Yi Yuan utilized the advantage of spatial law and unleashed speed to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably thick, his breath drawn out, and was best at protracted fights. But Wei Yuanfei was different. He finally still revealed a flaw under Yi Yuan's coercion. In the end, he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword. That instant when Wei Yuanfei was killed by Yi Yuan, everyone was stunned. If one was to say those people being killed previously were all because the opponent was too weak, then killing Wei Yuanfei absolutely displayed Yi Yuan's formidable to the extreme strength. High-clarity sect's elder and Xianxia's hearts were dripping blood. 8 disciples came after more than half a year. There were actually only 3 people left. One of them was even the most useless, Yi Yuan. This was simply a devastating blow to the high-clarity sect. If there were no accidents, Yangxin and Chun Tianlin would both enter the temple. This was also to say that high-clarity sect's future pillars of society were directly finished by Yi Yuan. This way, the high-clarity sect would definitely produce a disjointed generation of talents. The impact on the entire sect was extremely far-reaching. This move from Yi Yuan was too ruthless. After this, Yangxin exchanged blows with Jiang Shuiyan and Bailey Qingyan respectively. Each time, Yangxin would muster everything up, wanting to kill people. But sadly, he failed to kill a single one. In fact, Bailey Qingyan actually even exchanged a few blows with him before being defeated. Among the 3 people, Bailey Qingyan's talent was clearly the highest. Her improvement was also the fastest. And Yi Yuan's training also made Bailey Qingyan's win rate increase a lot. At present, among all of the 64 disciples, she was actually ranked 6th, only a step away from 5th place. Finally, at the 53rd round, Yi Yuan and Yangxin, these 2 great geniuses, met. This fight was anticipated by all. Hearing that spatial law and time law appeared at the same time in this season, quite a few temple disciples also came to watch the fight. It even attracted quite a few elders. Bailey, Yi Yuan, and Yangxin fighting. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Before the great battle, Jiang Shuiyan actually had a rare moment of nervousness. Presently, she was overwhelmed with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. This 1 year's time, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills for her, making her strength advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Jiang Shuiyan knew that the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined, the impact was absolutely not just for a day or 2. It would have a tremendous impact on her future cultivation. This kind of impact was sufficient to change her life. Of course, Bailey Qingyan and Yi Qingxiang were the same too. Bailey Qingyan also appeared rather nervous as she said, "I can't say for sure either. The 2 can be said to each have their forte. Yi Yuan's might lies in law's fusion. But Yangxin's time law similarly can't be underestimated. This fight, 50-50 chance I guess." Although very much hoping for Yi Yuan to win, Bailey Qingyan had exchanged blows with Yangxin before and was deeply aware of Yangxin's might. The sense of oppression that these 2 people brought her was virtually on par. Hence, she also could not say for sure who was stronger and who was weaker. It was also precisely because of this that she appeared somewhat nervous. Yi Qingxiang said, "Relax. There's no way Yi Yuan will lose. This guy gives people surprises in all respects and never seems to have a limit." When the other 2 heard it, they deeply felt that way too. On the stage, 2 powerful auras gushed out. One was tyrannical. One was proud. Yangxin's aura was peerlessly domineering, while Yi Yuan's aura was unmoving like a mountain. This battle was a showdown between the high-clarity sect and the Shadow Moon sect, and also a contest between 2 great supreme laws. Such an opportunity could not be casually encountered. Yi Yuan, hope that you don't concede defeat. Today, let's fight to the death. Do you dare or not? Yangxin's gaze was heated as he stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Can't kill the others, he might as well directly have a death match with Yi Yuan. Yangxin had absolute confidence in himself. There was no way he would lose to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said, "As you wish." Yangxin laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to my high-clarity sect, I'll wash it all clean today. You are dead for sure." Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, "That will depend on whether you have this ability or not." Yangxin sneered and said, "You have a supreme law. But I have a supreme law too. In fact, I'm 2 minor realms higher than you. What do you have to beat me with? Today, I'll let you take a look at my true strength. What my high-clarity sect has to become the #1 sect." Facing Yangxin, Yi Yuan's biggest disadvantage was his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan was currently merely initial stage 1st firmament celestial deity, while Yangxin was peak 2nd firmament celestial deity. It was equivalent to being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. These 2 minor realms did not seem to be much in the initial stages of divine Tao. But at the celestial deity realm, these 2 minor realms were sufficient to be deadly. Even for a genius like Bailey Qing'an, breaking through 2 minor realms step by step also required several hundred years. The gap could only be imagined. Kill! With a fierce cry, Yang Xin hacked over toward Yi Yuan with a matchlessly overbearing saber blow. This saber pressed forward with an indomitable will. What was even more frightening was that Yang Xin's world power was extremely strong, overbearing until it seized all of the space as its own, not giving Yi Yuan any place to survive at all. In front of the saber, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. At this time, Yi Yuan moved too. The frost counter sword swinging, Yi Yuan's figure cut through space, welcoming Yang Xin's saber. This frost counter sword was a celestial deity mystic treasure. After the Junyi sword shattered, Yi Yuan had no convenient weapon all along. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, Yi Yuan finally opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second layer space, obtaining the treasure trove inside. He chose a celestial deity mystic treasure from among them. It was this frost counter sword. At the same time, dense blue patterns revolved around Yi Yuan. One sword unleashing, it actually directly broke through the heavy blockade of Yang Xin's world power, charging in front of Yang Xin without any obstruction. Clank, clank, clank. Horrifying power of laws roamed about on the stage, giving off a series of rings. In a blink of an eye, the 2 people exchanged more than 10 moves, power of law surging endlessly, evenly matched. Yang Xin's pupils constricted. His realm was clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's, but his world power was actually unable to affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. What in the world was that blue pattern? Below the stage, everyone was extremely shocked. The level of these 2 people's battle, they were simply unable to imagine it. The 64 people taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave were all the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's top geniuses. But these 2 people towered about the group of geniuses, reaching another level. Yi Yuan's blue pattern is so strange. It's actually not affected by Yang Xin's world power. It's like where Yi Yuan goes, it forcefully hews open a space that belongs to him. What in the world is that thing? At this time, Little Tong was holding Treasure Pig, currently standing together with Du Ruffing. This place was the place with the best view. Little Tong was also very interested in this fight. He naturally would not miss it. Hearing Du Ruffing inquire, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "It's Heavenly Tao." Du Ruffing's face changed and he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Tao? How is this possible?" Little Tong used a tone that was not commensurate with his age and said with a solemn look, "It won't be wrong. That's the aura of Tao." Yi Yuan's comprehension toward the Tao has already reached an inconceivable realm. He can already spur Heavenly Tao to use for himself. Although this aura isn't strong enough yet, as his strength improves, this Heavenly Tao pattern will become more and more terrifying. Hearing Little Tong's explanation, the shock in Du Ruffing's heart could not be any greater. Controlling Heavenly Tao for one's own use, this kind of thing, ordinary people did not even dare to think about it, but Yi Yuan already did it. Martial artists comprehend Heavenly Tao to strengthen themselves. But Yi Yuan could actually drive Heavenly Tao. This was too terrifying. Actually, Little Tong was half right. These blue patterns were indeed the aura of Heavenly Tao, but it was not Heavenly Tao that Yi Yuan was spurring on. These blue fine lines were Yi Yuan's own. Other people breaking through to rank 5, what they reached was Celestial Deity Realm. However, Yi Yuan embarked on a different path. His realm would naturally not be the same as well. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 5, his divine sea underwent a change once more. His divine vortex shrunk again, chaos divine essence also becoming more condensed. That viscous aura already became thicker and thicker. If one was to say the divine sea was as big as a lake in the beginning, then Yi Yuan's current divine vortex was at most the size of a pond. Not only did Yi Yuan's divine essence not weaken, but it also grew even stronger than before instead. Apart from this, countless blue lightning was born in Yi Yuan's divine sea. These blue bolts of lightning were extremely similar to what he saw back then on the Heavenspan mountain. It was just that, in terms of aura, it was much, much weaker, totally not on the same level. Yi Yuan discovered that when he faced the enemy, he could mobilize these blue lightning and make his attacks sharper. His defenses also became stronger. As for world power, it was even more like paper paste in front of the blue patterns. As long as it was not strong to a certain degree, Yi Yuan could split it apart easily. Hence, Yi Yuan named this realm Divine Vestige Realm. Outsiders could not tell, but Yang Xin keenly felt his own suffering. Yi Yuan's sword seemed ordinary and sloppy, but an extremely strange force was contained within, throwing his vital energy into turmoil, virtually unable to control himself. With several dozen swords, he actually had a feeling of the long sword slipping out of his hand. No way! This kid is too peculiar. I can't carry on like this. Xianxia knew that at this rate he would lose without a doubt. Time Law. Right at this time he urged Time Law to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face changed and suddenly felt that his movements became slow like an ant. Even shuttling through space also became much slower. Yangshin grinned hideously and said, "How can the profundities of time laws be what you can imagine? Let me tell you. Actually, the time law that I used on them was not my full strength at all. My time law has similarly been comprehended to third firmament. Didn't expect it, right? Now you can go to hell." Unparalleled world-suppressing saber. Right at this time, Yangshin urged his saber arts to the extreme as well. The incomparably swift and fierce martial technique was practically shredding the space. This blade wanted Yi Yuan's life. Killing 100 Xianxiangs was also not as important as killing one Yi Yuan. Hence, when dealing with Xianxiang them all, Yangshin did not go all out. While it was good to be able to kill, failing to kill was no big deal too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan had to die. The instigator of all this was Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's sluggish movements, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Yangshin's mouth. A saber turned into a white streak, hacking over toward Yi Yuan's head. However, just as Yangshin's blade arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face, it suddenly stopped, as if frozen in the air. His figure was unable to advance an inch forward. In front of Yangshin, there was seemingly boundless space, waiting for him to cross. His saber cut through one layer of space after another, but it was unable to land on Yi Yuan. Two supreme laws collided together violently. Ha ha ha! It's useless. In front of time laws, everything is in vain. Go to hell. Yangshin let out a wild laugh, light radiating on his body. The long blade actually pushed another inch forward. The blade was already less than an inch away from the top of Yi Yuan's head. The piercing cold light made Yi Yuan somewhat unable to open his eyes. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking at this soul-stirring scene. The complexions of Bailey Qing'en and the rest turned pale, looking nervous. This blade landing, Yi Yuan would be done for. But right at this time, countless blue filaments spread out of Yi Yuan's body frenziedly, like spiders spinning silk. Yangshin's face changed. These fine filaments accumulated more and more, wrapping the two of them up very quickly. From the outside world, the inside completely could not be seen at all. What is this? Du Rufing's face changed as he asked. A hint of terror also showed in Little Tong's eyes as he said, "This seems to be a power similar to world power, but it also seems to be somewhat different. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan already won." Du Rufing's gaze turned intent and he said, "One just like this? I don't know what's happening inside." Little Tong said, "Although we don't know what's happening inside, this move is definitely extraordinary. Because even I also felt danger." Du Rufing turned pale with fright when he heard that. He was aware of what kind of existence Little Tong was. Even he could actually feel danger. Then this blue filament ball was definitely extremely terrifying. Inside the filament ball, Yi Yuan's two eyes showed an azure blue color. Long sword swinging, it directly blew away Yangshin's blade. Yangshin's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "This. How is this possible? Time law." Yangshin tried his best to urge time law, but time law seemed to have thoroughly lost connection with him, unable to feel it anymore. This situation made his heart sink to rock bottom. Yi Yuan's azure blue eyes looked at Yangshin, his eyes not carrying the least bit of emotion as he said, "You held back your strength, but have you ever thought that I also held back my strength? Don't need to waste strength anymore. Inside this divine vestige space, it's untainted by myriad laws. The rules here are set by me. All the laws that you comprehend in the heavenspan world are useless. After Yi Yuan broke through to divine vestige realm, he discovered that he had the ability to construct the divine vestige space. Once he entered the divine vestige space, Yi Yuan could control all powers of law. In this place, he was the sovereign. Clearly, Xianxia did not believe it at all. He laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "You set the rules? Do you think that you're the creator? Killing people with laughter." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't believe? Watch." Time stopped, only to see him lightly point a finger out. Xianxia's body suddenly turned stiff. He struggled desperately, but he discovered that he was unable to move at all. Xianxia was very familiar with time laws. He could sense that this was not some so-called immobilization spell, but a genuine time stop. Titanic waves stirred in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. How is this possible? Time stop was an extremely profound time law. One had to at least cultivate beyond the seventh firmament before they could control the power of law. But Yi Yuan clearly did not know time law, yet he could do it to this step. This was also to say that Yi Yuan did not lie. He could really control this space. Too inconceivable. It was too fantastical. There was actually still such a bizarre thing in this world. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like you believe it. Then you can go and die." A hint of panic flashed across in Xianxia's heart. He had never panicked like this before. It was as if the being he was facing right now was really the creator. Hang on. I was wrong. Spare me. I promise that I absolutely won't find trouble with you in the future. Xianxia shouted. Yi Yuan's gaze did not carry the slightest emotion. He just said coolly, "It's too late to admit your fault now." Done talking, Yi Yuan pointed another finger out. Xianxia's body disintegrated just like this, turning into nothingness. Looking at Xianxia's slowly disappearing figure, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was greatly different from usual. He exuded an icy cold aura from head to toe as if he was an iceman without the least bit of emotion. No idea how long had passed either. The blue filaments slowly faded away, merging into Yi Yuan's divine sea. Plop! Yi Yuan's entire person lost consciousness, falling onto the ring. Of course, there was already no Xianxia on the stage. There was only Yi Yuan alone left. Xianxia was already dead until he could not be any deader. There was an uproar all round. Before this, Xianxia was the sole candidate to win the championship. No one had ever thought that he would get second, let alone talk about dying. But now, he was killed by Yi Yuan silently just like this, especially the high-clarity sex elder. His one breath was pent up in his heart, virtually making him about to explode. The high-clarity sect that was powerful until it terrified people actually had 6 disciples die all at once this time. How would he report on his mission when he returned? Seeing that Du Rufeng was still in a daze, Little Tong reminded him and said, "Hey, you should announce the results." Ah? Oh. Du Rufeng was akin to waking up from a dream. The shock that this scene brought to him was seriously too intense. That blue filament ball that was akin to a cocoon seemed to have the ability to devour everything, directly obliterating Xianxia until not even dregs remained. Just how strong was this Yi Yuan? In reality, before this, he was not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. After all, similar a possessor of a supreme law, Xianxia's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. No one had expected that what they waited for was actually such a result. This battle, Yi Yuan wins, Xianxia perishes. Du Rufeng said in a clear voice. The moment his voice faded, a figure dashed onto the stage like lightning and suddenly smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan, who was currently in a coma. High-clarity sex elder. At this time, his 2 eyes were bloodshot, already completely lost his reason. Du Rufeng gave a cold snort and took a step out, and already arrived on the stage. Bang! 2 mighty true god powerhouses suddenly exchanged a blow. The high-clarity sex elder was immediately blasted flying. "Hanjianxing, what are you trying to do?" Du Rufeng said coldly. He roared at Du Rufeng, "This brute killed 6 of my high-clarity sect's top disciples. Not killing him today, how will I give an account to the sect master when I go back?" Du Rufeng said coldly, "That's your business." As long as Yi Yuan didn't violate the temple's rules, no matter how many people he kills, it doesn't matter too. Fresh blood kept flowing out of the corners of Han Jianqing's mouth, and he said in a cold voice, "The temple isn't fair. The moment this Yi Yuan came, you all let him stay in Upper Groove Court based on what? If say that Yi Yuan is a disciple that the temple groomed, then why didn't you tell us beforehand? Why must you take such a path?" Once a person lost their reason, the angle of thinking about problems became very extreme. In Han Jianqing's view, Yi Yuan was definitely a disciple that the temple groomed in secret. However, he was deliberately instructed to participate in the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Wasn't this nauseating, people? Du Rufing's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Han Jianqing, keep talking nonsense and slandering the temple. You'll bear the consequences yourself." At this time, several figures appeared next to Du Rufing. These were all the temple's elders. All of them were true God realm powerhouses. Seeing such a lineup, Han Jianqing seemed to have a basin of cold water splashed down overhead. One Du Rufing and he was not a match already, let alone so many true God powerhouses. "I'm unreconciled to it," Han Jianqing roared angrily. Du Rufing's expression eased up slightly, and he said coolly, "The Bamboo Groove martial conclave's original intention was to let the disciples who enter the temple obtain more harvests and stimulate greater potential. The reason why it doesn't forbid killing is to let them let loose. But actually, situations where massacres are caused are exceedingly rare. This time, it was originally you all who initiated trouble first but want to blame others. What logic is this? Right and wrong. Everyone has a weighing scale in their hearts. I believe that no need me to say any more, and everyone is also clear in their hearts." When everyone heard that, they secretly nodded their heads. This matter was indeed provoked first by the High Clarity sect. But the result now was that the arm could not twist the thigh, and wanted to vent their anger on Yi Yuan. In reality, at first, everyone indeed felt bitter about the Shadow Moon sect staying in Upper Groove Court. They had unhappiness in their hearts. But by now, they had long already tossed this kind of thinking to the back of their minds. Yi Yuan possessed incomparably powerful martial strength and also possessed superb alchemy skills. He indeed had the qualifications to stay in Upper Groove Court. Moreover, they all knew that the cause of all these was the treasure pig. Even though they all did not know what the treasure pig was, without a doubt, its origins were not ordinary. Du Rufing's gaze was scorching as he said, "Han Jianqing, on the account that you were rash for a moment, you're spared from death, but you insulted the temple. Death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. Today, you'll be expelled from the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm and return to the sect to be confined for 1,000 years, not to leave the mountain. Do you submit?" Han Jianqing's face turned ashen, and he raised his head to the sky and heaved a long sigh as he said, "Forget it. Han Jianqing accepts the punishment." In the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, no matter how powerful the sect, they could not contend with the temple too. The temple was a paramount existence, because they had Empyrean powerhouses. This battle ending, the Bamboo Groove martial conclave situation became even more complicated and confusing. Yang Shun was already dead. He was naturally unable to become the temple's disciple. This way, the struggle for the second camp became abnormally fierce. While Yi Yuan also tasted his Bamboo Groove martial conclave loss because of the fight with Yangshan. This coma of his lasted 10 days and nights, directly missing the next fight, and was issued with a loss. However, even if he lost, he still firmly occupied the throne of first place. Furthermore, everyone all knew that they were no longer able to shake Yi Yuan's position. 10 days later, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. "You're awake." When Bailey Qingyan saw Yi Yuan wake up, she could not help being excited. Little Tong's face also showed a rare smile and said with a faint smile, "Like I said, this kid won't die, but you guys don't believe." Yi Yuan's eyes looked a little confused. The gaze that looked at Bailey Qingyan was somewhat unfamiliar. That unfamiliar look gave Bailey Qingyan a fright. "What? You don't even recognize me anymore." Bailey Qingyan's face changed and said. But very soon, Yi Yuan's eyes recovered clarity and he said with a smile, Senior apprentice sister Bailey, what? Why would I not recognize? Maybe the time that I was in a coma was a little long and there's some issues. Unleashing that martial technique is still a pretty big burden on me. Only then did Bailey Qingyan feel relieved and said with a smile, I really didn't expect that even the Yangshun who comprehended time laws died in your hands. By the side, Yi Qingxiang also said, Yi Yuan, you aren't aware of this, but when our Shadow Moon sect disciples go out now, we really feel extra proud. This is all thanks to you. No matter where, people respected the strong and looked down on the weak. Thinking about Zhu Wen's attitude when they first came, it truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Now Zhu Wen's attitude towards them already underwent a 180-degree great transformation, addressing them as brothers on every occasion. And all these stemmed from the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed. After sending everyone away, Yi Yuan's expression became somewhat ugly. You seem to be not quite right, Little Tong said. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that, and forced a smile as he said, How so? I'm completely fine right now. Little Tong looked intently at Yi Yuan and said in a childish tone, I can feel that a subtle change happened to you, but as for the specifics of what the change is, I can't pinpoint it either. Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong rather surprised. This kid's eyes were so discerning. He let out a sigh and said, You saw the divine vestige space? Little Tong nodded his head and did not speak. He naturally saw the divine vestige space. Furthermore, that divine vestige space gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan continued, This martial technique seemed to have affected my temperament. Talking up to here, Yi Yuan's expression also became solemn. Recalling the hymn inside the divine vestige space, Yi Yuan felt very unfamiliar with the former. The hymn at that time was like an ice-cold machine, not having the slightest emotion. Even if he recovered now, Yi Yuan could feel that the hymn at that time affected the current hymn. About this matter, Yi Yuan could not quite understand it. Logically speaking, the divine vestige space was a product of the Chaos Heavenspan canon after cultivating to rank 5. It was the accessory of this cultivation method and should not have this kind of sequela. But why would this kind of strange situation occur? Could it be that the Chaos Heavenspan canon he cultivated had a problem? Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains. He also communicated with Dustless about this situation, but Dustless was at a loss too. When Little Tong heard that, his brows furrowed too and he said, This martial technique of yours is indeed formidable. I sensed a strong heavenly Tao aura within. Clearly, this divine vestige space of yours hasn't reached grand completion yet. But you have to know one thing. Heavenly Tao is heartless. Yi Yuan's face changed and his brows were practically knitted together as he ruminated further. Heavenly Tao is heartless? Heavenly Tao is heartless. How could this be? Yangshan died. And then the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's fierce fighting continued. But because of this great battle, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's setup underwent a dramatic change. Yi Yuan naturally outshone the others, no one could surpass him anymore. Even when encountering Luozhen later, he also directly admitted defeat after 100 moves. However, Luozhen's position of second place was also considered secure. But the struggle for third to fifth place seemed especially intense. The competition continued for more than a year, but the gap between third place and 10th place also did not pull apart. Among these 8 people, any one of them had a possibility of entering the top 5 in the end. However, in the final round, no one could have expected that Bailey Qingyan obtained the 4th place in the end. This way, the Shadow Moon sect suddenly got 2 places. Du Ruffing stood on the high platform and announced calmly, This Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave's top 5, Yi Yuan, Luo Zhen, Tian Dajiang, Bailey Qingyan, and Li Long, shall enter the temple. 10 days later, these 5 people will enter the Void Realm Heart and comprehend Great Tao. The other disciples can go up Skyjade Cliff to comprehend Tao for 10 years. After 10 years, you must leave the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm. The disciples who took part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, after hearing Du Rufing's announcement, they all sighed endlessly. Before coming to the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm, no one could have imagined that the High Clarity sect would actually be shaved bald, right? Isn't that so? Later on, Chen Tianlian practically gave up himself. Whoever he met, he directly conceded defeat. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would kill him. What a coward. The High Clarity sect's face is utterly lost by him. Hey, what face does the High Clarity sect still have? This can't blame him either. Even Xianxia died in Yi Yuan's hands, so how can he not be scared? But like this is good too. At least, he preserved his life. In comparison, the little-known Shadow Moon sect actually obtained 2 seats. This really made people's jaws drop. The powerful High Clarity sect did not even have one enter the top 5 in the end. Qin Tianlin's strength originally could definitely enter the top 5. But ever since Xianxia was killed, he would concede no matter who he met. Qin Tianlin was very smart. He yielded to Yi Yuan in this manner, hoping that he would show mercy and not kill him. In the end, Yi Yuan indeed let him go. During this Bamboo Grove martial conclave, Yi Yuan's domineering rise changed the fate of many genius disciples. Yi Yuan, thank you. Bailey Qingyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks sincerely. She understood that, with her original strength, it was impossible to enter the temple. But in this 1 year plus time, Yi Yuan first helped her refine the Jade Thaw Purple Heart Pill, then fed her moves, causing her strength to improve greatly. Only then did she rank into the top 5. One could say that for her to be able to enter the temple, it was entirely forged by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your talent is pretty good in the first place. I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Bailey Qingyan could not resist rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan. Was this guy knocking people down on purpose? Comparing talent, was there anyone greater than you? What was laughable was that she even thought that Yi Yuan was a trash back then, dragging Yi Yuan into a partnership to enter the Shadow Moon mountain range. Thinking about it now, Bailey Qingyan actually felt a hint of sweetness. Except, she realized now that along with the passing of time, the sense of alienation between Yi Yuan and her was actually gradually increasing. This was not just the disparity in strength, but that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of keeping her at a distance. This kind of alienation was not the alienation of distance, but it was emotional estrangement. It seemed that no matter what and when, Yi Yuan would have a professional-like attitude toward her. This attitude made Bailey Qingyan very dejected. At this time, Su Yan also went to congratulate. Su Yan said, "Before coming to the Bamboo Grove Holy Realm, he never would have dreamed that our Shadow Moon sect can actually obtain 2 spots. When we return, the sect master will definitely be very happy." Obtaining 2 spots was not just a matter of reputation. The temple would also give certain rewards to true god-level sects according to headcount. This kind of reward had a very far-reaching impact on true god-level sects. Hence, that was why the various major sects would spare no efforts to groom disciples and supply talents to the temple. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "This 1 year plus, Yi Yuan is grateful for Elder Su's care and is endlessly grateful." Yi Yuan has nothing to repay with and presented Buddha with borrowed flowers, giving these medicinal pills to senior apprentice sister Jiang and senior apprentice brother Yi. Jiang Shuyan and Yi Qingxiang's eyes turned sharp and they cried out in shock. Tendon-changing spirit bamboo pill, Brahma dragon break pill. These medicinal pills are too precious. Although these spirit medicines were all sealed, they knew that Yi Yuan taking action would absolutely all be divine grade and above quality. These medicinal pills missed this village and there would not be this shop anymore. Among the sects, it was absolutely impossible for there to be anyone who could refine this grade of medicinal pills. These medicinal pills had tremendous benefits to the 2 people's cultivation in the future. It can let him pass barriers smoothly going further. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thanks to Treasure Pig, I don't lack spirit medicines when refining pills now. Hence, I dug some medicinal pills from his mouth and gave them to you." The 2 people looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of gratitude. "This, junior apprentice brother Yi, in the past, it was all my fault. Hope that you don't take it badly." Jiang Shuyan's face turned red as she apologized. Yi Qingxiang also said, "Back then, I also harbored malicious intentions toward junior apprentice brother Yi. Mentioning this, I'm really ashamed." Presently, they already understood that whatever faction struggle was simply floating clouds in front of a genuine powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's all past matters. Don't need to mention anymore. But there are some words that I want to remind you guys. The might of a sect isn't brought up amidst internal friction. Rather than spend time bringing other factions down, might as well spend more time to cultivate." The 2 nodded their heads, deeply feeling that way too. On a small boat, 7 people and 1 pig were currently heading for the depths of the spirit nether sea. Bamboo Grove Holy Realm is merely the outermost rites ground of the temple, the place that connects the temple with the outside world. The temple has a total of 5 palaces, branched out on 5 islands. They are respectively controlled by 5 great Empyrean elders. And these 5 great islands surround another island. It's the most important place in the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, the Realm Heart Island. The heart of the Void Realm is on this Realm Heart Island. Du Ruffing spoke with ease and fluency, introducing the temple's situation to the 5 disciples. As the few people listened, their faces revealed rapt looks. This place was where the nucleus of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm lay. The small boat pulled into the shore. Du Ruffing said to the few people, "There are restrictions everywhere on Realm Heart Island. All of you follow closely. Once you trigger the restrictions, Immortals can't save you guys too." The few people's expressions turned fearful when they heard that, revealing a hint of solemnness. Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong and said with a curious face, "We're going to the heart of the Void Realm. You're going too." Little Tong rolled his eyes and said huffily, "Why? You have a problem." Du Ruffing chuckled and said, "Opening the heart of the Void Realm needs to borrow the power of Lord Treasure Pig. And Lord Treasure Pig and Little Tong are always together. So he definitely has to go." "Heard that," Little Tong said with a smug look. "Grunt, grunt." Treasure Pig also grunted at Yi Yuan like taking credit for someone else's achievements. Such thick spatial power. The group of people arrived outside of a barrier. Yi Yuan immediately felt the spatial force that hit him head-on. Du Ruffing nodded and said, "The heart of the Void Realm is the cornerstone of the Void Realm, the entire Bamboo Grove Void Realm built on it. The spatial power here is naturally the strongest. You're the most adept in spatial law, perhaps you might have some gains." Yi Yuan nodded his head, revealing a look of anticipation. Everyone was just about to continue moving on, when 2 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air and asked, "Halt! Who goes there?" These 2 people were dressed in black, their auras being incomparably powerful. When these 2 people appeared, Yi Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Spatial law. These 2 people both knew spatial law. Furthermore, their comprehensions were exceedingly high. Du Ruffing said in a clear voice, "Kong1, Kong-chin, why? Don't even recognize me anymore?" "Oh, turns out that it's Master Du. You're a rare guest. What wind blew you here?" Kong1 laughed and said. Du Ruffing smiled and said, "Isn't the once 1,000 years Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave here? It just so happens that I was tasked with this errand this time. I brought over these disciples who passed the test and let them enter the heart of the Void Realm to comprehend." Kong Wen's gaze swept a glance over Yi Yuan and the others. He said with a frown, "Turns out that it's the disciples who just entered the temple. But the quality of this season is somewhat poor. Why is there even a middle-stage first firmament celestial deity? In this 1 year plus, virtually every disciple who took part in the Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave made substantial progress. Yi Yuan, as one of the best among them, was naturally no exception either. Not long ago, his realm made a small improvement and broke through. He was now a middle-stage first firmament celestial deity. Although it was still within a minor realm, this cultivation speed was actually very fast already. One had to know, for ordinary celestial deity powerhouses to want to break through, it was all calculated with thousands, even several tens of thousands of years. However, Kong Wen's words made everyone's faces reveal peculiar looks. Per quality? Yi Yuan's quality should not be too good. Du Ruffing laughed and said, "Hoo-hoo, brother Kong Wen has made an error of judgment. Yi Yuan overpowered the masses in this Bamboo Grove Martial Conclave and is fully deserving of the first place." Kong Wen was taken aback and immediately said even more disdainfully, "He got the first place? Hoo-hoo, that shows even more that this season's disciples are too poor." Du Ruffing was speechless when he heard that. Yi Yuan's strength, if not seeing with one's own eyes, it was likely very difficult to believe. Snort. At this time, Little Tong suddenly let out a cold snort. Only then did Kong Wen Duo notice that there was actually a child who followed along too. However, when they saw the treasure pig in the child's arms, their faces could not help changing greatly. "All right, stop talking rubbish. Hurry up and open the barrier to let us in," Du Ruffing said coolly. Kongwen Duo did not say any more, immediately taking out 2 magic weapons and forcefully opened up a door in the barrier. Du Ruffing continued and said, "You all go first. I'll follow right after." Yi Yuan's eyes were flickering incessantly. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he still entered the barrier together with the others. After everyone left, Kongwen said in surprise, Could that child be? That lord?" Du Ruffing had a solemn look and said in a deep voice, "The few great island masters conflict, you guys are also aware of it. This matter, you guys had best take it as you didn't see anything. Otherwise, the consequences are not what you can bear." The 2 people's gazes turned intent and they said, "Got it." Above the void, an enormous chunk of crystal was suspended there. Seeing the heart of the void realm, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Laying low in the bamboo groove void realm for so long, he finally saw the heart of the void realm today. As long as he opened up the heart of the void realm and entered it, he would be able to return to the Heavenspan world. "Treasure Pig, can you really open up the heart of the void realm?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. The heart of the void realm was normally in a sealed state. The bamboo groove void realm space was extremely stable. Its normal operation did not need to activate its complete state. Only when new disciples entered the sect would it open once. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig grunted at Yi Yuan, seemingly expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, its body shuddered. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out of its nose, flying straight for the heart of the void realm. Bang! The heart of the void realm emitted intense vibrations. Then it burst forth with a blinding light. A boundless spatial power rapidly spread out, making Yi Yuan's heart float up. Yi Yuan was overjoyed, threw several medicinal pills over, and said with a smile, "Well done, Treasure Pig. You're indeed amazing." Treasure Pig swallowed several medicinal pills in one gulp and actually grinned at Yi Yuan, boring into his bosom all at once. Little Tongue snorted coldly and said, "Gluttonous pig." In this enchantment, spatial law revolved non-stop. Yi Yuan was impacted by the power of laws all of a sudden until he was almost asphyxiating. Actually, what was contained inside this heart of the void realm was not just spatial power of law, but contained the source of a world, an existence similar to that of heavenly Tao. This kind of source power was infinitely beneficial to martial artists. But Yi Yuan was the most sensitive towards spatial law, so his comprehension in this aspect was also the deepest. Suddenly, a hint of comprehension rushed to his head. Yi Yuan's entire person was akin to being electrocuted, standing transfixed on the spot. A hint of surprise flashed across Little Tong's eyes and he cried out in surprise, "Comprehended so fast? This kid, really?" Yi Yuan had already stopped at 3rd firmament spatial law for very long. Today, under the envelopment of this powerful spatial law, he finally produced a trace of enlightenment and started breaking through. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. Luotian smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe this is a so-called genius." These words coming out of his mouth were really rather bitter. In this 1,000 over years, he had always been crowned with the title of a genius. He himself thought so too. Regardless of whether it was cultivation speed or law's comprehension, he examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. All the way until he saw Yi Yuan gain enlightenment on Tao today, this confidence was utterly shattered into pieces. The other 4 people, including Bailey Qingyan, all deeply felt that way too as they nodded their heads. This isn't an ordinary law, but this is one of the supreme laws, spatial law. This guy is really a freak. Li Long could not resist spitting, being dealt a terrible blow. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan took a step out, his body immediately vanishing. Yi Yuan blended right into the void. While at this time, Du Ruffeng, Kongwen, and Kong Chun also entered the barrier and just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan submerging into the void, their eyes opening wide. This is spatial law. He comprehended the 4th firmament spatial law. This kid was actually so monstrous, Kongwen said in immense shock. His profound accumulations erupted, encountering the spatial power of the heart of the void realm. His power of law directly achieved mastery through comprehensive study of the subject, and understood. "We cannot compare to this child." Kong Wen also said. Even Du Ruffing was also inexplicably shocked. He knew the Yi Yuan might very likely gain enlightenment on Dao, but he did not think that it would be this fast. The others had not started yet and he already comprehended. Inside the barrier, Kong Wen and Kong Chen looked at the Yi Yuan above the void with envious looks. TSK. Us two brothers spent nearly 400,000 years to comprehend to fourth firmament spatial law. This brat is just over 1,000 years old and actually already did it to this level. Kong Wen lamented. The Kong family was a family clan that guarded the heart of the void realm for generations. They had a natural advantage in comprehending spatial law. Furthermore, the Kong brothers were also considered among the best in the Kong family. But even so, they only started comprehending spatial law when they reached the late-stage celestial deity realm. Furthermore, the time that they spent was extremely long. But Yi Yuan only used 1,000 over years and completed something that they comprehended for 400,000 years. This kind of natural aptitude could be rated as freakish. Little Tong rolled his eyes at him and said, "Wonder who was it who said that this season's disciples can't make it?" Kong Wen's expression turned stiff and he said embarrassedly, "Your Excellency, Didn't I not know?" Little Tong snorted coldly and said, "If you don't know, then don't simply say things. Some people are existences that you have to look up to all your life. Therefore, be more low-key in conduct." Kong Wen had an appearance like he learned a lesson and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Kong Wen won't dare next time. Right at this time, the Yi Yuan above the void slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh as he said, "Spatial law is indeed incredibly marvelous. The comprehension ends here as well." When the Kong Wen duo heard these words, they nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood and cursed, "You scoundrelly brat, intentionally aggravating us. From initial stage fourth firmament to peak initial stage, I used a full 50,000 years. Spending 3 years' time, Yi Yuan's spatial law comprehension reached peak initial stage fourth firmament and was unable to make any more progress." Yi Yuan said it not without reason, but this speed in Kong Piwen two people's view was already a heaven-defying existence. It was also no wonder that he was very depressed when he heard it. Yi Yuan's figure swayed. When he appeared again, he already arrived beside Little Tong and the rest. Spatial law fourth level, spatial shift. Before this, Yi Yuan could shuttle through the void, but it was all within a very small range. But now, Yi Yuan would be several 100,000 miles away with a thought. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Celestial deity powerhouses could also utilize spatial law and shuttle through the void. But their speed compared to Yi Yuan's was like heaven and earth. "Little Tong, you follow me. I have something to tell you." Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Little Tong was somewhat uncertain, not knowing what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves, but he still followed. "What is it? Quickly spit out what you have." The two people came to a deserted place and Little Tong said with displeasure. Yi Yuan flashed a smile at Little Tong and suddenly made a move like lightning, swiftly tapping a few times on Little Tong's body. Little Tong's face changed, unable to use an ounce of his strength. "Boy, do you know what you're doing?" Little Tong said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't get agitated first. I have something to discuss with you, my Lord Empyrean." Little Tong's face changed and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush, Lord Empyrean. Stop pretending. When those true God powerhouses saw you, each and every one of their faces was not right. Even I can't even perceive this, then I'd also be too stupid." Actually, Yi Yuan felt that something was wrong with Little Tong long ago. He kept saying that Treasure Pig was his pet, but how could a strange pet like Treasure Pig be handed to a child? Also, even though Du Ruffeng deliberately hid it, his respect for Little Tong sometimes showed up unintentionally. Coupled with the expressions when the Kong brothers saw Little Tong, Yi Yuan was very certain that Little Tong was not some Empyrean powerhouse's grandson, but the Empyrean himself. It was just that no idea for what reason Little Tong became this current appearance. Little Tong's expression was ugly to the extreme and he said, "Could it be that you're Taoist, that old dog's man? Don't you forget, this place is the divine temple. If you dare to touch me, Du Ruffeng and the Kong brothers won't let you off." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Taoist? That's also an Empyrean powerhouse of the temple, right?" But he has nothing to do with me. Calling you here, I actually just want to negotiate a deal with you. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did Little Tong's face ease up slightly. But he also knew that the deal Yi Yuan was talking to him about was definitely not something good. Otherwise, he also would not need to restrain him. This fellow had such gall. Since he knew his identity, he still dared to take liberties with him. Wasn't he scared of him taking revenge? Speak, Little Tong said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I want to invite you to go to the heaven-span world together with me. Hearing this, Little Tong's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in surprise. You're a person of the heaven-span world? This is impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you talking about my divine essence? Hohu, the cultivation method that I cultivate is a little special. Mimicking the bamboo groove void realm's divine essence isn't a big deal to me. Little Tong's expression was ugly as he said, Impossible. You can forget about it. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders, patted Treasure Pig's baby pink little head, and said with a doleful look, Treasure Pig, sorry. Not that I'm not willing to refine medicinal pills for you. If we're fated in the future, we'll still meet again. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig suddenly broke free from Little Tong's arms and used a pair of short pig hoofs to hug Yi Yuan's thighs, eyes brimming with tears, a look of reluctance to part. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Not that I'm heartless, it's that the heaven-span world still has many things waiting for me to go do. Maybe in the future, when I finish settling everything, I'll come to the bamboo groove void realm to find you again. Alright? Treasure Pig's little head shook like a rattle drum, clutching Yi Yuan's leg desperately, unwilling to let go. When Little Tong saw this scene, he was furious until he gnashed his teeth and cursed, Shameless! Yi Yuan looked at Little Tong and said helplessly, Actually, I took part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. My goal was in order to enter the heart of the Void Realm. It's just a pity that I have ties in the Bamboo Groove Void Realm now. Once I leave the Bamboo Groove Void Realm, you all will definitely make a move on the Shadow Moon sect. No choice, I can only take this step. Furthermore, your current state isn't able to refine medicinal pills for Treasure Pig at all. You going to the heaven-span world together with me is the best choice. Little Tong looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that he actually had such plans. It seemed like this boy was someone who valued relationships. Actually, on the whole, Yi Yuan did not live happily in the Shadow Moon sect. In fact, for the sake of killing Qian Yi, he even incurred resentment with the sect master. But, without the Shadow Moon sect, this springboard, there was no way he could enter the heart of the Void Realm. Yi Yuan asked for a clear conscience when doing things. If he left the Bamboo Groove Void Realm rashly, it would definitely implicate the Shadow Moon sect. They might even be destroyed because of it. Before he left, he had no choice but to take the Shadow Moon sect into consideration. Originally, he was still struggling with how to deal with this matter. But after he discovered Little Tong's identity, he had this bold plan. Furthermore, Treasure Pig was very reliant on Yi Yuan now. If Yi Yuan left, probably no one could satisfy it anymore. He was an exalted Empyrean powerhouse. Even if his strength was no longer there now, he was also not what anybody could need. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to do something to him. As long as anyone found out, Yi Yuan would definitely die. How did the current Little Tong still look like a little kid? His face was full of wisdom that was not commensurate with his age. Treasure Pig looked back at Little Tong with a pitiful appearance. It truly gave people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw it. But Little Tong snorted coldly and said, You stupid pig. It's none of your business here. Get back here for me. Treasure Pig's head shook like a rattledrum but hugged Yi Yuan's leg even harder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Heavenly Emperor Realm. Don't you wish to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor? Little Tong's expression finally had a change. But very soon, he laughed coldly and said, Heavenly Emperor Realm, just the likes of you, a measly celestial deity realm, also dares to make this kind of promise to me? But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a faint smile, Bamboo Groove Void Realm is only a tiny place in the end, a subsidiary of the Heavenspan world. Even if you're a godlike existence in this place, it's ultimately just deceiving yourself and others too. No? Moreover, your current situation in the temple probably isn't too good. Right? Little Tong's expression changed again and again. Yi Yuan's observation ability was too sharp. He had clearly never been in contact with the temple's upper echelons and knew absolutely nothing about the temple's situation. Just by relying on what he saw in his guts, he could guess so many things. This mind was tough for ordinary people to match. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Yi Yuan's words hit the bottom of his heart. These bamboo grew void realms' supreme powerhouses, all enjoyed the worship of all life, enjoying the treatment of a god. They were afraid of facing the outside world. Empyrean powerhouses were indeed a formidable force in the heavenspan world. But to talk about being powerful, that could not be said no matter what. There were still heavenly emperor powerhouses above Empyreans. There were transcendent heavenly emperors, and even Tao ancestors. What did Empyreans count for? Any random heavenly emperor powerhouse that came out could instantly kill them. Putting it bluntly, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, intoxicated in their own world, that was all. Yi Yuan observed his words and expression and continued, "I'm just at the celestial deity realm, so I'm naturally not qualified enough to babble away about heavenly emperor. But my alchemy skills, you've witnessed it before. How do you think it compares to you?" Little Tong was silent, his expression rather ugly. Grunt, grunt. Little Tong did not speak, but Treasure Pig sounded out. That meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were tastier than Little Tong's. Little Tong wished to kick it flying with a foot and said furiously, "You creature who lives off me while secretly helping others, you scram with him then. The further you scram, the better." Treasure Pig had an aggrieved look. It was just telling the truth. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he also could not help smiling. Treasure Pig's requirement towards the quality of medicinal pills was exceedingly high. He was already used to eating Yi Yuan's medicinal pills now. Du Rufing's medicinal pills were already tasteless to him. Since that's the case, how do you know that I'm unable to refine medicinal pills to let you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor in the future? Finished saying these, Yi Yuan stopped talking, quietly waiting for Little Tong's outcome. He was confident in himself that Little Tong would definitely agree. His strength was currently very weak. Staying in the temple was very dangerous instead. Might as well go outside together with him and make his break. "All right, you win. I'll go with you. Now release the restrictions on me." No idea how long had passed, Little Tong finally agreed. Hearing Little Tong agree, Treasure Pig immediately started jumping happily. Nothing was more important than delicious food. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That won't do. An Empyrean powerhouse who became a child is also an Empyrean powerhouse. I don't want to take my life as a joke. I have a poison here that I specially made for you. When you consume it, I'll release the restrictions for you." Little Tong was angered until his expression was livid. Glaring fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, "Punk, when I recover my strength, I'll definitely kill you straight away." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You won't kill me, and there won't be anyone to refine pills for Treasure Pig anymore." "Don't you say so, Treasure Pig." Treasure Pig nodded its head very seriously and tunneled into Yi Yuan's bosom with a grunt. "What? You want to enter the heavenspan world?" When Du Ruffing heard Little Tong's words, he nearly jumped up. Little Tong said with a serious look, "I've thought about it, better leave first for the time being. I returned to boyhood from old age because of my cultivation method. This matter can't be hidden for long. Once doubtless that old fogey knows about my current situation, he likely won't let me off." Du Rufing's face changed and he said, "Then, this disciple will follow you together to the heavenspan world." Little Tong shook his head and said, "No, even if you go, you can't be of any help too. Yi Yuan accompanying me will do." Du Ruffing was taken aback and said, "Why Yi Yuan?" Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes and said with a nod, "Right now, Treasure Pig has stopped eating your medicinal pills already. Do you think that you can replace Yi Yuan's position? Relax, just take it as bringing him out to train. This boy is a promising talent." Du Ruffing nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too, and said, "Then, all right, but your excellency must be careful. The heavenspan world can't compare to the bamboo groove void realm. Experts are plentiful like clouds. With this excuse, Yi Yuan going to the Heavenspan world became proper and justified. He also did not need to worry that the temple would vent their anger on the Shadowmoon sect because of this. Before leaving the Bamboo Grove Void Realm, Du Ruffing even found a large pile of rank 5 spirit medicines and directly gave it to Yi Yuan. Treasure Pig was a big glutton, not bringing along enough food would not do. Actually, after Yi Yuan opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's second level, he was also rather wealthy now. Purchasing rank 5 spirit medicines was still doable. But with the temple's present, he naturally accepted it graciously too. 10 days later, 2 people and 1 pig entered the heart of the Void Realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. 7 years later, the other 4 people recovered from their enlightenment. Looks like you all had significant harvests. Alright, this matter is settled. This old man can now go back and report on the fulfillment of the mission. Come on, Du Ruffing said coolly. But Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed and she said, Elder Du? Where's Yi Yuan? Why is he not here? Du Ruffing said Yi Yuan finished comprehending 1 step ahead of you guys. The temple just happened to have a mission for him, so he left first. Bailey Qingyan suddenly had a trace of an ominous feeling in her heart, and she said, Mission? Yi Yuan is merely a disciple who just entered the sect. What kind of mission would he be assigned? Also, Little Tong and Treasure Pig are also gone. Elder Du, what in the world happened? Du Ruffing's face was rather ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, This is the temple's business. How is it your turn to tell us what to do? Bailey Qingyan was very smart. Yi Yuan's disappearance was too unusual. He kept feeling that something happened and felt empty in her heart as if she lost something. Her heart hurt. Sorry, Elder Du. Bailey Qingyan felt wronged as she said. How could Du Ruffer not know her thoughts? He let out a sigh and said, All right, come on. Bailey Qingyan nodded her head and followed everyone, preparing to leave. But when everyone was not paying attention, Bailey Qingyan suddenly took a step, flying towards the heart of the Void Realm, disappearing. When Du Ruffing saw her disappearing back view, he could not help shaking his head. With his strength, if he really wanted to stop Bailey Qingyan, he could naturally do it. But he did not. Du Ruffing sighed and said, Pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Forget it, let her be. The few of you today's matter, you're absolutely not allowed to say a word. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. 1,000 soar imperial capital, Heavenspan world. The prosperity of an imperial capital was what imperial cities could not compare to. 1,000 soar imperial capital occupied a vast area. It was several dozen times larger than ordinary imperial cities. Divine Lord realm powerhouses that were hard to see in imperial cities were as plentiful as oxen hair here. Even celestial deity powerhouses could be seen everywhere too. In a small tavern, an 8 to 9 years old little kid was hugging a pink piglet. Beside even sat a young man. They were precisely Yi Yuan and company who came out of the Bamboo Grove Void Realm. Brat, why do we have to come here? Little Tong asked curiously. The few of them had drifted in the heart of the Void Realm for as long as 10 years before returning to the Heavenspan world. But the moment the few people came out, they were in a mountain range in the vicinity of Thousand Soar Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan originally planned on returning to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But no idea why, Dustless made him stay in Thousand Soar Imperial Capital temporarily. Yi Yuan asked him why, but he himself did not know either. He just said that there was a feeling from forces beyond his control that there would be a major event happening near Thousand Soar Imperial Capital recently which seemed to be related to them. Regarding Dustless's supernatural feeling, although Yi Yuan was doubtful, he did not say much. Martial artists' sudden impulse tend to be very efficacious. Little Tong's question made Yi Yuan unable to answer. He could only smile bitterly and said, Don't ask me. I don't know either. Little Tong was not surprised and just said coolly, Then what should we do now? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Find a place to stay first. I reckon that before long there will be results. This tavern was not large, but the dishes were pretty good. Yi Yuan and Little Tong both dug into it with relish. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, he could long already not need to eat. But there were still many martial artists who liked to drink alcohol and eat meat in taverns. Firstly, these wine and meat were mostly not ordinary products. They were helpful to martial artists' cultivation. Secondly, It was also to relieve the dreariness of cultivation and satisfy one's desire for good food. The two people were currently chowing down when a handsome young man suddenly came to Yi Yuan's side and smiled at Yi Yuan as he said, "This brother, this tavern's business is quite good. Can you share a table with me? Your wine and food, I'll treat it." Yi Yuan raised his eyes to look at this young man and saw that his face did not have the least bit of prodigiousness, totally different from those profligate sons. When he said treat, his face was also very sincere and did not have the intention of showing off. Hence, Yi Yuan nodded his head and made an inviting gesture, saying coolly, "Sit then." That handsome young man was delighted when he saw the situation and shouted, "Waiter, bring a set of bowl and chopsticks, and serve some fine dishes." Finished saying, he smiled at Yi Yuan and said, "I'm Leng Su. I wonder how to address brother?" Yi Yuan. "Haha, turns out that it's brother Yi. Our meeting is fate. Come, bottoms up." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and clinked glasses with the other party, downing in one shot. "Haha, great. Brother Yi, this in's 10 bowls topple is rather powerful. Why don't we compete without using divine essence?" Those who came here to drink were mostly looking for fun and to relax. If one used divine essence to refine the alcoholic strength, it was naturally pointless already. But for celestial deity powerhouses to want to really get drunk, it was naturally not that easy. To be able to bring down a celestial deity powerhouse in 10 bowls, the alcoholic strength of this alcohol could be imagined. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, cheers." Finished saying, the two people raised a glass and drank another bowl. In a twinkle, 10 bowls went down to the belly, but no intoxication could be seen from the two. The other tables were alarmed by the happenings on this side. Seeing Yi Yuan and Leng Su down one bowl after another, they could not help staring dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. "Eh? That's the Leng family's young patriarch, right? No wonder he's so impressive." Heard that at his peak, he drank 46 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. Ever since then, he was conferred as the god of wine in this place. However, that young man next to him is similarly impressive, to actually fight until he's evenly matched with young patriarch Leng. Hey, it's no use. The name of 10 bowls topple isn't for show. After exceeding 10 bowls, this alcohol kick will double up. I reckon that he can at most drink 20 bowls. This small tavern was out of the way. Those who came here were mostly old customers and were very clear about this 10 bowls topples alcohol kick. It was not that there were no people who drank past 10 bowls, but they were in the minority. No matter how powerful the celestial deity powerhouses, it was also extremely rare to drink past 20 bowls. It was just that pity that Yi Yuan let them down. Awesome, cheers again. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is also a man of the same pursuit. Haha, great, awesome. Leng Su drank faster and faster and always laughed out loud. It was just that when Yi Yuan observed his language and countenance, he could perceive that there was more or less some bitterness in his smiles. This person was here to get drunk. Yi Yuan was slightly curious on why would such a bright and cheerful young man be like this? But the feeling that this Leng Su gave him was not bad. So he also accompanied Leng Su and continued drinking cup after cup. Not long ago, Yi Yuan's fleshy body realm already broke through to the 5th transformation golden body. Such a powerful body had a very strong immunity towards alcohol in the first place. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was an alchemist. Furthermore, he was an alchemist who was fond of alcohol. No matter how strong the alcohol, it was merely SOSO to him as well. At least, this 10 bowls topple was not enough. 65 bowls. 73 bowls. 90 bowls. At this time, everyone in the small tavern stopped eating and drinking. Their gazes were all focused on Yi Yuan and Leng Su. The way that these two people competing in drinking made them stare dumbfoundedly tongue-tied. Finally, when drinking the 103rd bowl, Leng Su collapsed on the table with a thud. Fine alcohol. Brother Yi. Come. Cheers again. This guy already drank until he was out cold and still wanted to bottoms up with Yi Yuan. At one side, everyone was stunned. Goodness gracious, to actually bring down the god of alcohol. What deity is this young man? This guy really didn't mobilize any divine essence, so how did he do it? All around, there was a series of exclamations. None of them had ever dared to drink until 10 bowls before. But today, this unfamiliar face actually downed 103 bowls of 10 bowls topple in one go. It was really too exaggerated. Actually, 100 bowls down the belly. Yi Yuan's head was also a little woozy already. This wine was called 10 bowls topple. It indeed lived up to its reputation. While the wine was a fine wine, it was just a pity that it was not the wine that intoxicated, but the drinker who got himself drunk. Yi Yuan's divine essence circulated and directly dispelled that dizzy feeling. He turned around and asked the rest, "Do you all know where his home is?" The moment everyone heard, they immediately understood. This young man was going to send Lang Su back home. In the crowd, a good person urged, "Heh, young man, your alcohol tolerance is pretty good, but you'd best not get involved in this murky water. The Lung family isn't too peaceful recently." Yi Yuan was baffled when he heard that and said smilingly, "Just sending him back home, so there's no harm." That person just now said again, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Since you want to find trouble yourself, we naturally won't stop you either. The Long family is the imperial capital's prominent family. You go out and turn right, after passing 3 streets, make a left turn, go through an alley, and you'll reach." Yi Yuan nodded his head, settled the bill, and said to Little Tong, "Come on." But after Yi Yuan left the tavern, a hint of an imperceptible strange smile flashed across the corners of that person's mouth. Yi Yuan carried Lang Su and passed through 3 streets according to the guidance of that person in the tavern. He turned into an alley. Along the way, Yi Yuan carrying a drunk man naturally attracted quite a few sidelong glances. The corners of Little Tong's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "You this fellow really a busybody." In the view of most martial artists, this kind of chance acquaintance relationship was not worth it. Either way, playing there to spend the night drunk also would not kill anyone. Moreover, that person even warned that the Lung family was not too calm recently. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just sending a drunk man home, a small thing." Little Tong rolled his eyes and did not make a sound. Clearly, he was very disapproving of this. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures fell from the sky and blocked off Yi Yuan's front and back exit routes. The current Yi Yuan was equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Little Tong had a helpless look as he said, "See, trouble came." However, his face did not have much worry. But seeing the arrivals ahead, Yi Yuan's face turned dark. This person was precisely that man who told him about this path in the tavern. The other person was also drinking with him. That man had a smug look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, you've worked hard to support him over. Now put the person down. Then you should leave." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You intentionally led me here? Turns out that the trouble you said was yourself." That man laughed loudly and said, "I took people's money to help them avert a disaster. His trouble isn't me. But if you were to insist on it, that's fine too. Either way, he's about to pass on right away." Once martial artists really got drunk, their divine soul was also in a paralyzed state and was naturally clueless about the outside world's danger. Hence, if one was not really in a bad mood, they normally would not drink until like Lang Su. The current Lang Su was equivalent to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yi Yuan looked at that man and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you saying to let me leave is also to deliberately let me lower my guard, right? You're very careful when doing things." The moment that man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're very clever. But sadly, you're not suited for the world of martial artists. This world is one where the weak are praised that the strong feasts on. Your kind-heartedness won't have a good outcome. In your next life, remember to be more cold-blooded. Ha ha ha. One should not be a busybody. A person should hold back when talking and doing things." This was general knowledge of the martial artist world. But Yi Yuan did not seem to know this common sense at all. Or should he say, he knew but was not willing to do it. This kind of fool would naturally die sooner or later. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're so confident like you've already cornered me." That man said smugly, "Otherwise? You don't think that you, a first firmament celestial deity, can still stir up any waves, right? I urge that you'd better not wake Lang Su. You won't have this chance." This man was an initial stage 3rd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. That man at the back was also a peak 2nd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan being a peak first firmament celestial deity, they did not take him seriously at all. Fool! Little Tong snorted coldly and scolded. The moment that man heard, he burst out laughing and said, "Heard that? Even this little kid is scolding you, stupid. If you died, then you died. You even had to harm this little brat to die together with you, truly sorrowful." Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really dumb to the max. What kind of comprehension ability was this? Yi Yuan placed Leng Su in a corner and said to Little Tong, "Look after him for a while. It will be over very soon." "Oh," Little Tong said very casually and did not express much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to that man again and said, "Hey, ask you one more time. Is the Leng family just after passing through this alley?" That man was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "For what? You want to send him home even if you become a ghost? Tisk, you brat are really loyal to friends, making me not bear to kill you." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like still have to find somebody else to inquire. Also, the fool that Little Tong said just now was referring to the two of you, not me. I think that before you guys die, you should still understand that." That man was stunned again and had yet to understand what was going on when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared. That man's gaze turned intent and he said in horror, "Spatial law!" The scent of death hit him head-on. He opened up world power straight away, planning to use world power to feel Yi Yuan's position. But it was all futile. Poochie! A sword poked out of the void silently, directly swiping his throat. Fresh blood gushed out, his eyes began to turn lax. Only at this time did he understand what kind of terrifying opponent he had provoked. When the man opposite saw this scene, his face turned deathly pale. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure fled into the void, wanting to escape this alley at once. It was just too bad that, in front of the fourth firmament spatial law Yi Yuan, this kind of escape appeared feeble and powerless. Poochie! Another sword, a peak second firmament celestial deity powerhouse fell. Inside the heart of the void realm, 3 years of enlightenment on Tao, Yi Yuan's realm made tremendous progress in the first place. Drifting inside the space for 10 years, Yi Yuan's realm had already reached peak first firmament celestial deity. Coupled with fourth firmament spatial law and middle stage fifth firmament sword Tao laws, his strength was God knows how many times stronger than during the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Initial stage third firmament celestial deity, if not in existence with exceedingly high law comprehensions, they posed not the slightest bit of threat towards Yi Yuan. Very sadly, this man was not. Killing them was similarly a matter of lifting a finger. Seeing this scene, Little Tong's gaze turned sharp. This boy's strength improved again. This guy doesn't know what's called bottleneck at all. These few years, Little Tong had also witnessed Yi Yuan's improvement. In a short decade, Yi Yuan's improvement could practically be seen with the naked eye. Too fast. Even he, this Empyrean powerhouse, also sighed with admiration at Yi Yuan's talent. Yi Yuan helped Leng Su up again and said helplessly, "Isn't this guy the Leng family's young patriarch? Why did he end up in this plight?" Casually finding a third firmament celestial deity and he could take his life. Little Tong pursed his lips and said, "In prominent families, brothers fighting among themselves is all too normal. What's the big fuss?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's true too. Come on." The Leng family's address was not hard to inquire. Casually inquiring and one would know. Actually, the place where that man pointed to was not far from the Leng family. It was just that there was no need to pass through this alley. This alley was the place to kill that they meticulously arranged. It was just a pity that their strength was lacking. They were killed instead. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the Leng Manor's front door and just happened to bump into a young man. The moment that youth saw Leng Su, his expression could not help changing drastically. He took Leng Su from Yi Yuan's hands and berated Yi Yuan, "Young brother Su, why did you drink until like this? Who are you people? What did you do to younger brother Su? Come, men, capture these two villains for me." Under that young man's word of command, quite a few men sprang out immediately, directly surrounding Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned cold. This guy was so unreasonable, not even asking, and then wanted to capture him indiscriminately. What logic was this? "Your brother got drunk, so I sent him back. That's all." Toward those family guards who surrounded him, Yi Yuan did not care and just explained nonchalantly. Who knew that that young man gave a cold laugh and said, "Heh, you would be so kind. I think that you want to conspire a plot against young brother Su, right? What are you still waiting for? Capture for me. If he dares to resist, capture and summarily execute." When those family guards received the order, they immediately attacked Yi Yuan. When attacking, it was very vicious. How is this capturing a person? It was clearly to kill one. Yi Yuan's face turned cold, his figure immediately vanishing. Several cold lights flashed past. That young man only saw a pile of hands fly into the air, tragic screams linking up together. Within a breath, the family guards all had their hands cut off. The young man's face changed drastically when he saw the situation. He clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, looking at the young man as he said coolly, "On the account of Lang Su's face, I won't go on a killing spree today. But I warn you, don't come and provoke me." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. The young man's face changed several times, his gaze finally landing on Lang Su, and his brows could not help knitting tightly together. Haha, awesome. Brother Yi Yuan, come, let's cheers again. Lang Su's eyes were hazy from drunkenness, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Yi Yuan? Who was that guy? Such formidable strength. Jun, how does his strength compare to yours?" A man in black suddenly appeared next to the young man and said with cupped fists, "This subordinate isn't confident." The young man said in a cold voice, "Presumably so. Otherwise, you would have made a move just now. Looks like the Black Smoke twin fiends failed. I didn't expect that this good-for-nothing younger brother of mine actually found such an expert. Really underestimated him. Originally thought that it was just a first firmament celestial deity. I didn't think that his strength was actually so formidable, and that even you don't have the confidence either. Go and check for me. We must dig his details inside out." The young man gave Lang Su a glance full of disdain. The man in black said yes. Leaving the Lung family, Yi Yuan went to the essence-gathering pagoda set up by the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan's realm already reached peak first firmament celestial deity. He planned to enter a retreat here for a period of time and assault second firmament celestial deity. Presently, Yi Yuan's law comprehension already far surpassed his realm. His realm became the greatest factor restricting his strength instead. This essence-gathering pagoda was a self-service cultivation pagoda. Anyone could come in to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had sufficient divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was middle-grade divine essence stones. In the imperial capital, low-grade divine essence stones were already unable to satisfy the requirements of martial artists' cultivation. Transactions here were all carried out with middle-grade divine essence stones. The essence-gathering pagoda was divided into a total of 9 levels. The cultivation rooms here were calculated according to days. The first level required to pay 10 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was also 30,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Further up, the middle-grade divine essence stones that each level required would increase several times over. Reaching the 9th level, it needed 3,000 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was a rather horrifying number. One had to know 3,000 middle-grade divine essence stones were equivalent to 30 million low-grade divine essence stones. And this was merely just one day's cultivation expense. Of course, the effect was completely different too. Yi Yuan heard that the spiritual energy concentration of the 9th level cultivation room was much stronger than even the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Naturally, the number of divine essence stones required was also extremely frightening. Yi Yuan entered the essence-gathering pagoda and went straight up to the 3rd floor. There were many cultivation rooms inside the essence-gathering pagoda. People entered and left from time to time. The place was very crowded. When the 3rd floor's martial artists saw a first firmament celestial deity come up, each and every one of them gave sidelong glances. Logically speaking, first firmament celestial deities normally trained on the 1st floor. Coming to the 3rd floor was purely wasting divine essence stones. Because of the concentration of spiritual energy here, first firmament celestial deities were unable to fully absorb it at all. The 3rd floor's cultivation rooms needed to pay 50 middle-grade divine essence stones a day. Yi Yuan went one round and finally found an empty cultivation room. But he was rather curious why this cultivation room was not in use. Yi Yuan did not think that much either, immediately gathering 4,500 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones and placed it into the card slot outside the cultivation room. His action drew a series of weird looks. A first firmament celestial deity placed 4,000 over middle-grade divine essence stones in one go, truly extravagant. By the side, someone said with a sneer, "Ha, this kid is really a sucker." Rumble. With a loud noise, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened. Yi Yuan was just about to enter inside when a cold voice came from behind. "Boy, this is my cultivation room. Who permitted you to enter?" Yi Yuan turned around and saw a young man in fine clothing. This young man looked at Yi Yuan, a mocking expression on his face. "Your cultivation room? The cultivation rooms here don't seem to register names, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a curious look. That young man chuckled and said, "Aren't you curious why this place is clearly empty, but no one came over to put divine essence stones?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Now that you said it, it's really rather strange." The young man said smugly, "This is my Han Zhao's private territory, so nobody dares to come." Yi Yuan looked at Han Zhao, curled his lips and said, "Like that, huh? I didn't know. How about this? Either way, I didn't go in, so you can just return the divine essence stones to me, then this cultivation room is yours." Han Zhao burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. You're asking me for divine essence stones? What a hoot." All around, those martial artists also revealed mocking smiles. This kid wouldn't be a fool, right? Han Zhao has used this move to scam no idea how many people. Can't be helped, this guy's strength is too strong. Within the third firmament celestial deity realm, nobody is his match at all. This kid, a first firmament celestial deity, actually dares to ask Han Zhao for divine essence stones. I reckon that he'll suffer. Yi Yuan's expression turned dark and he said, "In that case, you intentionally waited for me to put down divine essence stones before coming over?" This Han Zhao, Yi Yuan naturally had an impression. In reality, when he just came over, Han Zhao was not far away. Han Zhao laughed loudly and said, "I did it on purpose, so what can you do to me? Now get further away. Otherwise, you can be prepared to go out lying down." Bang! Han Zhao's voice had yet to fade when his entire person directly flew out backward, slamming heavily onto the wall of the opposite cultivation room, fresh blood spurting wildly. This foot of Yi Yuan's was kicked solidly. There are really self-righteous idiots everywhere. This time, take it as teaching you a lesson. Not anyone is who you can afford to provoke. Yi Yuan retracted his gaze that was like looking at a moron, turned around, and entered the cultivation room, leaving behind only the crowd who were starting dumbfoundedly with gaping mouths. Rumble. Following Yi Yuan entering, the door of the cultivation room slowly closed. So strong was that spatial law. My God. A first firmament celestial deity actually kicked a third firmament celestial deity flying with one kick? I didn't expect that Han Zhao actually failed in a simple task. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it took everyone's breath away. Everyone harbored the mentality of watching the show, thinking that Yi Yuan would suffer a big loss. They did not expect that in the end, it was Han Zhao who went out lying down instead. This kick was not light. Han Zhao vomited blood non-stop and did not recover for a long while. Damn brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. 3 months later. The shame of this kick. I want you to repay it twofold. Han Zhao clutched his chest and said in a cold voice. Everyone knew that Han Zhao was genuinely enraged. His identity was not ordinary, he was the imperial capital's Han family's descendant. The Han family was a major family clan that ranked in the top 3 of the imperial capital, their strength extremely formidable. Several days later, the man in black appeared in front of Lung Hao. Young master, I've already inquired clearly. That brat's name is called Yi Yuan, just entered the imperial capital. As for where he came from, there's no way to find out. In short, prior to this boy was unknown. Lung Hao was slightly surprised when he heard that and said, "Shouldn't be. Such astonishing talent, he definitely came from an imperial capital or even a great imperial capital. How could he be unknown? Could you have made a mistake?" The man in black said, "This subordinate already screened through all the monstrous geniuses who possessed spatial law in great imperial capitals. as well as imperial capitals under Heavenly Emperor Brookfeather's command. There isn't Yi Yuan this name. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. Great imperial capitals and imperial capitals under a Heavenly Emperor's command were not as many as imperial cities. As long as there was an information channel, screening could still be done. But they did not discover Yi Yuan this person. Hearing this, Lung Hao also heaved a sigh in relief and said nonchalantly, "Since that's the case, then don't keep this punk anymore. What is he doing now?" The man in black clasped his hands and said, replying, "Young master, he's in closed seclusion inside the Essence Gathering Pagoda. Heard that he paid 3 months' worth of divine essence stones in one go. Furthermore, he even injured the Han family's Han Shao." Lung Hao was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Han Shao? It's that disappointing fellow who was an adopted son of the Han family, right? But like this is good too. With that kid's nature, I reckon that he won't let Yi Yuan off either. But just in case, better send Iron Eagle to go and finish him off." When the man in black heard that, he said in surprise, "Young master, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue?" Iron Eagle is a 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Celestial deity realm, the difference of each minor realm was tremendous. 4th firmament celestial deity was another level. This strength could be the patrolling inspector of imperial cities below already. One had to know, the patrolling inspector of the Southridge 10 nations was merely 4th firmament celestial deity too. Now, wanting to have him go and deal with a 1st firmament celestial deity, it was putting fine timber to petty use. This was a bit too much. Long Hao waved his hand and said, "A lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This boy's strength isn't weak, so best be a little safer. You saw it too, 3rd firmament celestial deity isn't his match at all." The black-clothed man's gaze turned slightly sharp and he said with a nod, "Yes, this subordinate will arrange it right away." 3 months later, inside the cultivation room, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His current aura was already much stronger than before. His divine vortex became much smaller again compared to when he was 1st firmament celestial deity, but the traces of divine marks became slightly clearer. 2nd firmament divine vestige. Although it was just initial stage 2nd firmament divine vestige, in terms of divine essence thickness, even ordinary peak 2nd firmament celestial deities might not be able to match up to Yi Yuan. And this was precisely his powerful capital to jump realms and challenge to battle. Rumble. The door of the cultivation room opened once more. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. Suddenly, a cold light flashed past and already arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face. An ambush. This strike was grasped perfectly. Clearly, it had already accumulated momentum for a long time and did not give Yi Yuan the slightest reaction time at all. However, Yi Yuan mobilized spatial law even faster than the other party. Only to see his thoughts stir, the sword light was already drawn into the void by Yi Yuan. Following that, his 2 hands clamped and directly clasped the tip of the sword that followed closely after. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, quick to the extreme. In everyone's eyes, it had not even started and already ended. "It's you? Really? Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate yet you want to barge inside. I spared your life, but you don't know how to be grateful and instead went from bad to worse." Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. This person in front of him was none other than precisely Han Shao. He went back and recuperated his injuries for more than a month before fully recovering. But in his heart, the more he thought, the more he could not take this lying down. Hence, these few days, he guarded outside the cultivation room, planning to give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. He felt that Yi Yuan being able to trample him with a kick was entirely due to his own negligence. With his 3rd firmament celestial deity cultivation, if he suddenly made a sneak attack, it was nigh impossible for Yi Yuan, a 1st firmament celestial deity, to ward it off. It was just a shame that he still miscalculated. Han Shao felt that his sneak attack was very perfect, but even under this kind of circumstances, he still failed. He finally knew that that kick of Yi Yuan's was not some sneak attack. The other party's strength was genuinely powerful. He desperately wanted to pull his sword out. Yi Yuan's fingers were like pincers, unable to budge at all. "B-brat, what do you want to do? I'm a member of the Han family. If you dare to touch me, you'll die very horribly." When Han Shao saw that he was not a match, he could only bring the Han family out. Yi Yuan said coolly. Han family? The Han family's people can be so overbearing and can act with utter disregard for human life like this? If you want to kill people, you need to have the readiness to be killed. Han Zhao's gaze turned intent, directly abandoning the long sword, scampering away at once. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and threw the long sword in his hand out. Whoosh! It was only to see a cold light flash past him. Han Zhao's heart directly had a hole pierced through. So strong. He broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Can second firmament celestial deities be so strong? The sneak attack just now, even fourth firmament celestial deities will likely find it hard to ward it off when caught by surprise too, right? This guy actually blocked it. The people outside naturally all knew that Han Xiao was planning to sneak attack. They thought the Yi Yuan was dead for sure and harbored the thoughts of watching the show. But who knew that the one who died was not Yi Yuan but Han Xiao? However, Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill the Han family's people. This guy was really bold. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan walked out of the essence gathering pagoda and walked over in the direction of the tavern. After a few turns, Yi Yuan walked into a remote alley. Following all the way, does your esteemed self still not plan on taking action? Suddenly Yi Yuan stopped and said coolly. A gray-robed man slowly walked out of the void, holding a sword while standing. This gray-robed man's eyes were cold, the murderous aura on his body extremely strong. One look and it was clear that he was not a good guy. Brat, you're very strong to actually be able to discover my traces. Iron Eagle said icily. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said, You came to kill me. Don't you know that I know spatial law? What are you parading your bit of skill in front of me for? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're sent here by the Long family, right? Iron Eagle's eyes turned intent and he said, You're very clever. It's just a pity that you're going to become a dead man very soon. Regarding this kind of words that brimmed with confidence, Yi Yuan had always turned his nose up at it. He just said coolly, I should have warned him before not to come and provoke me. His and Lang Su's enmity, I'm not interested at all. Me and Lang Su are just chance acquaintances. That's all. Iron Eagle's brows furrowed when he heard that and said with a cold smile, You want to clean yourself up with one sentence? Chance acquaintances, you would kill the Black Smoke twin fiends, and even send young Master Su back to the manor? Do you know that you ruined young Master Hao's important matter? Yi Yuan did things based on his heart. It was just that this thing already happened. Others naturally would not believe his explanation. Killing the Black Smoke twin fiends was equivalent to declaring war on Lang Hao. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, They wanted to kill me. I shouldn't just extend my head over for him to chop, right? Iron Eagle said in a solemn voice. No need to explain anymore. No matter what you think, you have to die today. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed. Is a fourth firmament celestial deity very impressive? Want to kill me, you can give it a try, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Fool who doesn't know what you're talking about. Now, I'll let you take a look at the disparity between initial stage celestial deity realm and middle stage celestial deity realm. Iron Eagle's gaze turned dark. Fourth firmament celestial deity's world power gushed out frenziedly, enveloping the entire alley inside. Although the intel was wrong, Yi Yuan already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. To him, Iron Eagle, it was the same. The result was all death. Iron Eagle took out a thunder god hammer akin to a god descending to earth, directly swiping it at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move when his gaze suddenly turned intent, and he stopped. When Iron Eagle saw the situation, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He thought that Yi Yuan saw his might and directly gave up resisting. But right at this time, a figure suddenly showed up, blocking between the two people. Rumble. With a loud noise, Iron Eagle's figure flying out backward. Why young Master Su? Iron Eagle's face changed, not expecting to actually run into Lang Su. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Lang Su's mouth and he said, My good big brother really can't wait. Being brothers, it really chills my heart. Iron Eagle's expression was very ugly. Clearly, his conversation with Yi Yuan just now, Lang Su heard all of it. Why young Master Su, you're mistaken. Lang Su flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a cold snort, Enough. At this point, are you still going to explain yourself? Could it be that, in your eyes, I'm an utter moron? Go back and tell your master Yi Yuan is my friend. If he dares to touch a hair of his, I'll never rest until he's dead. Iron Eagle let out a sigh and was about to turn around and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Don't need to bring these words back anymore. You can stay behind. Iron Eagle was taken aback when he heard that and could not help laughing as he said, Just the likes of you want to keep me behind too? Lang Su also said, Yi Yuan, very sorry, I don't have the strength to make him stay. But you rest assured. This matter, I'll definitely claim it back for you. Iron Eagle chuckled and said, Young Master Su's words are said a little too conceitedly, right? Since they already lost all decorum, Iron Eagle was no longer apprehensive anymore too. Either way, Lang Su and Lung Hao were already like fire and water. This was something that everyone knew. It was just that, in the past, everyone competed in the dark. But now, it became an assassination. Lang Su's expression could not help changing when he heard that and actually did not say anything to refute. Clearly, Lang Su's situation in the Lung family was not too good. Yi Yuan is sorry. I'm useless, Lang Su said in shame. Iron Eagle chuckled and said, Kid, consider yourself lucky today. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Yi Yuan said coolly, No need for next time, I'll give you this chance right now. Yi Yuan. Lang Su was just about to persuade him further, but then he heard Yi Yuan saying, Brother Lung, you wait a moment. We'll go and drink 100 bowls again in a while. Iron Eagle could not help laughing loudly when he heard that and said, Ignorant fool, since you're taking the road to ruin yourself, then I'll send you off. Finished talking. Iron Eagle's aura released again. World power crushed over towards Yi Yuan. On Yi Yuan's body, blue fine lines spread out. A strange force isolated Iron Eagle's world power. Wrath of the Thunder God. Iron Eagle's Thunder God hammer was raised high up. In the entire world domain, it was all berserk lightning and thunder, the momentum extremely shocking. This lightning domain was akin to the furious roar of heaven and earth, making people's faces change. Yi Yuan stood inside but was like it had nothing to do with him. He looked at Iron Eagle. He raised up his frost counter sword slowly and said coolly, Strength is decent. You indeed didn't disappoint me. I recently comprehended a style of sword art. It's just nice to test the sword on you. Iron Eagle laughed wildly to no end when he heard that and said, Arrogant and ignorant young man, using me to test the sword is at the cost of your life. Go to hell. Iron Eagle waved the Thunder God hammer, landing it towards Yi Yuan's head. For a moment, the lightning in the entire space gathered over towards Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Lang Su's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in shock, Careful. He was just about to make a move to help Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan's voice drift over, Calm down. I'm fine. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved as well. A sword crossing the void. Lang Su saw a blur before his eyes, Yi Yuan's figure already vanished. When he appeared again, he was already behind Iron Eagle. Lang Su's expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, This spatial shift. Law's fusion. How could Lang Su not perceive that this sword of Yi Yuan's fused spatial law and sword Dao law? The commotion was not noticeable, but the power was extremely shocking. That boundless lightning dissipated into nothing very quickly. How is this possible? Iron Eagle's eyes were full of incredulity. Then his body started collapsing. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Before dying, he seemed to have seen infinite fear. This sword of Yi Yuan's virtually annihilated the void, smashing his body into pieces. After 3 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan did not only comprehend the fourth firmament spatial law, but he also further fused the laws, creating a sword crossing the void. This sword art could be said to have gathered the grand achievements of Yi Yuan's martial Dao, unleashing the power of laws to the extreme. This power was unimaginable. The moment this move was released, not only was it swift to the extreme, it could even instantly cut the void into countless pieces. Lang Su looked at that figure in the distance, shocked until he could not close his mouth. Fourth firmament celestial deity was practically an insurmountable high mountain to third firmament celestial deities. But Yi Yuan just broke through to second firmament celestial deity and could actually directly kill a fourth firmament celestial deity. This kind of strength was simply dreadful to the ears. Especially that sword just now, it really took his breath away. although Lung Su's strength was stronger than Iron Eagle's. This move, he touched his own heart and felt that he could not receive it. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. Coming before Lang Su, he said with a smile, "Brotherling, come. Let's drink." Lang Su was taken back and immediately laughed loudly and said, "Haha. Okay. Today, I definitely won't lose to you." Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "Just your bit of alcohol tolerance, it's really not enough to fill the crevices between my teeth." The two laughed loudly and walked in the direction of the tavern. "Come, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for your life-saving grace." Lang Su raised his head up and downed it in one go. Putting down the wine bowl, Lang Su said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Drank until I was senseless that day. If not for you, I'd probably have croaked already. These few months I was still muddling along without any aim, thinking of coming to find you to compete in drinking every day. But sadly, you never came again. If I didn't happen to pass by today, I wouldn't even know that I actually already went to the gates of hell and back." After Lang Su woke up that day, he did not remember what happened in the alley at all. But competing in drinking with Yi Yuan that day, it was still fresh in his memory. For so long, it was still his first time encountering a guy who could bring him down. Hence, he kept thinking about it and was going to find Yi Yuan again to compete in drinking. Today, Lang Su just happened to pass by. That was how he heard Iron Eagle's words. It was also precisely because of this that Lang Su was even more moved in his heart. Showing kindness without expecting repayment, Yi Yuan this friend, he was bent on making it. If it were others, saving the Lung family's young patriarch, they would definitely think of ways to suck up to him. At the very least, they had to fish some benefits from the Lung family too. But Yi Yuan did not. From this, one could see Yi Yuan's noble moral character. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day I sent you back to the Lung manor. Lung Hao wanted to take me down indiscriminately. I wasn't willing to intervene in your Lung manor's disputes and also just happened to reach the point of breakthrough. So I simply chose to enter close seclusion. It's just that I didn't expect that Lung Hao still wasn't willing to let me off." Lang Su smiled bitterly and said, "Lung Hao definitely thought that you were a helper that I invited. That's why he would deal a fatal blow to you. In fact, it was all me who implicated you." Yi Yuan raised his glass and downed a bowl, saying with a smile, "I don't like trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble too. However, what on earth is going on with your Lung family?" Lang Su immediately downed a bowl himself when he heard that and said with a sigh, "Brothers fighting among ourselves, it already caused a huge scandal in the whole city. Truly disgraceful. Actually, I'm not inclined toward the position of the young patriarch at all. But to no avail, this big brother of mine is very persistent." Turned out that day Lang Su competing in drinking with Yi Yuan, he had a big quarrel with Lung Hao and was in a bad mood. That was why he came to the tavern to get drunk. Lang Su and Lung Hao, the two brothers, were very close since young. Since young, Lung Hao also took extra care of Lang Su. These two people's talents were both very strong, both leaders of the Lang family's young generation. Except there was one thing: Lung Hao was an adopted child. His status in the Lung family was far from Lang Su's. Lang Su was the son of the family head. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. His status in the Lung family was extremely high. Brothers being kind and loving to each other was originally something that everyone envied. But sadly, a few years ago, the Lung family's family head, Lung Hongtian, was suddenly killed. The elders elected Lung Hongtian's young brother, Lung Hongxiu, as the family head. Lung Hongxiu had no sons, just a daughter. This way, Lang Su's identity became awkward. Lang Su's disposition was indifferent, his character unrestrained and carefree. He did not care about the identity of young patriarch at all. But Long Hao, this person gradually changed. Long Hao became very calculating, roping in elders in the family clan, marginalizing Lang Su. But on the surface, the two people did not lose all decorum and were still a pair of close brothers. Except, even though Lang Su's character was free and easy, he was not stupid. 3 months ago, Lang Hao found an excuse and exiled a very close uncle of Lang Su out of the main family. Lang Su finally could not hold back. He got into a big fight with Long Hao. He also did not expect that Long Hao would actually send people to assassinate him. Although the Black Smoke twin fiends' strengths were not strong, they were very clear about the ways of the Jianghu. On that day, seeing Yi Yuan and Lang Su compete in drinking, they knew that their chance had come. Except, They did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Actually, I really don't care about this position of young patriarch. I told Leng Hao before. I'd rather not be this young patriarch than be willing to have brothers turn against each other. But he doesn't believe it at all. He doesn't believe it at all. Ha ha. Leng Su raised his head and drank a large bowl of wine. Crystalline tears already welled up in his eyes. Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after he heard it. Once a person was reduced to a slave to authority, their entire person would undergo earth-shaking changes. He could feel that Leng Su really did not care about the position of young patriarch. But Leng Hao did not believe it at all. He felt that Leng Su was deliberately making him lower his guard. Yi Yuan raised his glass and said, "Good times today, stupor tomorrow. Forget all these unpleasant things. Come, cheers." Leng Su laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha. Cheers. Today I won't lose to you easily." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Competing in drinking with me, you're not qualified enough yet." While talking and laughing, the two drank another 100 overglasses. Finally, Leng Su was overwhelmed by the alcohol and collapsed once more. Long family, the black-clothed man came to Long Hao's courtyard hastily. "Young master, things are bad. Iron Eagle, he's dead." Long Hao's face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, How is this possible?" The black-clothed man was still in shock until now as he said in a solemn voice, "It's absolutely true. After Yi Yuan came out of seclusion, he directly killed Han Xiao at the Essence Gathering Pagoda. Then he was about to go to Guiling Tavern when someone saw Yi Yuan kill Iron Eagle with one sword move. Furthermore, Leng Su was also around. One sword move? Killing Iron Eagle, he only used one sword move. Leng Hao said with a look of disbelief. A first firmament celestial deity killed a fourth firmament celestial deity with one sword move. How is this possible? The black-clothed man smiled bitterly and said, Yi Yuan already broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Originally, this subordinate didn't believe it either, but this is the fact. Furthermore, Long Hao's face turned dark and he said, "Spit out what you have to say, beat around the bush for what?" The black-clothed man's expression turned somber as he said, Leng Su and Yi Yuan drank too much at Guiling Tavern again. Now, Yi Yuan sent Leng Su back again. Leng Hao's expression was incomparably ugly, not expecting that it would actually be this result. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was already the limit that he could mobilize. Fifth firmament celestial deity powerhouses had very high statuses in the family. They were not what he could mobilize currently. Of course, if he could become the young patriarch, it would be another matter. Long Hao paced back and forth, seemingly digesting this news. Suddenly, his footsteps paused and he said, "Just now, you said that he killed Han Xiao?" The black-clothed man nodded his head and said, "When Yi Yuan just came out, Han Xiao's sneak attack failed and he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword move." One sword move. One sword move again. Long Hao's expression was not too good. This Yi Yuan was too troublesome. Long Hao said in a solemn voice, "Don't need to care about this Yi Yuan anymore. Han Dongjun, that old thing, treasures this son of his the most. He definitely won't be willing to drop the matter. Rather, it's Leng Su. Looks like our plan have to start getting into gear. The position of young patriarch can't be delayed anymore. Is there any news from the Qianling Manor that side?" The black-clothed man said, "Eldest Miss already left seclusion. It said that she already broke through to the middle stage fifth firmament celestial deity realm." Leng Hao sighed with admiration as he said, "Qianling is really a genius. Her talent really makes people blush with shame. It's just a shame that she's a girl." "All right, this matter you don't need to care anymore. I'll go and find the family head straight away. The struggle for young patriarch should also have a result already." Foster father. This dazzling crane plumage garment was purchased by Hauer from the hands of a true god powerhouse at a great price. This celestial deity mystic treasure on young sister Qianling would be most exquisite. In Leng Hongxiu's courtyard, Leng Hao had a respectful look, carrying some fawning and a bit of caution. One had to say, this Leng Hao was a fierce and ambitious person too. Many years ago, before Leng Hongxiu became family head, Leng Hao already acknowledged the other party as foster father and ingratiated himself with him in all manners. One could say that he was a character who was capable of dealing with people. Although he was a bastard child, his status in the family was still quite high. Being brothers with the young patriarch, foster father and son with the second master, all these were not what just anybody could achieve. Of course, Long Hao doing so was actually just to make his life a little better, his future a little brighter. He did it. Except, even he himself also did not expect that Leng Hongxiu would actually become the family head one day, and his close brother, Leng Su, actually became the Leng family's marginalized figure. This made his thoughts stir. In terms of talent, he was inferior to Leng Su. But Leng Hao always felt that he was only like this because he was inferior to Leng Su in terms of resources. One had to know how much he paid for the sake of today. As long as he could become the young patriarch when he grasped power in his hands, his cultivation speed would definitely go up and his position would also be more stable. Perhaps one day he could take charge of the Long family. One had to admit, Leng Hao's schemes were very elaborate. When Leng Hongxiu saw this gorgeous dazzling crane plumage garment, his eyes could not help lighting up. This garment worn on his daughter Leng Qiuling would definitely be as beautiful as a fairy. The Long family's most talented descendant was not Leng Su, let alone Leng Hao, but the Leng Qiuling who was known as an iceberg beauty. Several hundred years ago, Leng Qiuling gained enlightenment on Dao on the Heavenspan mountain at the age of 500 and stepped into the realm of celestial deity. And now, several hundred years passed again, Leng Qiuling already broke through to the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. Such talent, placed in the entire imperial capital, it was an extremely dazzling existence. In contrast, Leng Su paled much more in comparison. What Leng Hongxiu valued the most was also this daughter. What did it matter if he had no sons? With this daughter, it was enough. For Leng Qiuling to be able to become the family head, it naturally had great connection to Leng Qiuling. Among peers, Leng Hongxiu was not without competitors. But the Elders' Council let him take over the family head with unanimous agreement. In reality, Leng Qiuling was not just Leng Hongxiu's pride. She was also the Leng family's pride. The reason why Leng Hao put so much effort on Leng Hongxiu was naturally because of Leng Qiuling too. Not bad, very good. Hoo-hoo, Howard, you're very thoughtful. Leng Hongxiu nodded his head in satisfaction. To martial artists, beauty was naturally secondary. The most important thing was that this dazzling crane plumage garment was a celestial deity mystic treasure, its defensive power extremely strong. But beauty and tangible benefits being paid equal attention to, who would refuse? Leng Hao smiled and said, "This is what this child should do. These few years, foster father has taken good care of me, young sister Qiuling and I are closer than actual brothers and sisters. What does this little thing count for?" Leng Hongxiu gave Leng Hao a glance and said smilingly, "Howard, I've discussed with the Elders' Council a few days ago. They feel that Su'er continuing to hold the position of young patriarch now is indeed rather awkward. Of course, you also have to bring out the corresponding strength. 10 days later, you and Su'er will have a competition. The victor will become the new young patriarch. I have no biological son, but you're my son." When Leng Hao heard this, he prostrated on the ground, tears on his face as he said, "Foster father, this child, really don't know what to say." Leng Hongxiu helped him up and said smilingly, "It's been so many years. Does father still not know your character? You're different from the rest. Back then, I haven't risen to power yet. Qiuling's talent also hasn't been revealed yet, and you got quite close to our family." Leng Hao's face was extremely moved, but in his heart he was filled with ecstasy. So many years of investment, it was finally time for the returns. How could he not be agitated? Leng Hao was different from the rest. When others were hugging the family head's thigh, he did not go, because he did not have that qualification. Hence, he deliberately approached Leng Su and Leng Qiuling. When Leng Qiuling was very young, he saw that terrifying cultivation talent of Leng Qiuling's one time. At that time, he decided to invest in her. Along with Leng Hao's standing rising, his ambition also grew greater and greater. Leng Hongxiu said, "I know that your strength is stronger than Su'er's, but this competition is of utmost importance. Sharpening the spear just before going into battle, even if it's not sharp, it will also be bright. These 10 days you cultivate well, don't be distracted by other things." Leng Hao bid farewell and left. A beautiful figure stepped out of the void. "Father!" Lung Hongxiu looked at his daughter with a doting look and said with a smile, "You and Howard played since young. Why is now that you're not even willing to meet him now?"
Lung Qiuling frowned slightly and said, "Big brother Long how he changed."
Lung Hongxiu said, "People will always change. Come, try put on this dazzling crane plumage garment. This kid is thoughtful too." Lung Qiuling instinctively resisted a little, but seeing that father was very enthusiastic, she finally still put it on. In Lung Su's courtyard, Lung Su was drowning his sorrows in wine again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are still 10 days. Then it's the battle to determine the young patriarch. But you're being dispirited here. Is it really okay?"
Lang Su directly raised the jar and said to Yi Yuan, "Drink. This kind of lousy thing, care about it for what?"
Yi Yuan pressed down his wine jaw and shook his head and said, "Treat you as a brother. I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart. If you won't listen, just take it as I didn't say anything." Seeing Yi Yuan's solemnness, Lung Su could not help being surprised.
These few days, Yi Yuan had been drinking with him to relieve boredom all along and never said a word.
Today, no idea why he would actually be so serious.
Lang Su already regarded Yi Yuan as his only brother now and naturally attached great importance to his attitude. He nodded his head, put down the wine jar, and said, "You say." Yi Yuan said, "This battle, you must go.
Furthermore, you must win." Lung Su's brows furrowed and he said, "What for? Brother Yi, Yi Yuan interrupted him, saying, "I know that you're not inclined towards the position of young patriarch. But it's precisely because of this that you have to go even more. You can disregard this empty reputation. But if you even lose your heart of martial arts, you'll be a walking corpse in the future. This kind of person who will think much of you.
I'm willing to drink with you because I feel that your character is unrestrained and carefree and not because you're a good-for-nothing.
Moreover, your father made you the young patriarch. Do you want to tell everybody that the former family head appointed a good-for-nothing?" Yi Yuan's words were akin to a series of thunderbolts, which sounded out in Lang Su's heart.
Yi Yuan continued and said, "Your father was killed, your brother betrayed you. You indeed have sufficient reason to be decadent. But you ask yourself, are you resigned to it?
Your father's grudge? Are you not avenging anymore? Also, Lung Hao, he already wants to send you to your doom. Once he holds power, do you feel that he'll allow you to live?
Therefore, this battle, you have to win. Even if after you win, you tell everyone that you feel it is beneath your dignity to be their young patriarch."
Lung Su's gaze gradually changed. From hazy, it became resolute. Indeed, he had far too many things to do.
Lifting his head, Lang Su downed the jar of wine and said, "Brother Yi, thank you."
"Young patriarch, it's not good." Lung Hao was currently cultivating in close seclusion when the black-clothed man suddenly barged in. The battle to determine the young patriarch was about to come to an end immediately. The black-clothed man observed his speech and countenance, and already quietly changed his term of address.
Sure enough, the moment Lang Hao heard, his mood immediately became much better. "Amen? What's going on?" The black-clothed man said, "A few days ago, Lang Su was still spending his days dispiritedly and indulging in excessive drinking every day. Since yesterday, someone saw him practicing the sword in the courtyard, seemingly very hard-working."
The moment Lang Hao heard, he laughed disdainfully and said, "What is 10 days of effort enough to do? No matter how he trains, he's also not my match. You came to interrupt my cultivation for this matter."
The black-clothed man was startled inwardly and said, "Young master's many years of hard work has already reached the most critical juncture. You mustn't be careless."
Lung Hao's brows furrowed. He thought about it and said, "Forget it. Your reminder makes sense. There's a bottle of heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder here, enough to make the person's divine essence not circulate smoothly. You find an opportunity and let my good younger brother consume it. This battle, I want to beat him openly and uprightly."
As he said, Lung Hao fished out a small bottle and passed it to the black-clothed man.
The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder was colorless and tasteless. Even if one drank it, it would not be discovered either. Only during the competition would flaws be revealed.
The black-clothed man smiled when he heard that and said, "Many years of long-cherished wish finally becoming real. This lowly one congratulates young patriarch in advance here." The 10-day period passed in a twinkle. On this day, many people gathered on the Long family's practicing field. The Long family's disciples, family guards, even servants, all came to watch this battle of young patriarch. The superficiality of human relationships. The old family head passed away unexpectedly. Now, Leng Su can't even keep the position of young patriarch. This battle is also just a formality. Leng Su's strength is not as good as Long Hao's to begin with. If Leng Su is sensible, he should have directly given up today. The fickleness of human nature was nothing more than this. The old family head had already died for many years. Now Leng Hao was akin to the noonday sun. Everyone all knew that he was about to become the young patriarch. There naturally would not be anyone who would go and fawn on Leng Su anymore. In a large family clan like the Leng family, human relationships were even colder. Perhaps because he was about to become the young patriarch, Leng Hao seemed very enthusiastic. He had long arrived at the ring. For this kind of important event, Leng Hongxiu as well as the Leng family's elders also all showed up one after another. Only Leng Su failed to show up. An elder was somewhat impatient from waiting and said with a cold snort, "Humph! This Leng Su is also too outrageous, making so many of us elders wait for him alone. I think that he, this young patriarch, really don't have a need to continue to be one anymore. Leng Su is too undisciplined and carefree. He's normally not very respectful to elders. Speaking of which, Leng Hao, this child is really not bad." The other few elders also seemed rather impatient and echoed in agreement. When Leng Hao heard these elders' discussion, he was pleased with himself inwardly. These elders, he normally waited upon them nice and cozily. How was it condescending like Leng Su, not paying any attention to the elders at all? Hence, Leng Su's position of young patriarch also sent him onto the road to ruin. Leng Hao smiled when he heard that and said, "This battle is very important. Young brother Su preparing longer is understandable. Hope that elders can be patient and wait a while longer." Leng Hao's words immediately made the elders feel content. Even Long Hongxiu also could not nitpick any problem, secretly nodding his head. Except that celestial maiden-looking woman next to him furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, automatically opening up a path. A handsome young man leaped lighting, jumping onto the ring. He looked at Leng Hao and said with a faint smile, "It's still Big Brother Hao who understands me. Such an important battle. How can I not prepare properly?" The current Leng Su, the decadence on his face was swept clean, his spirits soaring, like he gained a new lease on life. When Leng Hao saw that faint smile of Leng Su's, he could not help being surprised in his heart. In the past, what he saw in Leng Su's eyes was pain and decadence. But the Leng Su today seemed to be different from in the past. What the hell happened in these 10 days? Suddenly his face changed and he said, "You actually broke through." Leng Su nodded as he smiled and said, "Today's opponent is Big Brother Leng Hao, so how can I not work harder?" Seeing the surprise on Leng Hao's face, a hint of delight flashed across in Leng Su's heart. Today he wanted everyone to know that he, Leng Su, was the Leng family's #1 genius. This young patriarch, I don't want it. Of course, him being able to break through was naturally all thanks to Yi Yuan. His realm was just initial stage 4th firmament celestial deity. Originally, it was naturally impossible to break through so quickly. It was Yu Yuan's void spirit divine pill that let him break through to middle stage in a short 10 days. Leng Hao's realm was late stage 4th firmament celestial deity. This way, the gap between the two immediately narrowed significantly. Although Leng Hao's talent was pretty good, Leng Su's was clearly a notch higher. His law comprehension was stronger than Leng Hao's. Leng Hao's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "Haha, very good. However, my realm is still higher than yours. There's absolutely no way that I lose to you." Leng Su looked at Leng Hao and said with a calm smile, "Is that so? Big Brother Leng Hao, you've always been the big brother in my heart. You're my goal to catch up and surpass. And today, I'm going to catch up from behind." He was not joking. Leng Hao's strength indeed looked down on everyone among the Leng family's junior generation. Otherwise, with his illegitimate identity, it was also impossible to be recognized as the young patriarch. Leng Hao had always been an irreplaceable elder brother in Leng Su's heart. Hence, that was why he would be so decadent being edged out by Long Hao. A stalwart image crumbling in one's heart. This blow was tremendous. But under Yi Yuan's help, he finally still got up. Seeing the confident gaze of Lang Su's, Long Hao sneered incessantly in his heart. Lang Su already drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder. Even if his realm broke through again, it was also useless. This battle, it could only be him who won. Long Hongxiu smiled and said, since Sua has also come, then this battle for young patriarch begins. With the battle starting, sword energy immediately crisscrossed on the stage. The two people were experts in the sword. Law comprehensions were also both comprehended to rank 5. The cultivation method that they cultivated was also pretty much the same. However, the late-stage 4th firmament celestial deity Lang Hao actually could not gain any advantage over Lang Su. The more Lang Hao fought, the more alarmed he got. Lang Su's power of law also improved. What the hell happened in these 10 days? Why did Lang Su become like a different person from before? Furthermore, why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Long Hao was practically going crazy in his heart. Big brother Lang Hao being absent-minded, you'll lose, Lang Su said with a smile. Lang Hao was startled inwardly, the force from his hands increasing a bit more. But he was very puzzled. Why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Is Big Brother Lang Hao waiting for the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder to take effect? Don't need to wait. I indeed drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder. But the poison has already been detoxified. Right at this time, Lang Su suddenly opened his mouth again. Lang Hao was wildly shaken in his heart. The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder's poison was resolved. How is this possible? This sudden change shook Lang Hao's mind. For a moment, he was actually suppressed by Lang Xiu. No way, I absolutely can't lose. A voice shouted in Lang Hao's heart. He prepared for so many years, living like a dog. Now that he had a chance to turn things around, how could he lose? Shiyu Hao Ling sword. Lang Hao shouted. A sword emerging, the 4 directions trembled, the entire ring teemed with his sword intent. So strong. Indeed worthy of being Lang Hao to actually cultivate my Lang family's strongest sword style, Shiyu Hao Ling sword, to such a level. Lang Hao used his trump card. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Below the stage, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Lang Hao's momentum was shocking. His sword lights virtually enveloped Lang Su completely. However, amidst the sword rain, Lang Su said coolly, Shiyu Hao Ling sword, is it? Big brother Lang Hao, with 10 days of practicing the sword, I finally had some understanding. Let us decide the victor with the Shiyu Hao Ling sword. Finished saying, Lang Su swung his long sword. 10,000 streams of sword intent condensed frenziedly, and actually faintly suppressed Lang Hao. Lang Hao's expression suddenly changed and said, impossible! Middle stage rank 5 sword Dao Law. You never grasped it after so many years of comprehension. So how can you possibly suddenly comprehend it? He suddenly discovered that these 10 days, the changes that happened to Lang Su were too many. Not only did he break through his realm, he even broke through sword Dao laws. Could this be a coincidence? This coincidence was also a bit too many, right? However, there was already no time for Lang Hao to consider. Only to see 2 powerful sword Dao laws collide together fiercely. Bang! 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 On the stage, incomparably dazzling light bloomed, countless powerful sword lights bombarded together. Poowork! Suddenly, Lang Hao spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, body flying out backward, falling heavily on top of the stage. He desperately wanted to crawl up, but a sword was already pressed on his throat. Another inch further and he would kick the bucket. Big brother Lang Hao, you lost. Lang Su's nonchalant words made Lang Hao shudder. Death-like silence. The battle that was originally just going through the motions actually had a shocking reversal. The Lang Su that no one was optimistic about actually won. Which was also to say that Lang Su was still the young patriarch. For some time, quite a few people's hearts started racing. These days, quite a number among them kicked him while he was down, and did not show Lang Su any good attitude. If Lang Su continued to be the young patriarch, wouldn't he find them to settle the scores afterward? These people had their own little schemes. Actually, no one really cared about them. Right now, the most awkward one was Leng Hongxiu and the elders. They arranged this duel in order to let Leng Hao ascend to the position of young patriarch right and properly. Who knew that Leng Hao actually lost? Of course, this could not be blamed on Leng Hao. Leng Su's improvement, everyone saw it. 10 days' time, Leng Su could be said to have been reborn anew. But, this conclusion, how should the matter be wound up? No one spoke. An atmosphere called awkwardness spread through the crowd. Leng Hao's face was deathly pale, his heart like dead ashes. Many years of hard work wiped out in a day. That kind of unwillingness was virtually going to burst through the sky. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Your Leng family really made a spectacular blunder. Ha ha ha. Right at this time, a taunting voice sounded out. A group of powerhouses rushed straight into the Leng family's manor. Leng Hongxiu's face turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Han Dongjun, you dare to barge into my Leng manor without permission? Are you tired of living? But Han Dongjun's face fell and he said, Leng Hongxiu, my son was killed. But your Leng family is harboring the murderer. Why can't I barge inside? Leng Hongxiu said in a cold voice, nonsense. Why would our Leng family harbor your son's murderer? Han Dongjun chuckled and said, this will have to ask your new, oh nope, old young patriarch. Leng Hongxiu's brows furrowed and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Leng Su. Leng Hao originally already lost all hope. But Han Dongjun's appearance made him ignite the last trace of hope. Leng Su, you covered up sinister motives and actually colluded with outsiders to make our Leng family lose face. My young brother Su, I know that you're not happy with Big Brother. But this is our Leng family's affairs after all. You doing this really disappoints people too much. Leng Hao got up and said righteously. Leng Su also did not expect that Han Dongjun actually directly brought people to barge into the Leng family. Suer, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Leng Hongxiu's tone also gradually turned cold. As the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. No matter how troubled it was in the family, one also should not lose face until it went outside. Even though the Leng family's internal strife was already not some secret. But Han Dongjun came too coincidentally. Just nice the crucial part of selecting the young patriarch. This had to make people's minds fall into a reverie. Leng Su was silent for a moment and said coolly, Han Xiao was killed by me. If you want the person, take me away. But when Han Dongjun heard it, he burst out laughing. But very soon, his expression turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Punk, you can't escape responsibility either. But the person who killed my son, I've long investigated it clearly. It's a brat called Yu Yuan. Hearing this name, that 10,000 years ice-like face of Leng Qiuling's finally had a trace of change. Leng Hongxiu was slightly surprised and asked, you know him? Leng Qiuling recovered her calm very quickly and shook her head and said, shouldn't be the same person. On Heavenspan Mountain, the shock that person brought to her was too intense. Such that until now, that person's figure was still revolving around in her mind, unable to wave away for a long time. Except it was impossible that the Yi Yuan out of Han Dongjun's mouth was that the Yi Yuan she knew. With Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, it was also impossible to reach Celestial Deity Realm now, even if his performance on the Heavenspan Mountain was extremely breathtaking. Pray tell, a martial artist who used more than 500 years before barely managing to cultivate to the Divine Lord Realm, how could he possibly break through to Celestial Deity Realm in a short 400 to 500 years? One had to know, the breakthrough to the Celestial Deity Realm was more than 100 times harder than the Divine Lord Realm. Leng Su's expression was very ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan was right under the stage. He wanted to let Yi Yuan slip away quickly by taking advantage of the crowd. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving at all. Swoosh! Just as Leng Su was in a daze, Leng Hao suddenly launched a sneak attack, suddenly smacking a palm toward Leng Su. Long family's traitor. Why haven't you hand over the person yet? Kneel down for me. This palm was too sudden. Leng Su did not react at all. When he wanted to defend, it was already too late. But right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, charging out from the side. Bang! An incomparably heavy palm force directly smacked Leng Hao flying. For your own selfish interests, not scrupling to kill your younger brother, Outsiders came to invade and you didn't stint to sell out your brother, letting outsiders see a joke. A person like you is also fit to be the young patriarch? The Lung family is really a joke. Yi Yuan's words were full of cynicism. Seeing that slightly thin figure on the stage, Lung Choling's gaze was full of shock. You? Who the hell do you think you are? To dare gesture and comment on my Lung family's affairs? Killing my brother? What proof do you have? The one who made the Long family lose face is you and Lang Su. Not me, Ling Hao. You stand here and spout empty rhetoric. Based on what? Lung Hao being kicked flying by Yi Yuan with a foot. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. Ever since Lang Su knew Yi Yuan, everything seemed to have changed. But now it was a God-given opportunity. Yi Yuan himself courted death, provoking Han Dongjun. This was a chance for him to turn the situation around. When Han Dongjun saw Yi Yuan, his two eyes were practically spewing fire. You're the Yi Yuan who killed my shower? Han Dongjun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly. His thoughts stirred. A maidservant and a black-clothed man fell onto the stage. He turned to Long Hongxiu and said coolly, this maidservant is a spy that Long Hao planted around Lang Su. A few days ago, she put heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder into Lang Su's food. It was in order to make Lang Su lose today's battle for the young patriarch position. As for this black-clothed man, he's Long Hao's confidant. What Long Hao has done these few years, as long as family head searches his soul, you'll naturally know everything. Seeing these two people, Long Hao's expression changed drastically. That maidservant was still all right, but that man in black was his right arm and knew his affairs like the back of his hand. If his soul was searched, it was all over. Actually, that day at the Long Manor's entrance, Yi Yuan already detected the existence of this black-clothed man. It was just that the other party did not make a move, he did not take action either. That day, the black-clothed man and the maidservant met secretly but was detected by Yi Yuan, who had sharp spiritual sense. He caught them red-handed. But in order not to stir the grass and alert the enemy, he deliberately let the black-clothed man leave. Today, taking advantage of the interval of the battle for young patriarch, Yi Yuan went to capture the black-cloth man and this maid. Lung Hao's countenance naturally collapsed on its own. Family head. Don't listen to this guy's words. He has evil designs. I don't know these two people at all. Lung Hao's eyes revealed some panic but defended himself through sophistry. These few years, in order to become the young patriarch, he did quite a number of things that could not be exposed to the sun. Once it was exposed, he would be totally ruined. But Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, if not for Lang Su, do you think that I'd bother with this nonsensical and messy thing? Fabricating charges against you? Are you also worthy? Lung Hongxiu's expression was also not looking too good. Right now, the development of things had gone far beyond his expectations. How could he not perceive the panic in Lung Hao's eyes? However, Lung Hao is not some heinous and wicked beyond redemption person in his impression. On the contrary, he thought very highly of Lung Hao. It was also precisely so that he pushed for Lung Hao to become the young patriarch. Lung Su's personality was too undisciplined and carefree. Honestly speaking, it was also not suited to inherit the position of family head. These were all within Lang Hao's scope of considerations. He was currently the head of a family and had no choice but to consider a little further. But right at this time, the Han Dongjun who had been treated as heir all along said furiously, "Punk, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Are you the murderer Yi Yuan who killed my shower?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Who are you? Do I know you? Why do I have to talk to you? Also, didn't Lung Hao called my name just now? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan's words made the Lung family's people all simmer with laughter. Even the Han family people that he brought also could not refrain from laughing. Han Dongjuan's fury towered to the sky. His son was killed, and he even had to be scoffed at by this fellow. What was it with this world? Little brute, you actually dared to kill Shower. Today, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't save you either. Han Dongjun said angrily. Yi Yuan said with a scornful look, when I killed Han Xiao, there were many people around. It was clearly him who ambushed, wanting to kill me but was counter-killed by me. But now you're questioning me. The Han family's people are really overbearing. Han Dongjun said in a cold voice.
Who the hell do you think you are, to also dare compare to my shower? You're just a trash who's less than animals in front of him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, yeah, this trash who's less than animals killed your son using only one move. Your son is lesser than. Even a trash who's less than animals. Another burst of laughter sounded out, making Han Dongjun unable to contain his anger. He roared, "What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll tear your mouths." Finished talking, his expression was very grim as he turned to Long Hongxiu and said, "Long Hongxiu, what are you going to do? I'm going to bring the person away right now. You have no objections, right?" He already admitted to killing Shower. Long Hongxiu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "This person isn't a member of my Lung family. If you want to bring away, I naturally have nothing to say. But it can't be within my Lung family's boundary. After this matter is settled, I'll chase him out of the Long family. At that time, whether you want to kill or dismember, it's up to you." The moment Han Dongjun heard, he grinned and said, "All right, I can wait. Brat, killing my Shower. You'll know how severe the consequences are." Toward Lung Hongxiu's attitude, Yi Yuan was not too surprised. He just shrugged and said, "Just the likes of you can't make me stay." Han Dongjun seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and snickered as he said, "Shameless boasting fool. A measly second firmament celestial deity also wants to escape from this Han's hands. If I let you escape, this Han absolutely won't show face in Thousand Sor imperial capital in the future." Han Dongjun was a half-step true god existence, his status in the Han family rather high. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, it was also impossible to escape from his hands. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "You have to remember what you said today. At that time, don't go back on your word." He comprehended spatial shift. One thought and he would be hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even a true god powerhouse also had to expend a lot of effort to catch up to him, let alone a mere half-step true god. By the side, Long Hao was incomparably conflicted in his heart. He really wanted to go up and kill those two with a palm. But this way, him silencing people to prevent divulgence of his secrets would be equivalent to being confirmed. But not killing, once Long Hongxiu searched the souls, wouldn't he know everything? Right then, Long Hongxiu spoke. "Since you say that Hauer entrapped Sewer, then I'll carry out a soul search on these two. If it's not like what you said, don't blame my Lung family for not being courteous." Long Hongxiu looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in his heart a hint of foreboding premonition arose. It seemed like he somewhat underestimated the feelings between Long Hongxiu and Long Hao. Right at this time, the divine soul power of a true god realm released, rushing into those two people's sea of consciousness domineeringly. Poo work! The two people virtually spewed out a blood arrow at the same time, then fell to the ground, already ceased breathing. Yi Yuan's face changed. Was this doing away with the witnesses? Long Hao's expression was incomparably nervous. His entire body was practically going to tremble already. Would Long Hongxiu announce his crimes? Long Hongxiu's closed eyes slowly opened, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, "Talking nonsense, ruining my Long family's reputation. Come, men. Take this boy down for me." Long Hao's heart was practically jumping out of his throat. Happiness came so suddenly. No, wait. Should say that his many years of hard work had not been in vain. Foster father, he still kept his thoughtfulness in mind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures dashed straight onto the stage, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. But Lung Su's face changed and he said furiously, "Uncle, no matter how displeasing to the eye you find me, you also can't confound black and white, right? This matter has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. You let him go, I'll shoulder all of the charges." The current Lung Su was really disappointed to the max with the Lung family. He had never wanted to fight for anything before. But the vortex of the mundane world insisted on dragging him in, stirring him up until he was reduced to pieces. This feeling made him somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. Because of Yi Yuan, he was able to stand on the stage dignified and openly today, defeat Lung Hao, and win back his own heart. Because of Yi Yuan, he could walk out of decadence and find that former self. Now, if Yi Yuan was dragged down because of this matter, he could not forgive himself no matter what. However, Lung Hongxiu's face fell and he said, "Insolence!
Your meaning is that I lied in front of so many people? You keep saying that Lung Hao is like this, like that. This is all your one-sided words. Then how do I know how many things you've done to let down the Lung family? Back down. Lang Su's complexion was like dead ash, but he refused to take a single step back. Blocking in front of Yi Yuan, he said stubbornly, I'm not backing down. Lung Hongxiu's face turned dark, and he said, I announce that starting from today, Lang Su's position of young patriarch is abolished. Long Hao's the Long family's new young patriarch. All attack for me, take both of these two down for me. The moment Long Hao heard this, his face revealed a hint of wild elation. So many years of long-cherished wish, he finally got his wish. Furthermore, looking at the situation today, Lang Su would find it hard to escape death. A man knows when to yield and when not to. Just an outsider, is it worth it to die for him? In his heart, he was very disapproving of Lang Su's way of doing things. But it was also precisely because of this that it gave him an opportunity to exploit. At this time, Han Dongjun laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, Long Hongxiu don't need to trouble you to take action against this little animal. I'll directly capture him and be done with it. Long Hongxiu nodded his head lightly and did not say anything. Now that it came to this, whoever captured Yi Yuan was the same. In the black-clothed man's sea of consciousness, he naturally saw many things. Many of them even harmed the Lung family's interests. But there was one thing, a very large part of the things was done for him and Leng Qiuling. With this, it was sufficient. What he searched was not Lung Hao's soul. He could only deduce Lung Hao's goal through these things. Although it was wrong for Lung Hao to have done these things in order to become the young patriarch, it was also not unforgivable. The most important thing was that Lung Hongxiu inherently felt empathetic for Lung Hao. He was also suppressed by his big brother back then until he could not lift his head. All the way until he gave birth to an excellent daughter that it eased up somewhat. So he knew how difficult it was for Lung Hao to obtain his status today with his identity. Han Dongjun laughed loudly and looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look as he said, Brat, you got no temper now, right? Your mouth is formidable. But sadly, your strength is too weak. In front of me, Han Dongjun, you're just an ant. Ants can't possibly escape my control. Finished talking, Han Dongjun's world power released and arrived with a howl. The violent world power crunched over towards Yi Yuan, confining all of the space around him. Yi Yuan could only get captured without resistance. Bang! A loud noise came over. Han Dongjun's entire person pounced onto the ring. However, Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. What's going on here? Where's Yi Yuan? Everyone looked at this scene with astounded faces. They did not even blink their eyes. But Yi Yuan disappeared without any traces just like this. Rather, Lung Hongxiu's expression changed. That calm and collected expression finally had a trace of change. Are you looking for me? Up above in the sky, Yi Yuan stood in the air as he said coolly. Han Dongjun's face changed and he exclaimed, Spatial shift. How is this possible? Spatial shift? Fourth firmament spatial law? My God! No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He actually comprehended spatial law. Unless it's a true god powerhouse, otherwise nobody can keep him behind at all. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Their strength was too weak and could not see clearly how Yi Yuan escaped Han Dongjun's certain kill blow just now. The fourth firmament spatial law, this kind of law comprehension was virtually a godlike existence to them. Although people who comprehended spatial law were few, they were also not zero. In a place like the imperial capital, there would still occasionally have that one or two appear. But being able to cultivate spatial law to the fourth firmament, spatial shift this step, there were absolutely none. Yi Yuan having this magical ability, within celestial deity realm, no one could make him stay at all. Han Dongjun's spatial confinement seemed powerful, but in front of Yi Yuan it was simply child's play. It was too easy for him to want to escape Han Dongjun's confinement. You said just now, I'm an ant, and that it's impossible to escape your control. Then, what say you now? You can't even catch an ant and also dare to speak wildly here. Yi Yuan looked at Han Dongjun, a mocking look on his face. The expression on Han Dongjun's face was extremely ugly. He boasted too big just now. How could he have known that Yi Yuan still had such a contingency plan?
Now, it was really losing face until his granny's house. Seeing the Lung family people's amused smiles, he had an aggrieved look. Yi Yuan could display spatial shift. No matter how many people he brought, it was also impossible to keep Yi Yuan behind. Now, going back to request for reinforcements, Yi Yuan would have long escaped to God knows where. Therefore, he could only cast a pleading look towards Lung Hongxiu. Lung family head. My son's death. Lung Su can't escape responsibility either. I hope that the Lung family gives me an account. Han Dongjun was still assuming an arrogant air. When the old patriarch died, the Lung family's strength fell greatly. The present Han family's strength was even a bit stronger than the Lung family. He did not need to give the Lung family this face. Lung Hongxiu's face fell and he said, "Insolence! Who the hell do you think you are to also dare speak to me like this?" Poo work. Under Lung Hongxiu's powerful pressure, Han Dongjun directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Lung Hongxiu, you? Lung Hongxiu's expression was dark and he said in a cold voice, "A tiger not demonstrating his power. You really take me to be a sick cat? Even if my Lung family is far from before, it's also not what a random nobody like you can provoke. Now, immediately scram for me. I'll detain the person. If you want the person, have Han Tianyu come find me personally." Once a true god was enraged. How mighty was that? Han Dongjun's face was ashen. His expression changed several times, and he finally roared, "Leave!" After he left, Lung Hongxiu looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Young man, let yourself be seized without any resistance. If I take action, the aftermath will be hard to say." Yi Yuan did not speak yet, but then he heard Ling Qiuling behind him heaved a sigh. She said, "Lord Father, this matter, let's stop here." Everyone was stunned on the spot. The Lung family's peerless genius, Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple, Lung Qiuling, actually sung a different tune with her own father? This reversal was also too dramatic. "Qiuling, what did you say?" Lung Hongxiu was also taken aback and asked. He knew that this daughter was the most filial and would never go against his will. What was going on today? Lung Qiuling said calmly, "The right and wrong. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. Big Brother Lung Hao's actions and conduct indeed isn't worthy of the title of young patriarch. Father, I suggest better to let Big Brother Lang Su continue to be the young patriarch." Another death-like silence. No one would have expected that Lung Qiuling actually said such words in front of everyone. Even Lung Su also had an astounded face. Lung Qiuling entered Thousand Sore Mansion very early and had very little interaction with him. Their relationship was also not considered close. Why did she suddenly speak up for him? Rather, it was Long Hao. When he heard Lung Qiuling's words, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Even in his dreams, he never dared to believe that Lung Qiuling would actually say such things at this time. In his view, the one least likely to oppose him were Lung Hongxiu father and daughter. But Lung Qiuling actually gave him a fatal blow at this time. Even though Lung Qiuling was the same as him, just a junior of the Lung family, her status was completely different. She was not just the Lung family's proud daughter of heaven. She was also the entire Thousand Sore imperial capital's proud daughter of heaven. Lung Qiuling normally would not care about the Lung family's affairs at all. Her horizons had long already transcended the Lung family's level. But today, she actually spoke up. Lung Qiuling's words were absolutely heavyweight class. It was even more useful than all of the elders' words put together. Lung Hongxiu's brows knitted together. Recalling his daughter's reaction previously, he immediately understood in his heart. This Yu Yuan was likely the Yu Yuan. Except, could it be that this kid called Yu Yuan really had a powerful background? Otherwise, why would his daughter refute his face in front of so many people? Since Linger already said so, then... Lung Hongxiu finally still heeded his daughter's words and planned to announce the final result. Long Hao's face was akin to dead ash. His many years of hard work were actually no match for Lung Qiuling's one sentence. He hated it. Hang on. But at this moment, Lung Su suddenly interrupted his words. Lung Hongxiu's brows furrowed, but he heard Lung Su say solemnly, "Big brother Lung Hao, I've told you before, this position of young patriarch, I don't care about it. What I value more is familial relationship and friendship.
It's just a shame that the big brother that was akin to a father and brother in my eyes back in the old days already slowly drifted further apart. I didn't come today to fight with you over this position of young patriarch too. I just want to tell everyone that I, Lang Su, have never thought about continuing to be this young patriarch either. From this day forth, I, Lang Su, resign from the position of the Long family's young patriarch. This sudden turn of events made everyone stunned. When everyone all thought that the outcome of the struggle for young patriarch was already a foregone conclusion because of a sentence from Leng Qiuling, Lang Su himself actually came forward and wanted to resign from the position of young patriarch. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and secretly smiled as he nodded. He understood that those able to do it like Lang Su were not many. One had to know, being a young patriarch meant more cultivation resources and advantages. This point, no one was clearly than Lang Su about it. But he put it down straight away without dragging anything out. Actually, in Yi Yuan's view, although cultivation resources were important, the path was carved out by oneself. However much the cultivation resources, it was also not as important as walking one's path. One's own might was true might. Except very few people could understand this. Leng Qiuling's eyes also glinted, clearly very surprised by Lang Su's action. Her horizons had transcended the scope of the Long family long ago. The reason why she said so was entirely looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. She did not expect that Lang Su did not care about this position of young patriarch at all. Suddenly, Leng Qiuling felt that it was rather funny. It was really birds of a feather flock together. If it were Yi Yuan, he would also do so, right? Even though she did not have much contact with Yi Yuan, she could tell that Yi Yuan was similarly stubborn and unruly, someone unrestrained and carefree. No secular concept could constrain such a person. After falling silent for a moment, Leng Hongxiu nodded and said, "Forget it. All disperse." With the family head giving a verbal instruction, everyone dispersed, leaving behind only Leng Hao alone, his gaze glassy. Leng Su's final words sent his entire person into a daze. It turned out that an extremely simple thing was made complicated by him. It turned out that this position of young patriarch could be won with extreme ease. But now it turned into nothing. It turned out that Leng Su really did not care about the position of young patriarch. It turned out that all of his efforts were just a superfluous joke. Does father want to ask why I stopped you from dealing with Yi Yuan? Leng Qiuling saw through her father's unhappiness and took the initiative to start the conversation. Leng Hongxiu was at any rate the head of a family. With his daughter embarrassing him in front of everyone, his face had nowhere to put. But toward Leng Qiuling, Leng Hongxiu was clearly very tolerating. He had a black face as he said, "This Yi Yuan is that Yi Yuan you know?" Leng Qiuling nodded her head. "Just what origin does this boy have? You just had to come forward at this time." Leng Qiuling briefly recounted what she saw and heard back then on the heaven-span mountain, making the expression on Leng Hongxiu's face gradually change. "Your meaning is that this boy might be a genius under a heavenly emperor's command," Leng Hongxiu said in surprise. Leng Qiuling shook her head and said, "I'm also not sure, but that old drunkard's strength, father, you should have heard of it, right? He actually stood up for a young man who didn't even reach the Divine Lord realm. Isn't this suspicious? Furthermore, the mysteries on Yi Yuan's body are too many, numerous until it makes people unable to see through. Such a person, we at least can't provoke him." The more Leng Hongxiu listened, the more frightened he got. To be able to make his daughter have such a high appraisal, this young man was clearly not ordinary. In truth, how could a genius capable of comprehending spatial shift be ordinary? The more he thought, the more lingering Leng Hongxiu felt. If Yi Yuan really came from a heavenly emperor, or even a Dao ancestor faction, then the consequences of touching him would be too severe. Why didn't you say earlier? Father nearly made a huge blunder, Leng Hongxiu said. Leng Qiuling said, "I wasn't aware of it beforehand too. In truth, I completely didn't expect that in a short few centuries' time, Yi Yuan's strength could actually reach such a level. You have to know, back then when I met him on the Heavenspan Mountain, he didn't even reach Divine Lord realm. Back then, when Leng Qiuling encountered Yi Yuan was only at the boundary of grand completion origin deity. With Leng Qiuling's cultivation speed, ordinary people would only get pulled further and further apart from her.
But Yi Yuan actually narrowed the gap until it was just a tiny bit within a short few hundred years. Fifth firmament celestial deity versus second firmament celestial deity. It might be insurmountable to ordinary people for life. But placed on Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very applicable. One had to know Yi Yuan kicked the fourth firmament celestial deity Ling Hao flying with 1 foot on the stage. Really didn't expect that younger sister Qiuling actually spoke up for us at the last minute. Just now, I was really frightened badly. It doesn't matter to me, but if I implicated you, I can't forgive myself in this lifetime. Returning to the courtyard, Lung Su felt lingering fear. Previously, on the stage, saying that it was hanging on by a thread was also not over the top. Even though Yi Yuan had spatial shift facing a true god powerhouse, it was also impossible to easily escape. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "They won't do anything to me." Seeing Yi Yuan's indifferent look, Lang Su said huffily, "You're really reckless. Uncle, he's a true god powerhouse. But speaking of things, it's also strange. My relationship with young sister Qiuling isn't considered close. Why would she refute her own father's face in front of so many people?" Just as they were talking, a servant came to report, saying that Lung Qiuling came. This made Lung Su stupefied again. Lung Qiuling came leisurely, like a moving iceberg, emitting a proud and cold aura from head to toe. Not seen for several hundred years, Lung Qiuling's transformation was very big. It was not just the increase in strength, her disposition also underwent a drastic change. Lung Qiuling back then was still just a junior. But now, she already faintly had the bearing of someone in the upper echelons. This was portrayed most vividly during the battle for young patriarch. A casual sentence, but no one dared to refute it. When Lang Su saw Lang Qiuling, he went up to greet, saying, "Many thanks to younger sister Qiuling for helping us out of our predicament today. Otherwise, Yi Yuan and I would be in danger." Although he did not know why Lung Qiuling would come forward and speak up for him, thanks still had to be said. It was merely a sentence to Lung Qiuling, but to him it was a life-saving grace. Faced with Lung Su's thanks, Lung Qiuling just said nonchalantly, "Big brother Su doesn't need to be courteous. I was just saying a word of fairness." But her gaze went past Ling Su and looked at the Yi Yuan behind him. Lung Su detected Lung Qiuling's gaze and could not help being taken aback. Turning his head and looking toward Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and opened his mouth and said, "Parting for years, Fairy Lang's elegant appearance is even more radiant than back then." Lung Qiuling smiled faintly and said, "A scholar who has been away 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Young Master Yi really broadened my horizons today. I want to apologize to young Master Yi and take back the words I said back then." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's all past matters. Mention it for what? Today. This Yi still have to thank Fairy Lung for resolving my predicament." Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, "I believe that there is no need for me to get you out of the fix. Young Master Yi also has a way to get out of trouble." Although she did not know Yi Yuan's means, if father wanted to keep Yi Yuan behind, it likely would not be that easy. Yi Yuan was not that kind of reckless person. Since he mixed into the Lung family's dispute, he definitely had some reliance. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Although I only had the pleasure of meeting Fairy Lung once, Fairy Lung seems like this Ye's old friend of many years, knowing me like the back of your hand. However, I still have to thank you." By the side, Lang Su was long dumbfounded from listening. It turned out that Lung Qiuling and Yi Yuan were actually old acquaintances. It was just that he was very curious. The two people's conversation sounded very familiar, but was also not very familiar. It seemed like they merely only happened to have met once. But this brief one-time encounter could actually make Lang Qiuling behave contrary to her normal behavior and refute her own father's face. Furthermore, Lung Qiuling actually smiled. She smiled at Yi Yuan. In Lung Su's impression, he had never seen Lung Qiuling smile at a guy before. The shock in Lung Su's heart could be imagined. "Then young Master Ye's thanks, Qiuling will accept it. Qiuling has a presumptuous request. I wonder if young Master you can agree or not." Lang Qiuling said. Yi Yuan nodded and smiled as he said, "Fairy Lang's request. How can this Yi dare to not agree?" Lung Qiuling's gaze suddenly became sharp and she said, "Qiuling wishes to have a battle with Sir. I hope that Sir will agree to it." Hearing this, Yi Yuan and Lung Su were both taken aback. Lung Su was incomparably surprised. As the Thousand Sore Mansion's peerless genius, Lung Qiuling could not find an opponent among peers at all. Her opponents had always been those very senior disciples in Thousand Sore Mansion. Their realms were also mostly higher than hers. Now, she actually wanted to challenge a second firmament celestial deity. Of course, Yi Yuan's strength. Lung Su admired it greatly too. At least he was not his match. But to face Lung Qiuling, it was still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay. Roar of Ice. Ice Dragon Howling Sky. Spirit Concealing Sword." On the stage, two figures fought fiercely without rest. For some time, it was actually hard to distinguish who was superior or inferior. Yi Yuan relied on law fusion and actually forcefully managed to fight to a draw with Lung Qiuling. Below the stage, Lang Su watched until he was dumbfounded, mouth gaping. Turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually powerful to such a level already. When he was practicing his sword on me, he didn't even use 10% of his strength. Lang Su murmured. For him to be able to have a breakthrough in power of laws within 10 days, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's ringing style training. Back then, Lang Su felt that Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to the extent where he could battle with Lung Qiuling. Although Yi Yuan was at a disadvantage, he had just entered second firmament celestial deity. Such a monstrous Lung Qiuling was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. By the side, Lung Hongxiu was similarly incomparably shocked. His daughter's position in the Thousand Sore Mansion, he knew it like the palm of his own hand. It had always been his daughter jumping realms and challenging others. It was still his first time seeing someone jump realms to challenge his daughter. Seeing this scene, he was even more certain of Lung Qiuling's speculation. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures separated upon contact, each retreating away. Fine beads of sweat actually seeped out on Lung Qiuling's forehead. And Yi Yuan also had a rare episode of panting. Fighting Lung Qiuling was still too forceful to the current him. Lung Qiuling's expression was icy cold, but the shock in her heart could not use words to describe it all. For the first time in her life, she knew what was called a feeling of setback. Recalling when she met Yi Yuan back then, she had once said that Yi Yuan and her were destined to not be people in the same world. But several hundred years had passed, this sentence appeared so feeble. Although he was still somewhat inferior in terms of strength, without a doubt Yi Yuan already arrived at her world. This was indisputable. Furthermore, developing in accordance with this trend, Yi Yuan surpassing her was merely a matter of time. It was just that Lung Qiuling could not figure out, no matter what, why such a peerlessly talented character would be stuck at Grand Completion Origin Deity Realm for as long as 300 years. Thinking about it now, this was simply something beyond comprehension. Fairy Lung is indeed well-deserving of being a peerless genius. This Yi concedes defeat. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "This fight just now he had indeed lost." However, Lung Qiuling shook her head and said, "Young Master Yi didn't go all out. So how can you say that you're defeated? If it were a death match, who will emerge victoriously is not yet known." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't Fairy Lung the same too? In the end, it's still that I'm not strong enough. Not a life and death match, everyone normally would not bring out their 100% strength. Really reaching that point, that would be the moment of either you die or I perish already. Wanting to pull back would be very difficult. Haha, little friend Yi is really a dragon among men. I offended you earlier. Looking on account of Qiuling's face, I hope that little friend Yi doesn't blame me." Lung Hongxiu's attitude suddenly changed drastically, making Lang Su stunned too. Previously, after the battle for Young Patriarch, Lung Hongxiu was still going to be cavalier with Yi Yuan. In this twinkle, he was actually so courteous to him. Even if Yi Yuan displayed his talent, he was just a junior after all. An exalted true god powerhouse actually apologized to a celestial deity realm martial artist. This would make people's jaws drop too much. Yi Yuan had a score in his heart and naturally knew what Lung Hongxiu was thinking in his head. One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Family head Lung is too polite. This matter, Yi Yuan had areas where I was wrong too. I hope that family head Lung is magnanimous enough to forgive." Lung Hongxiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, not at all, little friend Yi doesn't know this, but Howard is considered half a son to me.
So I view him in a different light from others, that's why there was such a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan smiled and said, family headling is also someone who values sentiments. Yi Yuan understands. Since Lang Su has no inclinations towards the position of young patriarch, why not family headling past the position of young patriarch to Leng Hao? Leng Hongxiu had an awkward look when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was so formidable. This move made concessions in order to gain advantages. It was forcing him to clarify his position. Hoo-hoo, little friend must be joking. Leng Hao made a grave mistake. I was just about to order people to throw him into the dungeons as a warning to others. So how can I let him take the position of young patriarch? Leng Hongxiu smiled and said. Leng Su was dumbfounded from watching by the side. Leng Hongxiu's attitude change was a little too big. It even made him have an illusion, feeling that Leng Hongxiu was somewhat groveling. Actually, even though Leng Hongxiu was a true god powerhouse, he was not some fierce and ambitious person who was decisive in going for the kill. On the contrary, he was a little weak-willed. Otherwise, he also would not be led by the nose by Leng Hao, this kind of junior. The reason why he could get his position was entirely relying on his daughter, Leng Qiuling. With such a peerless, proud child of heaven in Thousand Sore Mansion, it would not do for the Long family to not want to regard him with importance. But in terms of character, he actually had flaws and was not very suited to hold the position of family head. At the thought of Yi Yuan's possible background, Leng Hongxiu put down the proud attitude of a true god realm, because he was apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Actually, this could not be blamed on him either. The Heavenspan Mountain was the core location of the entire Heavenspan world. Factions that controlled the entrances of the Heavenspan Mountain. Not one was not an apex force of the Heavenspan world. Forget about the Leng family, even the entire imperial capital could not afford to provoke two. And the talent that Yi Yuan displayed made him even more certain of this idea. Not just him, even Leng Qiuling, her thoughts right now were also pretty much the same as his. But this scene landing in Leng Su's eyes was totally not the case. Hoo-hoo, if little friendy doesn't mind, just stay in my Leng family for the time being. You and Ling Su are on friendly terms, so I believe that you can get along very well. I still have things and won't keep you company anymore. Leng Hongxiu smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, then I'll impose on family head. At the same time, Han Dongjun knelt in front of the Han family's family head, Han Tianyu. Tears and snot were on his face. Family head, you have to stand up for Dongjun. I only have this one son. Now he was actually killed by someone. That Leng Hongxiu was so impolite, having no respect for you at all. Han Tianyu's brows furrowed. He was not that kind of weak-willed person like Leng Hongxiu, being steered by a few words from Han Dongjun. The Han family's strength was even stronger than the Leng family's. This was not unrelated to him, this family head. After musing for a moment, Han Tianyu said, come, we'll go and demand for the person. Han Dongjuan's talent in cultivation could not make it. It was likely difficult for him to step into the true god realm in this lifetime as well. But his talent in management was very high. The Han family's businesses were mostly managed by Han Dongjun. Now Han Dongjun was beaten by someone. It was equivalent to giving the Han family a slap. A Han family's descendant was killed and the father was even injured by people. If he, this family head, did not come forward, it could not be justified no matter what. In Han Dongjuan's view, the Leng family was only making him go into action because of a matter of face. Just a second firmament celestial deity, it was not worthwhile for the Leng family to fight to the bitter end with the Han family. The moment he went into action, he would definitely be captured with ease. However, he miscalculated. Facing Han Tianyu's demand for the person, Leng Hongxiu said with a fake smile, Hoo-hoo, Brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan is my Leng family's distinguished guest. You coming forward to demand for the person like this, it's probably not appropriate, right? Han Dongjun was stunned when he heard that. Before he left, wasn't Leng Hongxiu still yelling about killing Yi Yuan? How did Yi Yuan become the Leng family's honored guest in a blink of an eye? Hearing Leng Hongxiu's words, Han Tianyu's face fell and he said, Family head Leng, it's probably improper for you to be like this, right? That Yi Yuan killed my Han family's descendant. If I don't finish him off, how will my Han family still show face to people in the imperial capital in the future? Leng Hongxiu just said coolly,
That's your Han family's business. Nothing to do with me. All in all, this Yi Yuan, you can't touch him. Han Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, if I insist on touching, could it be that your Lung family is going to go to war with my Han family? Lung Hongxiu chuckled and said, go to war then. Is my Lung family scared of you? Although my elder brother has already passed on. Don't you forget that my Lung family still has Lung Qiuling. Han Tianyu's face changed, his expression ugly to the extreme. The Lung family was originally already going downhill. But no one could have expected that in these recent 1,000 years, the Lung family actually produced Lung Qiuling, overpowering the other few major families in the imperial capital. Lung Qiuling was currently the Thousand Sore Mansion's treasure. Practically the best resources were piled onto her. Han Tianyu's son was much older than Lung Qiuling, but his current strength was also merely more or less the same as Lung Qiuling's. If the Han family and Lang family really fell out to the point of no return, Thousand Sore Mansion would definitely intervene. Lung Hongxiu was relying on precisely this, that he could tackle the tense situation calmly. Han Tianyu drew a deep breath, eased up his tone, and said, younger brother Hongxiu, it's merely a second firmament celestial deity kid. Is there a need to be like this? Lung Hongxiu gave him an indifferent glance and said smilingly, second firmament celestial deity kid? Heh, Han Tianyu, you're clever all your life, but stupid this once. Han Tianyu was slightly taken aback and said, what does this mean? Lung Hongxiu said, even though Han Dongjun is a good-for-nothing, he's at any rate a half-step true god existence too. I gave him the chance, but he actually couldn't even capture a second firmament celestial deity. Do you think that this second firmament celestial deity would be simple? By the side, Han Dongjun was practically about to lose it. Lung Hongxiu actually scolded him good for nothing in front of so many people. However, Han Tianyu looked over with a rather unfriendly expression, making Han Dongjun's face change. He naturally would not say such a humiliating thing for Han Tianyu to hear. A half-step true god taking action actually could not take care of a second firmament celestial deity. Saying good for nothing was praising him already. Family head, I. Han Dongjun stammered, not knowing what to say. Smack. A slap from Han Tianyu immediately slapped Han Dongjun out far away. Such a piece of important information. This damn fellow actually concealed it and did not report, making him come over to lose face together along with him. Was Han Dongjun a good-for-nothing? Of course not. At least in front of a second firmament celestial deity, Han Dongjun was absolutely not a good-for-nothing. Lung Hongxiu's words had a profound meaning. Many thanks for younger brother Hongxiu's warning. Today it was this Han who was rash. Han Tianyu clasped his hands and took his leave. On this day, in the heavenly Sun Mountain range 10,000 miles northeast of Thousand Sore imperial capital it suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. For enormous phantoms rose into the sky, extremely dazzling. They could be seen clearly within the boundary of the entire Thousand Sore imperial capital. Looking closely, these four phantoms were the extremely rare four symbols divine beasts of the heavenspan world. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The energy undulation that the four phantoms stirred up surges in tempestuous waves, practically sweeping through the boundary of the entire Thousand Sore imperial capital. It was not the Thousand Sore imperial capital itself, but the entire scope that the Thousand Sore imperial capital had jurisdiction over, including all of the imperial cities, capital cities, as well as counties. This power could be seen at a glance. Right at this time, the four symbols' divine beasts' mouths each spewed out a ray of light, converging in the air. In the center, an old man's virtual image gradually formed. This old man is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove who accidentally died in this place. My power had no successors, casting it away is a pity. Hence, I laid down this immortal abode hoping to find a successor to inherit my mantle. This voice spread out akin to rolling thunder. Everyone could clear it clearly. Inside Thousand Sore imperial capital, when Yi Yuan heard this voice, his entire person was akin to being thunderstruck. It turned out that the thing Dustless said that was related to them was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It's him. It's indeed him. Ha ha. That old man actually buried himself here. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless started laughing crazily. Looking at that strapping figure that was akin to that of a god, Yi Yuan was speechless for a long time.
This was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove? Indeed unparalleled and overbearing. Even choosing a successor actually made it so that everyone knew about it too. Beside Yi Yuan, Lang Qiuling's pair of beautiful eyes was also swiveling nonstop.
Clearly, she was very moved too. Empyrean powerhouse. In the entire Heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely a nuke-level existence. Just as how Divine Lord Realm stopped the vast majority of martial artists Empyrean, this threshold similarly stopped countless peerless geniuses. In the entire Heavenspan world, true god powerhouses were as plentiful as oxen hair. But among them, 1,000,000 people might not be able to produce an Empyrean powerhouse too. True god to Empyrean was an insurmountable great mountain.
The entire 1,000-soar imperial capital was seething with excitement. Virtually all the martial artists were raring to have a go. There were even quite a few people who already sprinted out of the imperial capital heading for Heavenly Sun Mountain Range.
Such an opportunity was hard to encounter once in 1,000,000 years. However, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. What medicine was this Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove selling in his gourd? Why? Brother Yi doesn't seem to be that interested in this opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime. Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat outside of Lang Qiuling's expectations.
The inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse, that was something that everyone yearned for in their sleep, but Yi Yuan's brows were tightly locked. Even with her, Lang Qiuling's, cold personality, she was somewhat moved. But Yi Yuan had a very disinterested appearance.
Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said smilingly, "Of course I'm interested. It's just that I feel that it's rather fishy." Lang Qiuling's beautiful eyes moved, and she asked curiously, "Fishy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This senior said that he's looking for a successor, but he doesn't have any requirements regarding bone age, cultivation realm, talent, and whatever. Also, this senior reported his own name, like he's afraid that his enemies don't know about it. Isn't this strange?" Lang Qiuling was also surprised when she heard that. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, it really divulged peculiarity everywhere. Normally, when looking for a successor, one would have extremely high requirements for natural endowments.
The successor of an Empyrean powerhouse was even high until it made people's scalps tingle.
1,000-soar imperial capital was merely a true god-level force. But their requirement for disciples also reached Lang Qiuling's level.
Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean peerless powerhouse. If he was really seeking a successor, how could he possibly not have any stipulations about this at all?
Of course, Yi Yuan also did not say one thing. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance was practically all left behind in the Immortal Grove world. Apart from an Empyrean spirit treasure, the rest were all obtained by him. Then what was the inheritance here?
Lang Qiuling's pair of beautiful eyes sized Yi Yuan up nonstop like it was her first time knowing Yi Yuan.
She discovered that Yi Yuan was really an enigmatic character. His wisdom, his talent, it really made the so-called geniuses perspire with shame. Among them included herself.
More than 10 years already passed in a blink. Yi Yuan's realm rose rapidly and already reached peak second firmament celestial deity, while she only cultivated to middle stage fifth firmament celestial deity.
Presently, if Yi Yuan fought with her again, he could already fight to a draw. This kind of improvement speed simply made people's scalps tingle. Staring at me like that for what? Are there flowers on my face? Yi Yuan was stared at by Lang Qiuling until he felt a little crept out and said smilingly. Lang Qiuling smiled and said, "Facing an Empyrean legacy, you can still maintain such composure. I'm afraid that in the entire 1,000-soar imperial capital, it's also just you alone."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no harm in thinking more when encountering things. The more tempting the thing, the more it tends to conceal danger at the back."
Lang Qiuling ruminated on this sentence, feeling that it was very logical.
The demise of many powerhouses was because they could not resist temptation.
Except, facing such an inheritance, how many people could be calm?
Lang Qiuling looked around and discovered that each person was incomparably feverish, as if this legacy was already an item in their bags.
In that case, you don't plan on getting involved in these muddied waters? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haha. This is an Empyrean legacy. How can I possibly let it go? When Leng Qiuling heard that, she could not resist rolling her eyes. This guy said so much it was equivalent to not saying anything. But she saw Yi Yuan suddenly say solemnly, Qiuling, you go and tell your master. It's best to be on the alert, but don't take action first. Wait and see. This Empyrean abode is probably not that easy to enter. After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling already became good friends. As for Leng Qiuling's master, he was also Thousand Sore Imperial Capital's ruler. Leng Qiuling was slightly surprised, but still nodded and said, Okay, I'll go and find master straight away. It's just, don't know if he will listen or not. Yi Yuan shook his head and said 10 days. You have him wait 10 days. Within 10 days, there will definitely be an unforeseen event that happens. Leng Qiuling nodded slightly, turned around and left. Master, could it be that? You're going to go to that Empyrean abode. When Leng Qiuling rushed to Thousand Sore Mansion, her master just happened to exit seclusion. Looking at his appearance, it looked like he was setting off. Leng Qiuling secretly thought what a close shave. A step later and master would have left. Leng Qiuling's master, Gu Tianke, Seventh Firmament True God Peerless Powerhouse, and also Thousand Sore Imperial Capital's ruler. Toward Leng Qiuling, this disciple, Gu Tianke naturally regarded her with special respect. Ho-ho! This is a huge opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital is in a favorable position. This benefit mustn't be snatched away by others. Immortal Grove's might as a Seventh Firmament True God, Gu Tianke could feel it distinctly. This Empyrean was absolutely not an average Empyrean powerhouse, but a high-level Empyrean powerhouse. With Gu Tianke's talent, barring no accidents, it was very hard to have another breakthrough in this lifetime. Now, such a huge lucky chance suddenly popped out. How could he not be moved? But Leng Qiuling shook her head and said, Master, this Empyrean abode, you can't go. Can't go? Lass, do you know what you're saying? Gu Tianke's brows furrowed, clearly somewhat unhappy. This kind of massive lucky chance placed in front of him, whoever stopped him would simply be like the great enmity of killing one's father. Even if the one who stopped him was his own disciple. Leng Qiuling still had an icy cold face as she said calmly, Master, there's something fishy about this Empyrean inheritance. Leng Qiuling repeated Yi Yuan's words. Gu Tianke listened until his brows were tightly knitted. What can that mean? Do you know what an Empyrean legacy signifies to Master? Gu Tianke was still unmoved. The allure of an Empyrean legacy was seriously too great. Especially for Gu Tianke this kind, who basically had no hopes of making any more breakthroughs. Leng Qiuling was rather anxious as she said, 10 days, just 10 days, all right? Gu Tianke's gaze turned sharp and he said, This isn't your idea, right? Leng Qiuling did not hide it either and said, It's Yi Yuan's. Gu Tianke's face fell and he could not help ruminating. Yi Yuan's matters. Leng Qiuling naturally would not hide from her own master either. His true identity naturally also aroused Gu Tianke's speculations in all respects. Musing for a moment, Gu Tianke nodded and said, All right, just 10 days. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital's commotion practically spread out at once. A major incident that shook the entire Imperial Capital. It could not be concealed even if one wanted to hide it too. From the second day onwards, the figures of many experts appeared in the vicinity of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. True God powerhouses could not be casually seen even in places like Imperial capitals too. But now, inside and outside of the Imperial capital, the figures of true God powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Some of their auras were very powerful even not beneath Gu Tianke's. On the third day, Gu Tianke finally could not hold back anymore. Master, didn't you promise me to wait 10 days? Leng Qiuling had always been keeping watch over Gu Tianke and discovered it at the first moment. Gu Tianke said, Lass, Master can't wait anymore. Move aside. Leng Qiuling said with a stubborn face. No way, you can't go. Gu Tianke's face fell, his figure directly vanishing before Leng Qiuling's eyes. If a seventh firmament true God powerhouse wanted to leave, how could Leng Qiuling stop him? Gu Tianke directly went out of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital with a flash. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was not considered far for true God powerhouses.
In a few breaths of time, Gu Tianke arrived at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Sensing the powerful undulations coming from on top of the mountain, Gu Tianke felt an upsurge of emotions and even somewhat trembled agitatedly. Suddenly, he laughed in spite of himself and said, no matter how impressive that brat is, he's also merely an initial stage celestial deity realm. What knowledge or experience can he have? This Empyrean legacy, I, Gu Tianke, am determined to get it. Finished saying, his figure leaped and was about to jump into Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But right at this time, a rolling black mist came close from afar and arrived in an instant. All get further away for your father. Old Fart Immortal Grove's abode is mine. Black fiends. Poo work. Just a sentence and it injured the seventh firmament true god Gu Tianke. And this was even just an area of effect attack. At this time, the true god powerhouses who were similarly concealed in the mountain range were likely all the same as him, getting injured. Fiend race Empyrean. Gu Tianke's face changed and he cried out in shock. This black mist was clearly an Empyrean-level powerhouse of the fiend race. Gu Tianke did not expect that there would actually be an Empyrean powerhouse moving out so quickly. Furthermore, it was even a fiend race Empyrean powerhouse. Yi Yuan punk screwed me over. Gu Tianke smacked his thigh and said with endless remorse and vexation. If he entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range at the first moment, he would definitely be able to take the initiative. Now, even an Empyrean powerhouse had taken action. What had it got to do with him still? Hence, he wished to take apart Yu Yuan's bones right now. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered at any time. A single slip and it would bring everlasting regret. He could only helplessly watch that black mist land onto the mountain range and lament in pity. Very soon, that black mist submerged fully into the mountain range. Gu Tianke had a look of despair. This lucky chance had nothing to do with him anymore. But right at this time, a shrill scream rose straight to the sky. That black mist previously billowed in torrents once more. Gu Tianke's face changed. When he looked again, that black mist already became dim and dark, forming a sharp contrast with that imposing momentum previously. Old Fart Immortal Grove, why are you still powerful when you've died already? That black mist wailed miserably. Heh. Fiend race dog, since you came, how can I let you escape? Die for me. A void that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life spread out. Following that, a ray of light rose to the sky from within the mountain range, directly hitting that cloud of black mist. Immediately, this world was silent. One gaze after another looked towards the sky, incredibly shocked. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse died in front of them just like this? Gu Tianke swallowed his saliva, discovering that he was somewhat parched. So close, if not for this fiend race Empyrean powerhouse, the one dead right now would probably be him, right? It seemed like what Yi Yuan said was right. This was totally a setup in order to draw some people over. How could the real legacy be obtained so easily? Didn't they see that even an Empyrean powerhouse was instantly one-shot? This Immortal Grove was absolutely a daunting figure even to the extreme big shots when he was alive. Carrying the mood of having survived a disaster, Gu Tianke returned to Thousand Sor Imperial capital. When Lung Choling saw Gu Tianke, she also heaved a long sigh in relief. Master, are you okay? Lung Choling saw Gu Tianke's somewhat absent-minded appearance and could not help asking in concern. Gu Tianke glanced at Lung Choling and said, Master? Almost couldn't come back anymore. Lung Choling's face changed and she said, What happened? Gu Tianke smiled bitterly and recounted the scene that happened previously, saying, This time it was all thanks to you and Yi Yuan. If not for you guys, this old life of mine would probably be lost at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. You helped me thank Yi Yuan well. No, you call him here. I want to thank him personally. Lung Choling listened until she felt lingering fear too. An Empyrean powerhouse was exterminated in an instant. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Just how powerful of an existence was this heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove when he was alive? Although Gu Tianke did not adhere to the 10 days deadline and ran off in advance. If not for these 2 days of delay, Gu Tianke would definitely be dead without a doubt. This Empyrean abode was clearly not what the Thousand Sor Imperial capital could devour alone already. When Yi Yuan came over, Gu Tianke thanked Yi Yuan ardently. Reaching his level, he regarded his life as the most important thing. Yi Yuan's one sentence saved his life. How could he not be moved? But when Yi Yuan heard the demise of an Empyrean, he knew that this was likely a retaliatory act of heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove against his enemies. Sure enough, in the following days, Thousand-Soar Imperial Capital was amidst the winds of change, and suddenly became the vortex of a storm. Within a short half a month, there were actually 3 Empyrean powerhouses who died in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Empyrean powerhouses, each one was a formidable existence that could make the heaven-span world tremble with a stomp of their feet. 3 actually died all at once. As for those true god powerhouses that no one paid attention to, no idea how many had died already. At this time, everyone finally realized that this abode was not easy to enter. The demise of 3 Empyreans did not stop those powerhouses from advancing wave after wave. However, the powerhouses who entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, not one was able to return alive. A month later, finally no one dared to arbitrarily enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range anymore. Powerhouses from everywhere started converging in Thousand-Soar Imperial Capital, discussing how to enter this Empyrean abode. A city lord said Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean powerhouse from 5 million years ago. His strength had already reached an inconceivable level and can even effortlessly annihilate Empyrean powerhouses. Another person said, in my view, it's likely difficult for us, these true god powerhouses, to enter inside. This Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has such formidable strength. There must be countless lucky chances inside this abode. Giving up just like this, who is willing? Moreover, if we can obtain Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Tao fruit. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere within the hall immediately tensed up. Empyrean Tao fruit, who did not want? Furthermore, this was not an ordinary Empyrean Tao fruit, but a peak Empyrean Tao fruit. Among these people, it was impossible for there to be someone who could reach this level in their lifetime. Gu Tianke said, now, someone already discovered that martial artists below Celestial Deity Realm will be fine entering the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. There have already been true God Realm martial artists who tried it before. As long as one suppresses their realm to Celestial Deity Realm, they won't be attacked when going deep into the mountain range. But inside this Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, it is still filled with dangers. I feel that we'd better cooperate with a united effort and think of a way to enter the abode first. I wonder what's everyone's opinion. Hearing Gu Tianke's words, everyone all nodded their heads in succession. Don't look at how they were all true God Realm powerhouses. In front of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, they were simply no one. 1,000, 10,000 going in, it was also seeking doom. Hence, banding up together first was indeed a pretty good option. Since everyone doesn't have objections, then let's set off together 10 days later and enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Gu Tianke gave the final word. After discussing, the group of true God powerhouses all dispersed. But Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord, Ji Sun, stayed behind alone. Amen? Brother Ji looking for me? Could there be something? Gu Tianke pretended to be uncertain as he said. Ji Sun secretly cursed sly old fox and said with a smile, hoo, old pal, my Heavenly Water Imperial Capital and your Thousand-Soar Imperial Capital have always been of the same breath and branch. That good-for-nothing disciple of mine, Zhuahan, has admired last Zhouling for a long time already. You think, shouldn't us, these elders, bring a romance to a happy ending? Gu Tianke chuckled when he heard that and said, the matters of youngsters, leave it to them to worry about it. You also know this disciple of mine, who she wants to choose as a Tao companion. That's not what I can persuade. Finished talking, Gu Tianke immediately left and did not seem to have the intention of continuing to chat. Ji Sun's brows furrowed, not understanding what medicine this Gu Tianke was selling in his gourd. In the past, Gu Tianke was still rather keen about Zhuahan and Leng Qiuling's affairs, even though Leng Qiuling's attitude had always been uninterested. But now, even Gu Tianke, this old fellow, did not seem willing anymore. As Ji Sun's favorite disciple, Zhuahan naturally came along to Thousand-Soar Imperial Capital too. In reality, the true God powerhouses that came this time, quite a few brought along their juniors. A massive lucky chance like an Empyrean inheritance, even if they all, these disciples, obtained a tiny bit, it was also endlessly beneficial.
Moreover, the immortal grove abode this time. It was already confirmed that only celestial deity realm and below powerhouses could enter. But at this time, Zhuohan already entered Thousand Sore Mansion himself. This junior apprentice brother. I wonder if junior apprentice sister Lang Qiuling is in Thousand Sore Mansion? Zhuohan had a refined and courteous appearance, but his words exuded haughtiness. That Thousand Sore Mansion disciple sized him up and said, "Who are you?" The Thousand Sore Mansion doesn't allow any random person to come in. Zhuohan smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's Zhuohan. Junior apprentice sister Lang is precisely this Zhuo's fiancé. In fact, I'm not considered an outsider." Zhuohan deliberately increased his volume, like he was afraid that people did not know him. That disciple was startled when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's senior apprentice brother Zhuo. Apologies, apologies. Senior apprentice sister Lang is currently at the practicing field. I'll bring you over." Zhuohan's fame in imperial capitals was still very resounding. This disciple had clearly heard before. Furthermore, the rumors about Zhuohan and Lang Qiuling were not some secret in Thousand Sore Mansion. It seemed like City Lord His Excellency had the intention of matchmaking the two. This disciple naturally did not dare to slight him. It turns out that he's Zhuohan, indeed worthy of being Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius, to actually be able to catch up to senior apprentice sister Lang's cultivation speed. Yeah, heard that the Manor Lord intends to matchmake the two. They are really a match made in heaven. However, senior apprentice sister Lang recently got rather close with a boy called Yi Yuan. This is really seldom seen. Hey, that punk is merely a second firmament celestial deity. How can he be worthy of senior apprentice sister Lang? When Zhuohan heard the surrounding disciples' discussions, he originally enjoyed it greatly. But when he heard Yi Yuan this name, his expression suddenly changed. This name was simply his nightmare. Even if several hundred years had gone by, it was still fresh in his memory too. Of course, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones too, and he had long wanted to find Yi Yuan to settle the scores. But Yi Yuan had never been heard of after he left the Heavenspan Mountain. Hence, this plan also reached a deadlock. He did not expect that he heard this name once more today. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is that punk on the Heavenspan Mountain? Impossible. That person just now said that he's second firmament celestial deity. With that punk's talent, it's impossible to cultivate so quickly. Very soon, Zhuohan dismissed this thought. He and Lang Qiuling were the same, both feeling that this Yi Yuan was not the Yi Yuan. Following the disciple, Zhuohan came to the practicing field. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were currently sparring, while Lang Qiuling was currently watching the fights by the side. Upon seeing Lang Qiuling, Zhuohan's two eyes immediately lit up and he said in a clear voice, "Junior apprentice sister Lang, not seeing for many years, you're indeed still so breathtakingly beautiful." Lang Qiuling turned her head. Seeing Zhuohan, her brows immediately knitted together. This guy really lingered on like a haunting ghost. "This place is Thousand Sore Mansion. What are you here for?" Lang Qiuling said coldly. But Zhuohan did not mind and said smilingly, "Look at what junior apprentice sister Lang is saying. I'm here to see my future wife. Is there a problem?" The moment these words came out, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar, all guessing this young man's identity. But Lang Qiuling's gaze turned cold and she said frostily, "Keep talking nonsense and be careful that I won't be courteous toward you. Now immediately disappear for me." Zhuohan laughed and said, "Why does junior apprentice sister Lang have to be like this?" "Master, he already went to bring up the proposal of marriage for me. You and I will tie the nuptial knot sooner or later." Lang Qiuling's expression became colder and colder, practically about to condense into ice. Hoo. So many years of not seeing, young Master Zhuo is still so shameless. Haven't even checked your 8 characters yet, and you're putting up a front here. Be careful that it will be hard to wind up the matter. Right at this time, a figure appeared beside Lang Qiuling. Zhuohan focused his eyes and looked, and immediately flew into a rage. "Yi Yuan, it's really you. Today you won't be so lucky. I'll see who can still save you." When Zhuohan saw Yi Yuan, anger immediately rose up in his heart. But he was also extremely shocked in his heart. Not seeing him for several hundred years, Yi Yuan actually reached peak second firmament celestial deity like flying. This cultivation speed was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to him. Was this guy still that trash who could even break through to the Divine Lord realm? One had to know, back then when he saw Yi Yuan, he was just a grand completion origin deity. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said smilingly, "Don't need anyone to save me. Dealing with you, do I still need others?" The moment Zhuohan heard this, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "A measly second firmament celestial deity also dares to engage in wild talk. Today, I'm going to beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Upon recalling that someone said just now that Leng Qiuling and Yi Yuan were very close, Zhuohan could not help overflowing with jealousy. Old grudge and new hatred welled up together in his heart. Leng Qiuling's face turned cold and she said, "Zhuohan, this place is Thousand Sore Mansion, not Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. It's not your turn to be unbridled." Zhuohan could not help choking when he heard that. Leng Qiuling's protective attitude triggered his jealousy even more. Zhuohan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Hiding behind a woman's back again? This place just happens to be the practicing field. If you're a man, step forward and compete with me. Let Qiuling take a look at who's her man." Leng Qiuling's face got colder and colder. This Zhuohan was really too insolent to actually say such things. She did not have any feelings toward him. Yet, his face was extremely thick, viewing her as his exclusive chunk of meat. "Zhuohan, on the account that you're a guest, I've already exercised forbearance with you time and again. Keep talking nonsense and I won't be courteous," Leng Qiuling said. Zhuohan was still unmoved. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "Gutless coward. Trash who only knows how to hide behind women." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside whether I'm a gutless coward or not, the thickness of your skin, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Zhuohan sneered and said, "Manor Lord Gu is very approving of my and Qiuling's matters. Now that Master has gone to him to propose a marriage alliance, this wedding is already more than half succeeded. How is my skin thick?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then do you know why I'm not a Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple but can go in and out of this place anytime? Then do you know Qiuling and I are practically together from morning to night these few years? You have no chance." Zhuohan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He still thought that Yi Yuan was a Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple. Zhuohan did not expect that he actually was not. Leng Qiuling's icy-cold face had a rare hint of blush. Actually, she and Yi Yuan were both clear that Gu Tianke was indeed creating conditions to let the two of them get close. Yi Yuan's mysterious identity had long been recognized by Gu Tianke. Otherwise, he also would not stop for 3 days and not move because of a sentence from Yi Yuan. But between them, one was cold as frost, while the other was not in the mood for romance. There had not been any progress all along. Leng Qiuling naturally knew that Yi Yuan was helping her out of her predicament, so she did not say anything and just tacitly approved of it. When Zhuohan saw this scene, a hint of foreboding premonition arose in his heart. But he did not believe it at all. Gu Tianke had always viewed him favorably. It was impossible for him to change his tune. Coupled with his illustrious identity, he and Leng Qiuling were well-matched in status. "Who the hell do you think you are? A mere second firmament celestial deity is also worthy of Qiuling? If you have the capability, step forward like a man and compete with me." Zhuohan saw that Yi Yuan was only a second firmament celestial deity. He was certain that he did not dare to accept the challenge at all, repeatedly using those words to squeeze Yi Yuan. The surrounding Thousand Sore Mansion disciples also all revealed disdainful looks, feeling that Yi Yuan was too unmanly. Yi Yuan and Leng Qiuling traveled as a couple all the time. All the disciples had long found it displeasing to their eyes. Leng Qiuling was the goddess in their hearts, beautiful and also highly talented, but she was followed around every day by a second firmament celestial deity. They felt that it was very offensive to the eye. In their hearts, only Zhuohan, this kind of background, could match up to Leng Qiuling. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Qiuling, let's go, let this mad dog bark here. I believe that very soon he'll know that he had no chance long ago." Leng Qiuling nodded her head, turned around, and was about to leave with Yi Yuan. She frequently sparred with Yi Yuan these few years and naturally knew that it was not that Yi Yuan did not dare, he was just disdainful. Zhuohan was only an initial stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Speaking of which, Zhuohan's talent was actually not beneath Leng Qiuling's. But precisely because Yi Yuan caused trouble on the heaven-span mountain, it made Zhuohan delay his cultivation. Seeing that Leng Qiuling was so obedient, Zhuohan's fire of jealousy was practically going to burst through the barriers. He blocked the two people's path with a flash. He looked at Yi Yuan angrily as he said, "Somebody who gave birth to, but nobody to raise. You'd best stay further away from Qiuling for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born in this world. You don't take a piss and look at the reflection too. See who the hell you are. Snatching women with me? Are you worthy?" Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became icy cold. He originally did not want to stoop to Zhuohan's level, but this guy did not have any knowledge of his limits at all. His mouth was really asking for a beating, only to see his figure move, arriving at the center of the martial practicing field and say in a cold voice, "Didn't you want to make me accept your challenge like a man? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing this scene, Zhuohan was not alarmed, but rejoiced instead, and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, that's more like a man. You rest assured. I'll teach you how to behave yourself properly." Leng Qiuling heaved a slight sigh in her heart. What was called seeking one's doom was like Zhuohan, right? Zhuohan's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a big laugh, "Honestly speaking, for you to be able to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it really exceeded my expectations. But ants are ants in the end. You'll never be able to understand what's called a genius." Swoosh. Zhuohan's voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan's entire person already vanished. He already successfully had his fury stoked up by Zhuohan and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Zhuohan did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all and was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Smack! A clear slap echoed out. Zhuohan's entire person was slapped flying out. This is a so-called genius? Less than even an ant. Not much strength, but spew mouthfuls of shit, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was astounded. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples had never seen Yi Yuan make a move before and had always been very disdainful towards him. However, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it astonished all of them. Zhuohan was slapped silly by Yi Yuan's slap and only came back to his senses after a while. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a furious roar, "Despicable villain. To actually sneak attack. Today, I must tear you to shreds." Zhuohan's words made quite a few people secretly nod their heads. Although Yi Yuan's move just now was stunning, it was still Zhuohan who was too careless after all. A genuine frontal clash, Yi Yuan was definitely not a match. "Is that so? Then this time, it's your turn." Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's contemptuous smile deeply triggered Zhuohan. It was only to see him grit his teeth. The world power of a first firmament celestial deity gushed out frenziedly, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 On the stage, the collision sounds of streams of divine essence colliding came over. Everyone below the stage was dumbstruck with amazement. One-sided. Except it was not the same as they expected. This match was completely one-sided toward Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's strange and unfathomable movement technique, Zhuohan was being completely brutalized. Why is it like this? Zhuohan's talent ranks at the top of the list among the various major imperial capitals too. He's actually being abused by a second firmament celestial deity. No wonder senior apprentice Sister Leng goes places together with him as a couple. It turns out that it's like this. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were all incredibly shocked. They totally did not expect that the Yi Yuan who they normally looked down on, his strength was actually so formidable. The fifth firmament celestial deity Zhuohan was being abused promptly without any ambiguousness at all. If one said that previously it was Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeding, then right now, Yi Yuan was completely crushing with strength. No flashiness at all. Bang! Yi Yuan stomped on Zhuohan's chest with a foot, trampling him onto the ground. He said disdainfully, "Weren't you going to teach me how to behave? Just based on your bit of strength? Without sufficient strength, you also dare to learn to look down on the world from others, and view others as ants. Who gave you the courage? The shock in Zhuohan's heart could not use words to describe. Several hundred years ago, when he and Yi Yuan first met, he could crush the other party with just one hand. But by relying on his talent, not only did this gap not widen several hundred years later, Yi Yuan caught up from behind instead and surpassed him. This guy actually fused spatial law and sword Dao law, his combat power off the charts. Zhuohan's pride as a genius was utterly crushed into pieces by this foot. Let go of me, you ignorant fool. When my master learns of this, he'll definitely waste your cultivation and make you never have a chance to rise again. Zhuohan gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said with a cold smile, can't beat yourself, so you bring your master out? However, your threat is really very foolish. Done talking, Yi Yuan lightly tapped toward Zhuohan's divine sea with a finger. Zhuohan's pupils constricted, having a look of despair on his face. But right at this time, a feeling of incredible danger suddenly descended. Lad, you dare? True God powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt the other party's strength straight away. His body was virtually frozen by this powerful pressure, unable to move at all. Although his foot was still stepping on Zhuohan's body, this foot could not be stomped down at all. A late-stage true God powerhouse was too powerful. However, he was Yi Yuan. He was the Yi Yuan who grasped spatial law. Even a true God powerhouse's comprehension in terms of spatial law might not be stronger than him too. This killing intent was too piercingly cold. There was no way Yi Yuan would resign himself to death. Feeling this powerful pressure, Zhuohan's two eyes lit up. He said in pleasant surprise, Master! However, Leng Qiuling's face changed drastically. Wanting to take action was already too late. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly disappearing. What vanished together with him was also Zhuohan. A figure stepped out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and anger. Spatial shift. Terrific lad. The arrival was none other than precisely Zhuohan's master. Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's master, Ji Sun. Puwork. At the critical moment, even though Yi Yuan avoided Ji Sun's certain kill strike, he also suffered heavy injuries. The might of a true god was no joke. If it were others, they would have long been crushed into minced meat by the world power. Currently, Yi Yuan's palm was pressed on the center of Zhuohan's back. As long as divine essence spat out, it could wreck his life force. The reason why he wanted to bring Zhuohan to shift together was to capture a hostage. Otherwise, the power of a true god, even if he unexpectedly avoided the first attack, Ji Sun's second strike would be sufficient to cause death too. And he did not have the leeway to resist at all. Master, save me. Sensing Yi Yuan's divine essence wreaking havoc within his body, Zhuohan was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Ji Sun's face fell, and he looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, Let go of Han. I'll leave you an intact corpse. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury and said, Indeed worthy of being master and apprentice, both equally stupid. You already want to kill me, would I let him go? Do you think that I'm as mentally addled as you? Don't move. You can try if you're faster or I'm quicker. Sensing Ji Sun's divine essence undulation, Yi Yuan immediately warned the other party. Ji Sun's face turned black and he said, If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of Honor, I'll definitely make you regret coming into this world. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Is that so? As he said, Yi Yuan spat divine essence. Zhuohan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. Yi Yuan dealt his blow very aptly, directly making Zhuohan lose his ability to resist, but did not kill him too. This was enough to frighten Ji Sun. Ji Sun's face changed, aware that he ran into a ruthless character. How could he still dare to act rashly without careful thought? Kid, let him go. We can settle things through discussion. Ji Sun finally lowered his proud head and compromised with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, What's there to discuss? You want to scam me to leave Zhuohan, then kill me at the first moment? I have to admit, although you're at a ripe old age, you're still very naive. Ji Sun's face became black as the bottom of a wok. He discovered that this kid was too sharp. His disciple compared to him was simply a weakling. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew what he wanted to do. What the hell do you want? Ji Sun said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, Wait. Finished saying this word, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and stopped talking.
Ji-sun was taken aback, not knowing what Yu Yuan's words meant. But very soon he understood. Another extremely strong aura arrived with a howl. Ji-sun, you're also looking down on my 1,000-soar imperial capital too much. An exalted 1,000-soar imperial capital powerhouse actually bullied a celestial deity realm junior. Do you still want face or not? The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Gu Tiang's words were full of rage. He did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, such a major incident actually happened in the 1,000-soar mansion. Ji-sun's brows furrowed and he said, this boy nearly crippled Honor, could there be something wrong for me to want to kill him? Gu Tiang's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, a probing look on his face. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matters earlier. Gu Tiangke glared and said, You heard it. Master, you have to stand up for me, Shuhan said feebly. Seeing Gu Tiang's attitude toward Yi Yuan, Ji-sun seemed to have understood something, his expression rather ugly. Sure enough, Gu Tiangke snorted coldly and said, Zhuhan, give up. You and Leng Qiuling, it is impossible. Also, after this incident, the two of you master and apprentice are not allowed to step foot in 1,000-soar mansion again. Zhuhan's pupils constricted when he heard that, looking at Gu Tiangke in disbelief, a doubtful look on his face. He could not figure out why Gu Tiang's attitude would unexpectedly have a 180 degrees turnaround. Suddenly, he recalled the words Yi Yuan said. Turned out that, this time it was not Yi Yuan being Leng Qiuling's shield anymore. Gu Tiangke really had the intention of matchmaking the two of them. It was laughable. He was still posing as 1,000-soar imperial capital's son-in-law previously in front of the 1,000-soar mansion's disciples. This? Uncle Gu. Shut up. Who's your uncle? Shameless thing. In the past, I saw that you still looked decent, but I didn't expect that you were actually so shameless. I only agreed to let you and Qiuling come into contact. So when did I acknowledge your marriage? You recklessly cooked up a rumor in my 1,000-soar mansion. Do you still have any respect for me? This city lord. Gu Tiangke was boiling with rage and also filled with endless fear after the incident at the same time. If Yi Yuan died at Ji-sun's hands, the entire 1,000-soar imperial capital might have to suffer an apocalyptic calamity. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was different from ordinary people and actually escaped with his life from under Ji-sun's hands. This also greatly surprised him. However, toward Zhuhan, who he still regarded as decent in the past, he was no longer satisfied no matter which angle he looked at him anymore. Seeing Gu Tiang's enraged appearance, Zhuhan's face was akin to dead ashes. Ji-sun, what are you still stoning for? Hurry up and bring this useless apprentice of yours and scram for me. Gu Tiangke said in a deep voice. Ji-sun's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Gu Tiangke, you fell out with me for a kid still wet behind his ears. Is there really this need? Gu Tiangke sneered and said, Yi Yuan is my savior. Do you think I have this need or not? Ji-sun's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Following this, he nodded his head and said, Fine, I got it. But today's matter isn't over. Kid, I hope that you don't land in my hands. Honor, let's go. Finished saying, Ji-sun swept his sleeves grandly and took Zhuhan away from Yi Yuan's hands. The moment Ji-sun left, Yi Yuan's two eyes saw black, and then he fell to the ground. Facing Ji-sun, this level of true god powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to slack off in the slightest. At this time, he finally could not hold on anymore. 10 days' time passed in a blink. On this day, countless powerhouses gathered outside of Heavenly Sun mountain range. The allure of an Empyrean inheritance was seriously too great. Even if they knew that there was huge danger, there were also countless people who were willing to fly into the fire like moths. And among these powerhouses, it was clearly the 1,000-soar alliance's strength that was the greatest. A true god powerhouse said, Brother Gu, the hour is almost reaching. Let's enter the mountain. Gu Tiangke nodded and said, Come on. Hang on. Right at this time, two figures descended from the sky. When the group of true god powerhouses saw the arrivals, their faces could not help changing and they bowed in salute as he said, We pay respects to Lord Ji Kong. The aura of that true god powerhouse in the front was astonishing. It was actually a peak true god realm powerhouse. It was only to see him nodded and said, such a grand event, my vast heaven-great imperial capital naturally has to join in too. Su Xing, why haven't you paid respects to the various uncles? Behind Ji Kong, a handsome young man clasped his hands and said, this lowly nephew, Su Xing, pays respect to uncles. So, you're Su Xing hoo-hoo, truly, heroes come from youngsters. I have long heard that an extraordinary talent appeared in vast heaven-great imperial capital. Fused together 3 kinds of power of laws, his strength extremely formidable. Meeting today, indeed lives up to the reputation. The group of true god powerhouses actually took the initiative to flatter a celestial deity realm junior. This also made the surrounding powerhouses all tongue-tied. However, hearing them say so, these people were all incredibly shocked. To geniuses, there were plenty who comprehended 2, even 3 kinds of power of laws. But those able to fuse 2 kinds of power of laws were in the minority, let alone fusing 3 kinds of power of laws. Those able to fuse 3 kinds of power of laws were undoubtedly all peerless geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. Su Xing had a proud look, accepting the group of powerhouses' compliments without misgivings. Clearly, he had long gotten accustomed to this scene. Zhuohan has long admired Brother Su's great name. Upon seeing today, it's sufficient to have no regrets for 3 lifetimes. Zhuohan was unwilling to be left in the cold and went forward to flatter. Su Xing gave him a glance and said calmly, so, you're Zhuohan. I've heard of you before. Beneath imperial capitals, your talent is first-rate. Zhuohan was pleasantly surprised and said, Brother Su has actually heard of me before. Zhuohan is really overwhelmed by flattery and honor. Su Xing said coolly, but I've heard before that among imperial capitals, there's still a proud daughter of heaven Leng Qiuling, whose talent is above yours. I wonder who that is. Leng Qiuling did not expect that Su Xing would call upon her and stepped forward rather unwillingly. Greeting with folded hands at the lower right side, she said, this lowly one, Leng Qiuling, pays respect to Sir Su. When Su Xing saw Leng Qiuling, his eyes could not help lighting up. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile and said with a nod, I really didn't expect that Miss Leng actually has such unparalleled looks. Miss Leng, the journey of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, you're the host and have to take good care of me. Leng Qiuling's brows furrowed and said, dare not. This trip I still have to look to uncles for more support. The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they knew that this Su Xing took fancy on Leng Qiuling. Ji Kong was also smiling and not saying anything at one side. Su Xing's horizons were extremely high. The girls pursuing him in vast heaven great imperial capital were plentiful like carps moving down a stream. But he did not take fancy on anyone. He did not expect that he found someone pleasing to the eye here. By the side, when Zhuohan saw this scene, he secretly gloated in others' misfortune in his heart. It was already impossible for him to obtain Leng Qiuling. But with Su Xing charging out halfway now, he wanted to see what Yi Yuan had to compete with the other person. To talk about this Su Xing, he was indeed a peerless genius. His age was similar to theirs, but he was already peak 6th firmament celestial deity. More importantly, he even fused 3 kinds of power of laws, his combat power extremely strong. Although Zhuohan's talent was extremely high, compared to him he indeed paled considerably in comparison. He indeed had the capital to be proud of. Ji Kong smiled and said, Hoo-hoo, you're all outstanding talents among the young generation. Your future accomplishments immeasurable. You should naturally get closer. With Ji Kong speaking, the others naturally nodded their heads and agreed. People that came from great imperial capitals they could not afford to provoke. Just like this, a group of true god powerhouses suppressed their realms to celestial deity realm and stepped into the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The moment Yi Yuan entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, a familiar feeling hit him head-on. That feeling was as if he returned to the immortal Grove world. Previously, the Thousand Sore Alliance carried out a lockdown on the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But following their entry, other powerhouses also entered the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range one after another. Currently, heads could be said to be swarming in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. This array formation is very similar to the 4 Symbols family clan's grand array. Yi Yuan and Dustless communicated. Dustless nodded and said, the 4 Symbols divine beasts forming an array,
The power is sufficient to eradicate a major realm powerhouse. Immortal Grove laid down a matchless grand array in the entire Heavenly Sun mountain range. Annihilating Empyrean powerhouses is akin to child's play. Yi Yuan said, with so many powerhouses entering, it's likely that a single misstep and it will trigger the grand array. Dustless smiled and said, these fools even thought that Immortal Grove would leave behind his Tao teachings for them. They are thinking too much. Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard that. The party gradually went deep in. Suddenly a series of screams came over. A cluster of fire rose to the sky. More than a dozen powerhouses were instantly burned to ashes. Ji Kang's face changed and he cussed angrily. This bunch of fools activated the Immortal Wind Heavenly Fire Array of the Four Symbols Grand Array. Once the Heavenly Fire is triggered, it vows to immolate everything. Everybody, quickly run.